Live.
I put the put some top 5 stories in the Reuters playlist.
Okay.
Did you find good ones here?
Yeah. And this one's good.
I've seen this one, yes. Just a little game of the floor is lava.
Yep. You can hear the cry. So goddamn funny. Bloody kids.
There's the one that kid's getting taken out. Anytime it's sports, you know what's going to happen.
Whoa, guys!
Every time. No, we won't do this one. This is a good one.
Oh!
He's dead.
He's dead, Jim. Is that kid crying because the dog's tail? This is a different page. That kid crying because the dog's tail is hitting him. Go, look, the green shirt.
Cut my life into pieces.
It's getting knocked out by dogs.
I mean, the music doesn't really matter because we're not getting money anyway.
It will claim you. It will claim you. It will take you down. It is him crying just because he's getting wagged by the dog.
Yeah, he's not going to move or anything. That one wasn't very funny. Look for sporty ones.
Oh. Dog. Or that's the dad's fault.
This is a good one.
What is he even dancing? Is he headbanging?
I don't know. The music on the radio, I think.
Because he's getting
go Maverick, go!
Go Maverick!
You can tell he has bad parents because his name is Maverick, and that's what happens to kids named Maverick because their parents are terrible. There's that kid crying from the dog wagging its tail again.
Just jump in, Dallas.
Oh,
Don't push him.
The kid screeches. I don't want to hear them screech. I want to hear them cry.
Ready, go. Jump in.
Dad drink in hand. Sabotage. This is just bad parenting.
Child services.
Like that's obviously going to happen, right?
It could have been worse.
It could have been. Could have been. Actually, this is a bad one.
Is this a baby spinning?
Yeah, falls out of the chair. This is a funny one.
Go stand there. Katie, go stand right next to Colt. Colt, don't. Tatum. Tatum, turn around. Oh. Oh. Oh. Go stand.
We love this.
Don't run! But really, Chico? You can't get out? Oh, Jesus!
It never gets old. The best ones are when the mirror comes up and you can see their reflection coming too.
I'm following you.
Go, go, go, go.
The last one's the best.
Oh, careful. Don't walk too fast.
I'm okay.
I love that she's like, I'm okay, and then starts crying.
Yeah,
It's
and
okay.
then walks into it. Yeah. All right. I am going to find.
I put a Reuters top fiver on there for the stream
Yeah.
playlist.
I'll get that in a minute. If it would give me my playlist, that would be great.
I still haven't made the promos or nothing.
Huh. Where it is.
Oh, I can
Stories
go
you need to
lower.
know.
I can go lower. It's an Always Sunny joke. Because Dennis dresses like a slut.
And now the news. Earthquake.
I'm not looking. You have to read it to me. What's happening?
It just says injuring more than 850 missing.
Yeah, I think I haven't heard. There's a mine that collapsed, but I haven't heard of many deaths from it. Like I've only heard like something maybe 9 to 5 or something, but I didn't actually look it up.
Yeah, I didn't hear many much things about deaths either. I think low numbers too is what I remember. This one says
a lot of
Iran.
injuries.
Yeah. This one says Iran faces dilemma following Israeli attack on embassy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Israel says so. Iran. So ready for this little argument because international law doesn't matter. It's just people, screeching at each other, and it's all irrelevant. Yep. So Iran says that it was a war crime because you can't bomb embassies, basically, and Israel says that wasn't an embassy; that was an IRGC meeting.
Interesting.
It's still an embassy, though, Israel.
Yeah. So it literally was the embassy.
It was like, it was a consulate on the embassy grounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It was the IRGC base in the embassy.
Fucking hell. So what does so if we're talking like real world here, what are the implications here? Attacking an embassy in a foreign country of an adversary.
Nothing's going to happen. If you're the United States, people will be extra outraged.
Okay. But nothing's going to happen.
No. Nobody cares.
Great.
Like the serious thing with embassies is hostage crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Like if an embassy gets taken over and people are being held hostage, then you actually have an international problem. Or if you hit the American embassy and kill people, then you really are going to have a problem. But Iran, nobody's going to do anything about them, and they're already going to do attacks anyway. Like, oh no, you say you're going to kill all these people in Israel and take out the government, right? And you're going to get a nuke to get Israel. What are you going to do? It extra spiteful now? Mm-hmm. Like you're already using the maximum rhetoric against Israel. Like what
before
more?
War, yeah.
You're already supposedly doing everything you can. Are you telling people that you've been holding back?
Mm-hmm. You've been lying? Why should we believe you? Funny. It's interesting. It says the dilemma is about how to retaliate without sparking conflict. 2 generals, 5 advisors, based.
We will give Ukraine what they need.
and that is long-term,
NATO,
predictable.
Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, NATO
robust
outlined an
support.
entire NATO
And that will
policy.
No shit. Okay. Now people can start saying NATO's involved. Before now, you're full of shit.
So
now, look, NATO's actually involved now.
Well, what's funny now, what they're doing now is now they can say to Trump, America's not meeting its NATO requirements.
True. Interesting. So they're trying to depower Trump's rhetoric at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
very
kinda
smart.
interesting.
Because like there's other countries that as a percentage of their GDP have like America's at the bottom for Ukraine as a percentage. If it's 3% of for the NATO funding, what about NATO's now priority to Ukraine, the official declared priority to Ukraine?
Yeah, well, America's not going to be able to do anything about it, are they?
Well, we'll see. Mike Johnson says he's gonna fucking call a vote on it. Bro, did you see him looking like Raggedy Andy?
No.
God, who was he being interviewed by?
Also send a message to Moscow that they cannot wait us out.
Intel discloses operating losses of 7
Well, I
billion.
almost put this in. I didn't though. Intel chips are losing money. They're trying to regain a technology lead over the Taiwan manufacturing. So you could literally say this is Biden's fault, right? Because he's pushing us to overtake Taiwan.
Yeah.
So because they've pushed and invested in these programs, they could say, well, Biden told us to do this. This is why we're having a loss.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, there's bigger things at play. You're $7 billion.
I mean, it's a company anyway. They're trying to. Why wouldn't they be trying to overtake? You know, it's just like a cop out they could take. I don't think they will though.
Yeah, but like also, you're Intel. You sell chips in military equipment to countries all over the world, including Russia. Your fucking profits, $7 billion is probably like $7,000 to a normal person. Shut the fuck up.
All right, ready? You ready?
Yep.
You know who Raggedy Andy is, right?
No.
Okay, so let me first do this. You know, what's that movie about the haunted doll, Annabelle or something?
Yeah.
She was originally a rag doll. Right? So this is Raggedy Andy. He's a popular toy. He's a rag doll, right? It's Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. See, they're hobos. Right? They're rag people. They're really popular. Anyway, so now you've seen Raggedy Andy there, right? Now let's get the live action version.
So I made a commitment immediately after I got the gavel.
Bro, did you go to a mortician to get this done?
Faces to protect the innocent. You know, people.
Why does your face look like that?
Who were just there and just happened to be walking through the building.
There's a lot of highlights on his cheekbones. It's weird.
Look at how bad he looks. Fucking mortician man. And then look at this guy, the couch man. Lot to process here. You know,
strange people.
How someone could become the living embodiment of this fucking thing. I mean, it's literally so like he takes off his glasses. It's like Superman. He takes off his glasses and he becomes Raggedy Andy.
Written to Western countries. Nord Stream. Okay, bro. No. No.
Imaginary. The imaginary international politics that go on.
Yeah.
Still, Americans' internal politics are more frustrating.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel is continuing to face global condemnation over the killing of 7 aid workers from Chef Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen, which had brought food into Gaza by ship to feed starving Palestinians. The aid workers were killed when an Israeli drone fired 3 missiles at the group's clearly marked convoy. According to the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, the drone initially struck one car in the convoy. Then the drone attacked again after survivors from the first attack got into the second vehicle.
Show a map, Amy. Show a map.
After the second strike, the injured passengers were taken to the third car in the convoy, which was then also bombed as it attempted to escape. The attack occurred over a 1.5-mile stretch on a coastal road in Gaza. On Tuesday, Israel admitted to carrying out the airstrike and vowed to investigate. At the United Nations, Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the Israeli attack.
The devastating Israeli airstrikes that killed World Central Kitchen personnel yesterday bring the number of aid workers killed in this conflict to 196, including more than 175 members of our own UN staff. This is unconscionable, but it is an inevitable result of the way the war is being conducted.
The killed aid workers included 3 British nationals, an Australian, a Polish national, an American-Canadian dual citizen, and a Palestinian. President Biden said he was, quote, outraged and heartbroken over the deaths. But at a White House press briefing, National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby refused to say if Israel had broken international law.
Is firing a missile at people delivering food and killing not a violation of international humanitarian law?
Well, the Israelis have already admitted that this was a mistake that they made. They're doing an investigation. They'll get to the bottom of this. Let's not get ahead of that. The State Department has a process in place. And to date, as you and I are speaking, they have not found any incidents where the Israelis have violated international humanitarian law.
On Tuesday, World Central Kitchen and at least 2 other groups said they would halt or pause operations in Gaza after the attack. A World Central Kitchen boat, which still held 240 tons of aid on board, left Gaza on Tuesday. Meanwhile, a group of U.S. officials at USAID have privately warned the Biden administration the spread of hunger and malnutrition in Gaza is, quote, unprecedented in modern history. And that
Man, really glad those ships fucking left. That's great. That's really good. You know, maybe stay because the reason to stay is more important, you fucking cowards.
Parts of Gaza are already experiencing famine. HuffPost reports the cable states, quote, an immediate...
Nah, fuck these people. They can starve. Our safety is more important. Fuck yourself.
And substantial flow of food, health, nutrition, and assistance, expanded humanitarian access, and safe, unimpeded...
Israel just stops?
Oh, I was going to say trebuchet baguettes.
That would be funny. Come on, France, do your thing.
Passage for humanitarian workers is paramount to addressing famine conditions in Gaza, unquote. In Israel, mass protests are continuing against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. On Tuesday night, Israeli police fired water cannons at protesters who gathered outside Netanyahu's residence in Jerusalem. Thousands also protested
outside the Knesset. They're making themselves look good and transparent and open.
A war
and then this
started. And I think the only way we can win the war is to have elections and to give the people the opportunity to choose again and to bring the hostages home and to bring the soldiers home. And that's why I'm here.
At the United Nations, Iran has called on the Security Council to take action against Israel for bombing the Iranian consulate in Damascus on Monday. The Israeli attack killed 7 Iranian officers, including 3 generals. Zahra Ershadi is Iran's deputy UN ambassador. Primary elections were held Tuesday in Wisconsin, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New York. On the Democratic side, a sizable number of voters refused to back Joe Biden to protest his support for Israel's assault on Gaza. In Connecticut and Rhode Island, more than 10% of Democrats voted uncommitted. In Wisconsin, over 8% voted uninstructed. Meanwhile, Donald Trump won every Republican race on Tuesday, but Nikki Haley still received about 13% of the vote in Connecticut, New York, and Wisconsin, even though she suspended her campaign. The White House was forced to cancel its planned Ramadan dinner after many Muslim American leaders refused to go to protest Biden's Gaza policy. Instead of a dinner, Biden held a scale-back meeting Tuesday with Muslim American community figures, but that too was met with protest. The Palestinian-American Dr. Thaher Mohammed, who recently volunteered in Gaza, walked out of the White House meeting after giving President Biden a letter from an 8-year-old orphaned Palestinian girl named Hadil that read, quote, I beg you, President Biden, stop them from entering Rafah. Dr. Thaher Ahmed spoke to Middle East Eye after walking out of the White House.
You cannot engage and try to get us to come out and show up in the primaries or in November, at the same time approving billions of dollars of 2,000-pound bombs that I personally saw devastate Khan Yunis and Belah and all the areas in Gaza. That sort of cognitive dissonance is not something that our community glosses over.
Fair enough.
Senegal's new president, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, has named Ousmane Sonko to be his prime minister, capping a remarkable 3-week period that saw the two opposition figures going from prison to ruling.
This guy,
really?
So remember how I said, so the opposition party, they kind of ran on a joint ticket. The one guy was in jail.
Yeah.
Right? You remember that? Well, he got released from jail and now he's, named. So, so the other guy ran as president, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And now so the president appoints the prime minister. This happens in many countries where the president appoints the prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what happened. So it really was kind of like a president, vice president type election.
Yeah, very interesting. So the guy that was in jail is the prime minister?
Yeah, the guy who was the primary opposition who was jailed.
Senegal. Faye and Sonko were released from prison in mid-March, just days before Faye won Senegal's election to replace President Macky Sall, who'd attempted to delay the vote. On Tuesday, Faye was officially inaugurated as Senegal's new president.
Under my leadership, Senegal
I
will be
think this is a pretty good move too, just because, like, you have the crisis already in the Sahel, right? And because, like I said, they are technically part of the region. Those are very young men who did those coups, right? Young men with a different vision than this corrupt business tyrant, that runs many of these countries. So this effectively gave them the same result that those countries sought, but without a coup. And largely because Senegal doesn't have an insurgency, it's a stable country.
Justice system and a strengthened democracy. This is my promise, based on the oath I have just taken before God and the nation in your presence. I am aware that the results of the ballot box express a profound desire for systemic change. Through my election, the Senegalese people have committed themselves to building a fair Senegal, a prosperous Senegal, a progressing Africa.
In my opinion, this is one of the few victories in democracy this year.
So far.
Youngest president in Africa.
Thailand is
a mayoral candidate in Mexico.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Mexico was assassinated Monday at a campaign event in the city of Zelaya in the state of Guanajuato. Berta Gisela Gaitan was shot dead shortly after she outlined her plans to increase security
in South America for another political assassination. What country did they say it was? They just said what state of the country it was. Go back. Go back to the beginning of the start. Another woman, too.
Of course, we will have security protocols, which the legal department of the party in the state.
Of Zelaya in the state of Guanajuato.
Back more. Back more.
Was assassinated Monday at a campaign event in the city of Zelaya in the state of Guanajuato.
Is that how
Berta Gisela Gaitan was shot dead shortly after she
outlined her
country. Plans to increase security in the city.
The citizens are with us and look after us. Of course, we will have security protocols, which the legal department of the party in the state is reviewing.
Gisela Gaitan was a member of the ruling Morena party. The Associated Press reports at least 15 political candidates have been killed in Mexico since January, ahead of nationwide elections on June 2nd.
Yep.
Taiwan's been hit
so not
with
South
its largest
America,
earthquake
Mexican.
in 25 years. At least 9 people have died, over 800 are injured. The 7.4 magnitude quake toppled dozens of buildings and trapped at least 77 people.
Some of these images don't look real.
How is that real?
Chinese President
How is that real?
Spoke Tuesday.
Doesn't it hurt your brain?
Fuck. I was looking at it like, what the fuck?
Dude, there's the main photo that's been going around really hurts my brain because it's so weird.
Bro, I do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
Like that looks like an illusion. That doesn't look real.
Trapped at least 77 people. In other news from the region, President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke Tuesday for an hour and 4.
Shows you the quality of the buildings in Taiwan, doesn't it, versus the quality in China? If there was a fucking earthquake like that in China, all the buildings would have crumbled. It'd just be dust. That whole last building is still intact. That's insane.
45 minutes on the phone. It was their first call since the summit in November. Donald Trump's former lawyer, John Eastman, has been disbarred in California for his role in trying to help Trump overturn the 2020 election. A California judge wrote in her ruling, quote, Eastman's wrongdoing constitutes
how is Trump
serious ethical violations.
Going down yet? Literally everyone involved in this.
Everyone around him, yeah. Everyone around him, but not him.
So everyone but him committed a crime?
Yeah, how is that possible? It's only a matter of time.
Warranting severe professional discipline, unquote. Eastman is a former law school dean at Chapman University School of Law. In educational news, Pitzer College in Claremont, California has closed its study abroad program with the University of Haifa in Israel in what's being viewed as a major victory for the BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. The move comes after years of student organizing and a vote in February by Pitzer's Student Senate to suspend all institutional ties with Israeli universities. According to the National Chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, Pitzer has become the first U.S. school to impose an...
Maybe it was... It might have been other... There were some kids that people were mocking on Twitter.
I don't know.
For doing a sit-in.
I don't know.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Yeah, exactly. Making fun of these kids on Twitter, saying how pathetic they are. Meanwhile, they actually accomplished something.
They're out there.
This is more. These kids have influenced more political action than any vote anyone could make. There's only the only way you can do more internationally than this, the average person, is if you were enlisted and you did some serious shit. You weren't just the guy who pointed for the planes to go, you killed Osama bin Laden, some serious, actual effect shit, not just another grunt.
Yeah.
Institution-wide boycott of an Israel study abroad program. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I don't know. I still like her better than Sam Cedar. She platforms way worse people. She gave us Aaron Monte. I still, I think both are pretty genuine. Not so much Emma. Yeah, I unfortunately didn't go and do it because I don't have a way to get to the polls right now. And I was like, fuck it, doesn't matter.
I'm just seeing if there's anything on the stream playlist we want to play before we get into something else.
Huh?
This one.
What are you doing?
This one.
Bro, this image, you know what it reminds me of? That video I sent you with the teeth? The fucking clacker teeth that lady had.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta see the teeth.
The ones that I said looked like the fake Inspector Gadget. Those ones? The British lady?
Yeah, I'm just finding it real quick.
Hilarious. Inspector Gadget.
I love the caption. Horrific turkey teeth. Where's the volume down here?
It's completely changed my look. Completely. They are exactly how I wanted them. The deal I got was unbelievable. So he's a new dentist in Alanya.
He's a new dentist.
So I got 12 bottom, 14 top.
12 bottom, 14 top.
1,700, I think it was. So ready for the big reveal. I can't believe I finally got Love and Truth.
You even clicked them too. Jesus Christ.
I am absolutely buzzing.
Bro, she can't even talk because those chiclets are in her mouth. I love when she does that. This has got to be a joke, right? She's covering her mouth because she's laughing, right? And it's just like some costume teeth she put in, like the fake vampire fangs.
Surely it is. Hold on a second.
the sound her teeth make, bro.
That's the sound his teeth make.
I need to watch Inspector Gadget again.
In the movie, that's the sound his teeth
because
make.
like I don't remember it at all.
Because he like, I think it's one of the first times he comes out with those teeth in as that character, and he like turns his head and clicks his teeth, and I'm like, that's exactly the thought that I had when I saw it.
Gotta watch Inspector Gadget, I guess.
Goated kids movie. The back button did not work.
And we will end deadly sanctuary cities. We're going to end them.
Deadly sanctuary cities.
I will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We're going to do immigration enforcement, not paperwork. We're doing all paperwork. We're doing everything. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut.
Does that mean if there's no paperwork, there's no legal binding to them, meaning that they can just come back in and no issue?
Yes.
Huh?
He knows he can say whatever he wants, and these people will clap.
Yeah, that is very true.
Federal funding for any school, pushing critical race theory, transgender, insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask.
Okay. COVID's over, my guy.
And I will keep men out of women's sports.
Okay.
And I'll fully uphold the Second Amendment. Of course, I did it better than anybody. Nothing
No, you didn't. You did it worse than everybody, actually.
You see how he's just saying nothing? See how populist and basic this actually is, though?
Listen how the cheering drops when he mentions the Second Amendment, because people know.
Nothing happened. Your
No, they
Second
don't.
Amendment was protected with me as your president. We will protect innocent life and we will
Okay.
restore free speech. And
No,
I
they don't.
will secure
They don't care.
our elections. We're going to secure our elections. Our goal will be one
They're
day
clapping at
voting with paper
buzzwords,
ballots,
though.
very simple and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want to landslide. We want it to be too big, too rigged. Too big, too rigged.
Cringe. That's cringe.
If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States,
You are number one.
they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done.
You are literally the worst, statistically, the worst president.
You want to know that there's nobody that's hurt our country like this total lunatic. He's a lunatic.
Worse than the guy that
What they
started
do
the
to our
Civil
country
War.
is not acceptable. It's not even a survivable situation. So if you want to save America, then get everyone you know, register them Republican as soon as possible, volunteer for our campaign, and get out and vote in record numbers. We want record numbers. Even tonight, it's important to get out just to let them know we're coming on November 5th. We're coming. You got to let them know. So remember, I want to see you voting.
Take a shit in front of Trump signs.
I want to see, but remember, you're going to go out and vote tonight. Together, we're taking on
Big
some
steamer.
of the most menacing forces in conclusion. And vicious opponents are people
Get some
who've never
Chick-fil-A
seen
before.
anything like what we're seeing right now. But no matter how
Taco
hateful
Bell,
or
maybe.
corrupt the communists and criminals we're fighting against may be,
Uh-huh.
you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you.
Uh-huh.
This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty
Cringe.
is your God-given right.
Uh-huh. Wow.
And you know that. They even want to challenge God.
Hi, everybody. Actual Nazi here.
From Madison to Milwaukee, from La Crosse to Kenosha, and from Greenfield to Green Bay, we inherit the legacy
Weird
of Wisconsin
choices.
patriots who braved incredible dangers to carve out life in a vast and wild frontier, but a beautiful frontier.
Bro, did you see Kyle Rittenhouse was literally too stupid for the Marine Corps?
Explored the continent, settled the great
Seriously?
He got below the lowest acceptable score for the fucking Marine Corps.
That's very funny.
Great Plains, won the Wild West, laid down the railroad, raised up those great, beautiful.
Maybe he can be a pro gamer.
Conquered the skies, fought 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, mastered spaceflight, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a failing nation. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, it's lost its willpower, and it's lost its strength. We're a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you.
Even the camera can't fucking handle him.
Who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going
The
to
machines are overloading from the bullshit.
very, very perilous time. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
The only cool branches of the Air Force and the Navy. The only cool branch is the Army.
Meanwhile, Trump and Biden continue to make the
the
case
Army
for their
is the only
campaigns
cool
directly
branch.
to vote.
No.
They get to go and build stuff.
That is a fair point. Air Force has cool planes.
Chair Force.
And the American actually has planes.
Chair Force.
Okay.
Chair Force. Oh, I flew around in a plane. Huh?
Cool stuff.
Nah, they don't even get their hands dirty.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're the.
Just yesterday, the former president
they're
made
the
stops in
spoiled little
2
kids.
critical
They are. But planes are cool.
battleground states. Lisa Desjardins is
Army
here
has
to break
planes.
down his message. Lisa?
Whatever you call the former president, he clearly is a
Oh,
showman,
barely.
right? And, it's not just part of his persona, but Trump's following comes from his speeches and directly from his words, not staff or infrastructure in the way it may for more traditional campaigns. Now, I know voters are already exhausted. I've been talking to you by a lot of the political shrapnel going around, but Trump's speeches in Michigan and Wisconsin yesterday are a good chance to shed light on how Trump speaks in general and his latest verbal flames.
I'm actually very curious how PBS is going to analyze his speeches.
I stand before you today to declare that Joe Biden's border bloodbath. This is a border
Jesus
bloodbath.
Christ.
Ends the day I take the oath of office. It ends.
We start here, Trump's newly minted message, and now the phrase pushed by the Republican National Party.
With your vote, I will seal the border. I will stop the invasion. I will end the carnage.
The framing is so important for Donald Trump.
We asked Jennifer Murcia to watch the speeches with us. She's an author and Texas A&M professor who specializes in political and Trump rhetoric. The border is Trump's core message, she says, and this framing a carefully forged attack on Biden and anyone who calls it a humanitarian crisis.
He is constantly trying to frame how we understand political reality. And so it can't be neutral. It can't be a situation at the border. It has to be violent. It has to be an invasion.
Look,
It has
you know
to
what
be
the
a
Air
red-
Force does?
No question.
What the
Flash
Navy
planes.
does. They are the taxi for the
Support.
real military.
Support.
They're the taxis for the real
Yep.
military.
Mm.
Yep.
And they wouldn't be able to do shit if they didn't
have their taxis.
Mm-hmm. How would the U.S. Army get overseas to kill brown people
Without a
without the
taxi.
Air Force? Yeah. See?
And how would
The
the
Southwest
Marines
border
get
is
there
overwhelmed
without
and-
their boats?
They swim.
Dangerous in places, but there's no evidence of a bloodbath for Americans living there. Of course, Trump is also arguing that the border is causing a crime wave across the country. But in fact, violent crime rates are at modern lows on average and down in many
Yeah, that's
cities.
funny.
And multiple studies show that migrants are actually less likely to commit crime than others here. Even so, Trump is trying to cement the idea that migrants are the enemy.
We have a new form
Wow, it's almost like migrants want to stay here, therefore don't commit as many crimes. Crazy.
of crime. It's called migrant crime.
Trump attacks some as subhuman, this week repeating a word he's long associated, especially
He's
with
fascist.
migrants committing crime.
Nancy Pelosi told me that. She said, please don't use the word animal, sir, when you're talking about these people. I said, I'll use the word animal because that's what they are.
The speeches included a regular Trump feature about his
What a
outreach to victims.
psycho.
Right here in Kent County, a 25-year-old Michigan woman named Ruby Garcia was savagely murdered by an illegal alien criminal. They said she had just this most contagious laughter, and when she walked into a room, she lit up that room. And I've heard that from so many people.
Ruby Garcia is the lady who was
Trump
murdered
does
and
meet
buried in
with and
Mexico,
call
right?
victims' families, but in this
Yeah.
case of a young
Or is this a different one? Because there was another one that was murdered.
A woman killed last month. Ruby Garcia's family told a newspaper that actually they never heard from him.
I think it's unusual for him to misremember meeting a family like this. But I think using hyperbole is something that's very common for him.
Another Trump boilerplate item heard about the press.
You know, for years I used to tell the fake news back there, look at all those cameras. Wow. But I used to tell them, show the crowd. I gave up with that because they don't do it.
And we brought in another linguist to help.
My name is Dr. Matt McGarity, and I'm director of the Center for Speech and Debate at the University of Washington.
Who said beneath Trump's attacks on the media and others is an expert speaker keeping his crowd and followers with him.
It's us versus them. And here they are. They're right in our midst. And we know more than they do because we're able to see what's going on.
With this, Trump builds to an all-encompassing thought.
Because if we don't win on November 5th, I think our country is going to cease to exist. It could be the last election we ever have. I actually mean that.
Oh my God.
We don't win. I think this could be the last election we ever have. That's where our country's going.
What do you think he's doing there?
He's retarded.
Jennifer Murcia says this kind of speech is what separates Trump. It's not political razzle-dazzle, but dangerous, hyperbolic fear-mongering.
He's trying to make it seem as though everything is at stake. And most people are not excited about his campaign or Biden's. And so both candidates are trying to generate a lot of interest. One way you do that is through using intense and extreme language to make it seem as though everything is at stake.
And in Wisconsin yesterday, he added religion, injecting the idea that while Joe Biden is a regular churchgoer, he, Donald Trump, is the Christian candidate this election.
November 5th is going to be called something else. You know what's going to be called? Christian Visibility Day, when Christians turn out in numbers.
Cringe.
Another example of why Trump's
cringe. You hear that anti-Protestant rhetoric, though? Biden might go to church, but I'm the Christian president.
Yeah.
As in, Catholics aren't real Christians.
So we can start killing the Protestants.
No, Michael, that's not what this is about.
They contain a weave of lies and truths around one constant center.
All presidents run as heroes. It's not uncommon. Joe Biden is running as a hero right now. He's running as a hero to save democracy. Donald Trump is running as a different kind of hero. And he is the only one who can save the nation. He's the only one who can save his followers. More than class, gender, race, socioeconomic status, the one thing that Trump supporters have in common is that they want to follow a strong leader.
We noticed yesterday Trump left out two other common features of his speeches. He has repeatedly played the national anthem as sung by January 6th prisoners and pledged to pardon them at the beginning of his rallies. And he has also often used an anthem for conspiracy theories in QAnon and theorists in QAnon near the end.
So Lisa, some of the experts you've been talking to, how do they look at some of this potentially coded language and its impact when it comes from Mr. Trump's speeches?
One of the many reasons I'm glad I work at NewsHour, Trump actually uses classical devices. One of them ad baculum, meaning try and bring in the idea of force, encourage force in your speaking. But the way he activates, I think, his followers is the most important. And I heard from a lot of different linguists that I spoke to talking about something called paralipsis. That idea is that I'm saying something, but I'm actually not saying. I'm inferring something, and then I have plausible deniability that I said it.
It's called
so
stochastic terrorism.
His followers by implying something and then later fighting with the media over whether he said it or not. That has very strong consequences, not only for his campaign, but also
oh my God, just call it stochastic terrorism, for fuck's sake. That's what it is.
Those kinds of statistics that Laura mentioned about violence. When
Stop
he's saying
honking
the
at
situation
me.
is dire, when he's saying democracy will end if I'm not elected, he is implying to some of his followers violence may be okay. And you saw that.
They're too soft.
Donald Trump called immigrants who are illegally in the United States not human in a speech in Michigan on Tuesday as he intensified his focus on border issues with incendiary rhetoric on his campaign trail. The Republican presidential candidate spoke in Grand Rapids, appearing with several law enforcement officers.
Really seems like
he
the kind of
focused on
guy you
several
want
criminal
running
cases
the
involving
country, right?
suspects who may have been in the country illegally
If you're a
and labeled them
racist.
as subhuman.
The 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia who was barbarically murdered by an illegal alien animal. The Democrats say, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
Trump also described meeting the family of Ruby Garcia, a local 25-year-old murdered last month. Police say a suspect in the case was in the country illegally. Garcia's sister denied the former president spoke with the family, according to local media reports, which also says she was angry about her sister's death being used as a political tool. Trump titled his Michigan speech Biden's Border Bloodbath and warned that chaos would consume America if he did not win the election in November.
This is country changing. It's country threatening.
Yeah.
It's country wrecking. They have wrecked our country. but I stand before you today to declare that Joe Biden's border bloodbath, and that's what it is. It's a bloodbath. If we
Head to
don't win on
barbarism
November
if the
5th,
left wins.
I think
You
our country is
will
going to
live
cease
in
to
barbarism,
exist.
period.
Later on
It's a
Tuesday,
fight
he gave
for
a similar
civilization.
speech in Wisconsin, calling the 2024 election the nation's final battle.
Prisoners, murderers, drug dealers, mental patients, terrorists.
Trump frequently claims that immigrants crossing the border with Mexico had escaped from prisons and asylums in their home countries and are fueling violent crime in the United States. While available data on criminals' immigration status is sparse, researchers say the violent crime rate is not higher among those in the U.S. illegally than native-born Americans. Some 38% of Republicans and about 1 in 5 independents say immigration is the country's top issue in a Reuters Ipsos poll released late February. Democratic President Joe Biden's campaign team said Trump is, quote, engaging in extreme rhetoric that promotes division, hate, and violence in our country. Biden, who is Trump's rival in the November presidential election, also accused Trump of pushing Republican lawmakers to block bipartisan legislation that would have beefed up border security and brought in measures to reduce illegal immigration. Michigan and Wisconsin are two swing states that could determine who returns to the White House next year, although both Trump and Biden have mathematically clinched their presidential nominations.
Fight fascism and vote harder.
A pair of statewide referenda on the ballot. Both are amendments to the state constitution.
And both are projected to pass. The first makes it illegal to accept private grant money to help administer state elections.
Nice.
Here you see the yes vote, 54% to 46% for the no vote. The second question allows only election officials designated by law to administer elections. 58% saying yes, 42% saying no at this point.
Welcome back. Today, both President Biden and former President Donald Trump are competing in presidential primaries across the country. Voters in Connecticut, New York, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin will head to the polls to support their candidate. In Delaware, since neither candidate is facing a challenger, the primary there has been canceled and delegates have been awarded. But all eyes this hour focused on the swing state of Wisconsin. Trump narrowly won the state in 2016, but President Biden took it back in a close 2020 contest. CBS News campaign reporter Taurine Small is following the race in Wisconsin this morning and joins us now with more. Hey, Taurine, great to see you. You know, yesterday we spoke a little bit about how voters in the state really are not enthusiastic about seeing this Trump-Biden rematch. So how big is the protest vote effort against President Biden?
Yeah, Chanel, I mean, the movement has picked up some pretty notable endorsements here from grassroots organizations, especially minority-backed grassroots voter organization movement like Voces de la Frontera. It's the largest Wisconsin Latino voter network, about 28,000 Latino voters within that network. Take a listen to the conversation I had with Christine Newman Ortiz, who is over that organization.
We do not want to see the rise of someone that promises to be a dictator on day one. But it is also important that at the same time that we hold President Biden accountable to listen to what the needs of the people are. And that includes a ceasefire of Gaza, and it includes expanded protections for immigrants.
So seeing success in other states like Michigan, the movement here, which is calling itself Listen to Wisconsin, is hoping.
Have you ever seen something so silly looking?
What a goofy plane.
Democrats to vote uninstructed.
This is why the army shouldn't
Joe
have
Biden in
planes.
today's primary.
You didn't show anyone what it
for the
looked
simple
like.
reason that that's the margin that current President Joe Biden won over former President Donald.
What the fuck is that thing? Tadpole
Is it de
looking
Havilland?
ass.
Is it
I
a
don't
de
know.
Havilland plane?
I don't know what it is.
I bet you it is.
Goofy. Goofy is what it is.
Polls now open officially. They're open for 6 minutes in New York and Connecticut for the presidential primary. Voters getting ready to cast their ballots. But there's also a push for some people to leave the ballots blank. New York's Tracy Strands in Brooklyn to explain. Tracy.
Oh, Michael, we haven't seen a lot.
Bro, I just found an F-104 Starfighter for $30,000.
You should buy it. We should invest as a fifth.
Hey! Hey,
do you want us to buy an
YouTube
F-104 Starfighter?
demonetized us? Did you know YouTube demonetized us? Help us get an F-104 Starfighter.
It is crucial to our work in the Middle East when we go and film documentaries and shit. We can airdrop phones. This is a perfect plan.
A lot of activity here at PS 81 over the last 6 minutes. We did see poll workers here early putting up signs prepping it for today's primary. They're also going to have one in Connecticut. But both things are clear here that Joe Biden's name for some voters actually may be left off of the ballot. Now, both Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the respective nominees for both of their parties when it comes to today's presidential primary. And we know they secured enough delegates to get that. Now, New York's Working Families Party, however, hasn't endorsed either candidate.
It's called an
Endorsing what they're
OV1
calling the Leave It
Mohawk.
Blank campaign. Now, it encourages Democratic voters to actually cast a blank ballot,
1
all in an
million
effort to
for
urge
it.
the president
No
to
way.
fully utilize his leverage in the ongoing war in Gaza. We've seen the early voting numbers so far when it comes to the primaries they released from the city's Board of Elections. It showed more than 17,000 eligible voters have cast primary ballots in Manhattan already. That's
The tune
followed
of
by
sirens in the
15,000 in
background is
Brooklyn
great.
and more than 13,000 in Queens. As we go ahead and bring you back live here to PS 81, this is where Mayor Eric Adams is expected to cast his vote later this morning. Now, he, of course, is with the Democratic Party, but he has butted heads with the Biden administration in the past and faced barriers
even
when
the
it comes to getting
MiG-15
funding
is
for the migrant crisis
85,000
and other
here.
issues as well.
Oh,
Live in
really?
Bedside, Brooklyn this
Yeah.
morning, Tracy Strahan. Today in New York. Michael, we'll send it back to you.
The 104.
Welcome
is
back. Today,
60
both President
plane.
Biden
They
and
have
former
things
President
that are
Donald Trump.
listed unknown. Bro, they have a Nazi plane.
What?
Literally with the
Presidential primary
swastika
night.
on it and everything.
That's hilarious. It's something Tom Skerr will buy for Bert. To match his teacup.
New York and Connecticut, the results are in. Both President Biden and former President Trump have won their party's primaries in both states.
Can you send me
it's
the
really
link?
just a formality since both President Biden and former President Trump have secured enough delegates for their party's nominations. But there was a little drama. Fox Eye's Michelle Ross joins us live in studio with more on why one party was urging Democrats to vote blank. Michelle.
That's right, Natasha and Steve. This is what you call a protest vote. Voter can demonstrate their dissatisfaction with the candidates on the ballot. So they write in someone not on the ballot or a cause that they believe in, or they leave it blank, which is what activists urge Democrats to do here. It's primary day in New York State, and thousands of registered Democrats are believed to have left their ballots blank in protest of President Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war. This protest vote movement began in Michigan this year, with more than 100,000 Democratic voters checking the uncommitted box instead of voting for Biden. New York State doesn't allow uncommitted votes in the primary, nor write-in options. So a campaign encouraging voters to submit blank ballots gains
I read
traction.
the fine print
The Leave It Blank
underneath it
campaign
and
is
why
advanced for
it's
New
so
York as the
cheap.
state of President Biden. We want a permanent ceasefire. We want
Is it because it's got no engine?
Yes.
the
Still.
hostages to come home, and we want humanitarian aid to flow in Gaza.
Still.
It's
we
a
could get a 104
it's
Starfighter.
still. I mean, it's a 10 like a 104 Starfighter has got to be a fucking blast to fly. You know.
$1 million for a P-51. Fucking hell. Spitfire's $3 million. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
the
You can
World War
still
II
buy
planes are
Phantoms.
still expensive because they're like historical, so they still have that high price tag.
You know what I would buy out of the Spitfire, Mustang, and the Kitty Hawk? I would buy the Kitty Hawk. It's the coolest one out of the bunch. The others are so fucking overrated. Fuck the Mustang. A little jet would be pretty cool though. Apparently, you can buy F-16s. There's currently an F-16 for sale in Florida for $8 million.
Yeah, no, we've seen civilian F-16s. We watched that thing where they had them in Vegas.
That's awesome. I want one. An F-16 would be awesome. It's funny, the Black Hawk, there was a guy that restored one. I've been watching his YouTube videos. The Harrier's 500 grand. There we go. Harrier, that might be a working one for 500 grand.
Well, there's also the MiG-21 for 1,000 or 100,000.
Oh, look, you can buy surplus Australian Air Force F-18s for $5 million per unit. That's it, lads. I'm buying an F-18 from the Air Force.
Both Donald Trump and President
Finally
Biden
become
already
a
have enough
pilot like I
delegates to be
wanted
the
to.
nominee of their respective parties. We're not changing that, but we are sending a message to President Biden and the Democrats that we want them to do.
Holy shit. You can get Sukhoi Su-27s as well. They're like modern planes. MiG-29s too. You can get
Yeah,
MiG-29s for the same cost as
You
a F-18
Bro, the fact that it's only 5 million for the 27.
is so insane. Like, being moderately rich, you could buy one. I always said that if I got stupid rich, I would buy an F-14 to put on my front lawn.
Yeah, but
I still would.
they regulate them because of Iran.
Ah, that's sad.
Same with
Not
the
a flyable one,
F-111.
just one that sits on my front lawn. It wouldn't fly. I just have it. It'd be a feature piece of my front lawn. A decaying F-14.
to end the war and bring the hostages home.
With write-in options available in other states, voters have the opportunity to express what they're protesting against Biden.
Pick your issue. It could be Israel-Gaza. It could be the economy. It could be failure to.
Did you see the Nazi plane in there?
No, I didn't.
Proposals through the Congress.
Many New York voters taking 2X, proudly showing their blank ballots in support of ending the war. Political expert David Birdsell says this could raise more concerns about
It's
Biden's
an
inability to
M4L.
maintain support of young voters.
They were very important to him in 2020. They are indicating serious dissatisfaction in 2024, and we may see results that
Holy
comport
shit.
with that expectation here in New York today.
And we could get some unofficial numbers on how many blank votes were cast tonight, but realistically, a total count should be expected in 2 weeks. Steve?
Well, all right. Thanks, Michelle. Polls now open officially. They're open for 6 minutes in New York and Connecticut for the president.
Possible, the damage he can do, and we're talking about a certain type of damage, and even bigger damage could be
What are you
World War
holy
III,
shitting?
because this guy has no clue. He can't put
Cost unknown for the German one. It's
Yeah,
a
that just means that like the
um,
seller, the person is willing to sell, but you have to give them like over
yeah, a
ticket price.
Well, it's a variant of the Messerschmitt Bf-109, so that's actually a pretty fucking good plane. Ah, cool. You
There's
can
a
600
Hercules
grand,
on
you can
there
get
too.
the first. Yeah, for 600 grand, you can buy the first Nazi jet. Hell yeah, 650 grand for a P-38 Lightning. Hell yeah, that's what we're fundraising for. That's sick.
put two sentences together. And he's dealing with Putin, and he's dealing with President Xi, and he's dealing with Kim Jong-un, all people I know very well. We were under no threat from anybody until this guy got in office. Now they're talking nuclear all the time. We didn't talk nuclear. I
You can
rebuilt
buy a
our nuclear
B-25.
power to a level that nobody has, but you don't mention it and you don't talk about it. But now Putin's talking about it, and now Kim Jong-un again is talking about it. You had
Here we go. This is what
Oh,
we'll actually get.
by the way, I'm
The-
not sure.
the
I'm not sure if you
B-25.
heard. I'm not sure if you heard, but
What?
the plane that bombed that Iranian embassy was an F-35.
Really?
Yeah, it had so
Oh,
like
shit.
it like literally flew through all of the missile systems. Like it flew around them. Like it knew exactly where all the missile systems were and threaded all of them to hit it.
Fucking hell. Well, I guess Israel's not getting any more F-35 parts. I bet you the Netherlands is no longer going to be the only country stopping the sending of replacement parts for that plane to them. So,
Well,
interesting.
imagine if they give Vietnam the fucking right to repair with their own variant.
Yeah.
Vietnam all have the SUs, right now. So like, just imagine Vietnam flying an F-35. That's cool as hell.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
But like
China won't be happy about it.
the Israeli, did I tell you about the argument we had with the guy who was trying to say that the Israeli couldn't bomb Iran?
Yes.
And they literally built their own design specifically to drive a penetrator into nuclear facilities deep in Iran. Like they literally built a variant of the F-35 to be able to do that on one tank. And they can still refuel.
It is pretty cool.
They can refuel off of F-16s.
Seriously? Off of the
I think
F-16?
whatever the other plane Israel has, the other fighter, they can refuel off of them, yeah.
Okay. It's interesting.
4 safe years. You were safe because they respected your president and they respected the United States of America.
Uh-huh.
And now you're not safe. I will tell you,
Well,
we could
they
end
did.
up in World War III with this lunatic.
Uh-huh.
In various counties recently, 3 illegal alien migrants were arrested for soliciting sex from children, yet the radical left-wing governor, Gretchen Whitmer, a real beauty she is. I had to deal with her in COVID. She was the only one that was able to go sailing was her husband, right? Her husband went sailing and everybody else is locked in their house. How did that work out? Not too good. But she's now pushing Michigan families to accept $500 a month to take illegal aliens into your homes. They don't say this for our veterans that are on the street. They don't say this for other people, but they say it for migrants coming in because they want them to vote, probably. In other words, Biden and Whitmer are stealing your money to give free housing to illegals and then asking you to quarter these people, put them in your homes and feed them and do everything else. And it's just the whole thing is so crazy. And she's a terrible governor, by the way. Your streets are bad. Everything's bad. She used to come to the White House. She was so nice, and then she'd go say, "I don't like that man." I say, "Wait a minute, I was very nice, wasn't I?" But when I'm president, instead of asking you to cram illegal aliens into your homes, I'll tell you that the illegal alien trespassers, they must go back to their homes. They have to go back because no country can withstand this invasion. There isn't a country in the world that can. I don't care how much money, and we owe $34 trillion. There's no country in the world that will withstand the cost of this, and maybe more important than actual dollar cost.
That money means
that
nothing.
it's doing. It's wrecking our civilization. It's destroying our country.
Presidential primary night in New York and Connecticut.
Who's that guy in the beginning?
Don't know.
There was a silly man there.
You win Michigan, you win the election.
Donald Trump returning to the campaign trail Tuesday for a 2-state battleground barnstorm, rallying supporters in Michigan and Wisconsin. The former president also ramping up his attacks on President Biden's border policies.
I'm here tonight to declare that Joe Biden's border bloodbath ends the day I take the oath of office.
Come on, why do people in Michigan care?
25-year-old Michigander Ruby Garcia.
Yeah,
Police allege
good
was
question.
killed by her boyfriend, an
I guess
undocumented
this
immigrant
is why.
deported in 2020, who later re-entered the country.
Now Ruby's loved ones and community are left grieving for this incredible young woman.
Mr. Trump lambasting a lack of federal action on the border, despite rallying Republicans in Congress to tank a bipartisan border security bill negotiated in the Senate earlier this year.
There is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America. It's not going to happen.
It's your
I'll fight it all the way.
The former president arguing that despite falling national crime rates, he is the best candidate on crime and safety.
The suburban housewives actually like Donald Trump. You know why? Because I'm the one that's going to keep them safe.
On Tuesday, President Biden's campaign focused on defending abortion rights, releasing this new ad.
Donald Trump doesn't trust women. I do. I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
The political ad will air in battleground states and Florida, where voters supported Mr. Trump in the last 2 elections, but where the state Supreme Court just ruled a 6-week abortion ban will go into effect next month. President Biden's campaign manager predicting that abortion issues being front and center in Florida will fire up Democrats, calling the Sunshine State winnable. It comes as a new poll from the Wall Street Journal shows Mr. Trump with
No
narrow lead
chance.
in other swing states, leading President Biden in 6 of the 7 most competitive states.
Gunning for Florida is a
Asked
bold
about the
move.
abortion issue yesterday, Mr. Trump told NBC News he'd have more to say about it.
But
in a
if
week.
but if they can hinge it on the abortion issue, like they're saying,
Yeah.
especially because
I
the evil Jews are in there, and then Boca Raton, the ones who
feel
fund
like,
Ben Shapiro and hate
I feel like
Palestinians.
it's not as far out of the question as you think. I think Ron DeSantis has been doing not very well.
Well, I think it's the hinge on abortion.
Mm.
If they can swing it just on abortion alone, like basically if they prioritize because they're doing the battleground states, which is the Northwest, right? Which
Yeah.
is still like they could lose those states, but if they flip Florida, they'll have New York,
won't matter.
Florida, and California.
Yes, and possibly Texas if it goes blue too.
I don't know if Texas will.
I don't know either because there's a lot of imports and most of them are probably red voters. But there is always a possibility. It almost did last time.
Time. President
It
Biden's
always
campaign quickly trolling him on social media with a reminder of Mr. Trump's boasts about taking credit for ending Roe v. Wade, suggesting he'd already had plenty to say on this issue for voters to consider. Craig?
Garrett, speaking of the president, word that President Biden just spoke with China's Xi Jinping yesterday. What more do we know about the contents of that call?
Yeah, that's right, Craig. This was the leaders' first conversation of any kind since November, and it went on for nearly 2 hours, with both countries describing the call as candid. The White House officials said the call covered issues of trade, cybersecurity, Taiwan. Even TikTok came up, and President Biden telling President Xi that the U.S. doesn't want to ban the popular app, which is owned by a Chinese company, but that it has to protect U.S. national security interests and private data. Craig?
All right, sounds like it was a wide-ranging conversation. Garrett Hakeforth there in Washington. Garrett, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch, head to today.com/all-day.
Let me refresh and see where we're at for this stuff. You added stuff.
Now, one thing you'll see in last night's primary results, vote counts for uncommitted throughout history.
The ballot option has represented voters who turn out for the primary but are turned off by their choices. Fox 61's Sarah Sanchez explaining the reasons behind this year's uncommitted votes.
The U.S., how it's set up, it comes down to a numbers game. We're coming down to who has more votes than who else.
That's why hundreds of thousands have taken their vote back, writing in, or in Connecticut's case, bubbling in, uncommitted on their ballots.
The uncommitted is our message to the Democratic Party and to President Biden that our votes come at a cost, and the cost is that they listen to us.
A win in November really does hinge on, some of these policies.
Multiple polls find close to 80% of Democrats say they support a lasting, meaningful ceasefire. Nearly 60% of independents say they want the same, and almost half of Republicans now agree. Those leading the push for uncommitted at the polls say it's about democracy's bedrock, the will of the voter.
For our Palestinian brothers and sisters who've been suffering for the past 75 years, to still hear no response from our representatives and officials who are supposed to be representing our interests is an outrage to all of us.
While many Muslim and Arab American voters have used uncommitted to take part in their states' presidential primaries, the movement has spread beyond these populations.
As you look at these protests, you look at these events, you see African Americans leading these movements, you see Hispanic people leading these movements, you see Asian, Caucasian, whatever may be leading these movements. And because of that, you can see that Palestine is not about politics, it's not about religion, it's not about foreign affairs. The Palestinian issue is a humanity issue. We're asking people whether they stand with humanity or not.
We saw in previous genocides, the Holocaust, how could that have happened? Didn't anybody say anything? If you see something, say something. And we are seeing something. There are financial reasons as well. We're losing billions of dollars for our localities that are going to kill people in Gaza.
They say that last bubble on the ballot holds power, and they don't think it's a throwaway vote. President Biden is already the Democratic nominee for November. The primary now becomes a chance to show dissatisfaction on paper.
It's having an effect. We're starting to see even President Biden, even Majority Leader Schumer, they're making statements now that they would not have made if this wasn't happening.
Sarah Sanchez, Fox 61, Connecticut's news station.
No, I think it all.
President Biden.
They advanced the rhetoric purposely.
Yeah, but I think it all contributes. I think it's everything is a factor that contributes to it.
And may have already secured the 2024 Democratic nomination, but in Wisconsin, some young voters are still hoping their ballot in today's primary might
just fell out of a coconut tree.
Unhappy with the administration's response to the situation in Gaza. Joining us now to explain, NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglin. So Maya, you actually traveled to the battleground state to hear from these young voters. What did they tell you?
I think, Lane, Kate, young Wisconsin voters told me and the Stay Tuned team that they are frustrated with the U.S.'s response to the war in Gaza. That's why they've been organizing with the uninstructed vote movement, which is Wisconsin's term for uncommitted or selecting no candidate. We've already seen several states cast uncommitted votes in the primaries, over 89,000 in Washington, 52,000 in Colorado, and 101,000 in Michigan. All these numbers presenting a potential election threat and warning to the Democratic Party and President Biden. Take a look.
Wisconsinites have had enough.
Hala Ahmed is a Palestinian American and the Listen to Wisconsin spokesperson. Their campaign officially kicked off in Milwaukee on March 19th.
I think the Democratic Party has lost all legitimacy in our communities.
The campaign's goal is to get at least 20,000 people in Wisconsin to vote uninstructed, which means uncommitted or choosing no candidate. That number is roughly the same number of votes that won Biden the state in the 2020 general election.
If in November we still don't have a ceasefire, I don't know what will be left in Gaza. And that's our focus in this campaign.
A March Gallup poll found that 55% of Americans disapprove of Israel's military action in Gaza. But that number is even higher at 63% when looking at just voters between the ages of 18 and 34. Another young voter involved in the uninstructed movement is 22-year-old Dalia Saba.
This is a campaign that's being run by students and by young people who really care about this.
Saba has family in Gaza and says organizing protest efforts in Wisconsin allows her to feel empowered.
Joe Biden has already won the Democratic nomination. So the uninstructed campaign is really a way of sending a message. It is not about
him actually
Just
becoming
the right
president or
rhetoric
not.
to get
It is
people
a
to
way
do
for
it
us
too.
to quantify this is how many people care about this issue. We are Democrats. We're voting in the Democratic
Unlike the
primary.
fucking
These are your
PSL narrative.
constituents, and your policy is alienating them. Maya, so interesting to hear from those actual voters. How is the Biden campaign responding?
Kate, we did reach out to the Biden campaign for a comment, and they sent us back a written response saying the president believes making your voice heard and participating in our democracy is fundamental to who we are as Americans. He shares a goal for an end to the violence and a just, lasting peace in the Middle East. He's working tirelessly to that end. Kate.
All right, Maya Eaglin for us. Maya, thanks so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and
Thanks
top
for
stories.
watching. And we are done with this. Great.
Just letting out chinchillas.
里面还有人吗？ 哎，那个不要摸那个电线，很危险。
So fucking
不
crazy.
要摸电线。
Insane.
Today, Taiwan is hit by its biggest earthquake in 25 years. Biden condemns the...
It's just a talky thing. Boo. And this one has no audio, but this is actually a video of it collapsing. Holy shit. It looks like the supports just gave out. That's crazy. Dude, there's people inside it. What the fuck are you doing? That's so weird.
Man, let me see it collapse.
So it looks like the first floor just gave out,
Mhm.
but the rest of the building somehow held intact. Crazy. Is this the one that is this the building everybody is focusing on?
Yeah. Nine
Developing right now,
people died.
major search and rescue efforts are underway in Taiwan after a massive 7.4 earthquake struck overnight.
Yeah, the damage is widespread, but officially 9 people have been killed, but many
There you
still
go.
trapped in rubble and underground tunnels as aftershocks hit the region. Arthur Chin is monitoring the situation from the newsroom. Arthur, what's the very latest?
Well, the numbers that you just discussed are the latest, and trying to nail down exactly how many people are still missing and where they are. Now, for context, it was just before 8 o'clock in the morning local time as people were getting ready for work or already on their way to work when the most powerful earthquake in a quarter of a century rocked Taiwan. Video from inside a television station during
Holy
their
shit.
live morning broadcast shows just how powerful the quake was when it hit. Inside homes, debris rained down from the cabinets and shelves. Residents tried to scramble outside to safety. At least 9 people have been killed, over 1,000 have been injured, and countless are trapped or unaccounted for.
We have to check carefully how many people are still trapped. We must quickly help those who are trapped, and the wounded must be given the best medical care.
The
What
damage
has China
particularly intense in Hualien County on
Probably
Taiwan's
nothing.
eastern coast.
They're probably like,
The
let's
tension
invade
from
now.
The 7.4 magnitude quake was felt as far up as the nation's capital, Taipei, close to 100
Damn.
miles away.
It does look like there was a certain level, an amplified level of shaking.
Some buildings are now left leaning in severe angles, and rescue efforts are well underway there. Workers walking sideways inside slanted buildings. Taiwan is known for its trained emergency response. And today it is
Unlike
being put to the test.
China,
as
they
they're
don't
also
need to
getting
do
help
it
from
fake.
residents
Yeah, they just fake it.
who rush to schools or to their homes to get to their children.
China's going to be like, why aren't you
uncommon
sending
in
us
Taiwan.
the aid money? It's our
This was their
government.
worst earthquake in 25 years, and it jolted nerves. Many are staying out on the streets,
They probably fucking will do that too.
as there have been more than 200 aftershocks since the main earthquake hit, coming every few minutes. Many of them are of a magnitude of over 5.0.
Complicating matters right now. Tonight is the start of a major 4-day holiday.
The 7.4 magnitude quake rocked the island during the morning rush hour Wednesday.
damaging buildings and highways. The quake's epicenter was offshore, some 6 hours from the capital of Taipei, near Hualien County, where a 5-story building was left leaning at a 45-degree angle with its first floor collapsed. Residents had to be helped out of windows.
Nailed it.
Vivian Chow is a reporter based in Taipei.
I was in the office at that time, and people were holding onto the doors because everything was falling off. And we wanted to get to the doorways in case something collapsed.
Television images showed neighbors and rescuers lifting residents, including a toddler, through windows and onto the street. All appeared to be in shock, but without serious injuries. The Taiwan government says 700.
It would have been wild to be in that building when it fell and tipped. That's who I want to hear from.
36 people were injured and 77 stranded. The quake and aftershocks also caused 24 landslides and damage to 35 roads, bridges, and tunnels.
A lot of firefighters are assembling search and rescue teams to help out the more severely damaged places.
The earthquake triggered a tsunami warning for Japan that was later lifted. The damage in the capital, Taipei, was much less, with buildings swaying and some losing tiles.
We have already experienced a lot of aftershocks. Within like 1.5 hours after the initial earthquake, there were 39 aftershocks recorded.
Earthquakes are a common occurrence in Taiwan, and authorities said they had expected a relatively mild quake of magnitude 4 and did not send out alerts. But the shaking from this quake was strong enough to scare citizens across the island. Dale Hurd, CBS.
Look at this. This morning, at least 9 people are dead after a strong earthquake rocked Taiwan during morning rush hour. It's the island's largest earthquake in more than 25 years. And we just got this new video in. Take a look. You can see
God, the dogs.
woke up this woman and her dogs. Everything's shaking. They're just kind of pretty scared there, hanging out with her on the bed. You can see the whole room is moving. She's okay. She shared these photos of
Dogs
the
are
damage in her
freaking out.
room. And meanwhile, rescue efforts are underway in other parts of
Sleeping
Taiwan.
in the
More than
basketball
70
shorts,
people are
based as
reported to be
fuck.
trapped, and more than 800 people are injured. So take a look at some of the aftermath here. Buildings
Also, why is there a bed? Why is there a camera in the bedroom? That's weird.
Ring.
collapsed and they're leaning. Here you go. Cars were crushed.
Probably because when
Here
she
we're
goes
seeing
out,
a
the dogs
large
are in there.
landslide coming up, and we'll see just
Because it looked like there was a dog gate there.
the quake hit.
Yeah.
Just really dramatic video there. The earthquake also caused
There's
a tsunami
one
warning, which
of
was later lifted. People did
rocks
feel the quake.
smashing into cars on the road. One video that I've
Oh,
seen.
really?
Yeah.
To breaking news
This one
overseas
talks
this
about
morning,
the
rescue
quarry.
crews in Taiwan are checking.
We've seen all the apartment footage. I just want to hear about the quarries.
Well, look at the building there, that angle on that.
Well, that's the same building.
I know, but
Oh, that one. That one.
yeah, look at how wild that angle is.
Yeah, that is crazy that nothing has fallen out or broken or collapsed. I wonder how long the building can take that stress, though. That's the question. They're gonna have to keep that clear for a long time.
Taiwan
Well,
showing
like,
the extent of the
normally,
damage.
like
One
in
multi-story
South
building.
America, what they do is they come out, and it's like they take like skyscraper beams and just lean it up against the building
Ah,
while they're doing
that's not a
the
bad way to do it.
they're doing the rescues and stuff.
Yeah.
Building that's tilted at a 45-degree angle. And there's another one that was also partly knocked off its foundation. Crews are already taking it apart piece by piece with heavy equipment because they understand that it could fall down at any time. The 7.4 magnitude quake shook Taiwan's east coast. It was centered 11
There's
miles
your
south
sign.
of
The
Hualien.
fact they're not ripping down the other one.
Mm.
The only one of those two buildings was rated to fall down at any time.
Mm-hmm.
A city of 350,000 people. The strongest earthquake to hit Taiwan in 25 years. And the
Japan
shaking
is literally
was pretty
inside
severe.
the quake zone.
Yeah.
It's in that outer ring.
Yeah, just the very tip of it. Okay, we saw
So those
this.
Gundam figurines, not the anime figurines.
Okay. Well, let's stay in Asia.
Joy for Thai LGBT activists on Tuesday after a marriage equality bill overwhelmingly passed its first reading in Thailand's upper house. It's a key step on the path to becoming the third Asian
Good for
territory
them.
to legalise same-sex unions. Wa'adao Chamaporn watched the bill sail through with 147 votes to 4.
It feels like we've been given the best gift of our lives, as we've been fighting for this for over 12 years. I've been imagining all along what this victory would be like. How significant would this gift be? Obviously, it's not just important to the activists sitting in this room, but it means something to all the LGBT people in Thailand who might still be in hiding.
If successful in second and third readings due in July, the bill will be sent to the Royal Palace for the King's assent before becoming law within 120 days. LGBT activist Siratata Ninlapruek says this win makes the work worth it.
Everybody knows that the Senate is like a stone wall made of steel, which holds the strongest power in our societal structure. This is a progressive law, so we were closely rooting for it, and once it passes, I'm very happy because all the work that we've done, all the fight that we've put up over the past decade, finally we see that the needle has moved closer towards our goal.
96% of the lower house passed the bill in a landmark move in March.
Yeah, the one that they were tearing down slid off its foundation. The other one, just the first floor collapsed, so the foundation was intact.
New this morning, North Korea claims it has successfully conducted a test launch of a new hypersonic missile. The mid to long range weapon is said to be equipped with a newly developed light combat unit. It's all
right.
Is this an actual one?
Look, let me do the bit and then you can decide. All right. This is apparently the first actual footage of a hypersonic missile being used.
Out of anywhere.
Because other states don't want to film how their tests are going.
Okay. That makes sense.
I believe so. Fact check me.
Let's see then, because the last time we watched a missile launch, it was the US, and that missile was fast as fuck.
all to compete in the race to develop long-range rockets that remain hard to track and intercept. The warheads, once launched, typically travel at more than 5 times the speed of sound and stay at relatively low altitudes. The United States, China, and
it's the glide vehicle, right? So it can take a while to get to the glide altitude, but then the glide vehicle comes off, and that is when it's like, you know, the glide vehicle taking the missile there. So it's like,
and Russia
it's just a different type of countermeasure you use as compared to a traditional ICBM. Different math is involved, basically.
Yeah.
Have also been developing their own versions of the weapon.
Okay. Well, let's go to Africa.
Food and K-pop. And StarCraft 2. And whatever they're playing now.
League of Legends.
Carol is a mother of 3 who escaped from an armed group in Central African Republic. She says she joined the group in 2013 after a rebel coalition called Seleka killed her parents. After her escape, she was taught to use a sewing machine to help her make a living, but says making clothes is more difficult than handling a gun.
When I joined, I spent 4 years in the bushes, and being there I saw so many bad things. I witnessed people being decapitated, and all this scared me and made me want to leave. I'm asking the government to come and help us. We received so much training, but after the training it's not easy to make money.
The violence intensified after the Seleka rebels led a coup, taking power from President Francois Bozize. Since then, thousands of people have been killed, and more than 1 million have been displaced. The government says about 10,000 child soldiers still fight alongside armed groups. This fighter says it's because it's easier to make money with the groups, despite the daily dangers.
I've been part of armed groups for more than 10 years. At the beginning, I was making tea for rebel leader Ali Darassa, and then I got money and wanted to run away, but he shot me. After that, I joined the group that chased out President Francois Bozize.
More than 5,000 rebels have gone through the disarming and reintegration program in the past 10 years. It's an initiative supported by the United Nations. Officials running the project say it's difficult convincing combatants to give up their guns in a country with little job opportunities.
Most of the time when we go for sensitization campaign, we talk to the armed group. Most of them say they are still fighting. How can they give us the gun when you are still fighting? But it's us to convince them, to let them know the benefit of the program, that the program is for peace.
The Central African Republic government estimates there are about 15,000 child soldiers who have escaped from rebel forces. The UN says efforts to keep them from returning to that life is proving to be challenging. Malakaiba Motsepe, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news
We
from
are.
Al Jazeera.
Wasn't it John who said, I don't know, I don't know. I'll say, I have a great memory, but then there's things that I say offhandedly as jokes. And then I said that? Who's doing a little
Here's what's
honker?
been making the business headlines in sub-Saharan Africa this week. Senegalese
Business in
opposition leader
Africa.
Bassirou Diomaye Faye has sought to reassure investors ahead of Sunday's presidential election. He's pledged to renegotiate mining and energy contracts in a country where oil and gas production is beginning later this year. But Faye, who is seen as a strong contender, said commitments made with external partners would be respected and that he would provide the necessary calm for a proper economic takeoff. Kenya has demanded that TikTok show it's adhering to local privacy and user verification laws, the Interior Minister said, saying the platform has been used to spread propaganda, carry out fraud, and distribute sexual content. TikTok did not immediately respond to a request for comment, but after similar criticism in other countries, has defended its record on user privacy. 2 executives from the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange will remain in detention in Nigeria for at least 2 more weeks, even though they have not been charged with a crime, their families have said. Binance's head of financial crime compliance and its regional manager for Africa appeared in court for the first time on Wednesday. Tigran Gambarian and Nadeem Anjawala flew to Nigeria following its decision to ban several cryptocurrency trading websites and were detained on arrival. Impala Platinum Zimbabwe unit Zimplats has said it is offering voluntary job cuts in a bid to protect the business from a sharp fall in platinum group metal prices. The company swung to an $8.8 million loss in the 6 months to December 2023 from a previous $159.6 million profit. And finally, Barrick Gold has said it is ready to explore new gold and copper deposits in Democratic Republic of Congo in partnership with the government.
No. Do not explore mineral deposits in the DRC. Do not do that.
At the Kibali gold mine, which produced nearly 8.5% of the Canadian.
When you're ready, YouTube.
Sissy Vaya, that's you. What is this? Is this a StreamYard competitor that they're advertising to us?
Maybe.
That's what
Might be.
Sissy Vaya is this whole time?
We should look it up.
Striking.
Well, I don't think we're going to get a better deal than we have with StreamYard at the moment.
No.
It's pretty fucking good.
Hey, did you know we have an affiliate link?
We do. If you want to use StreamYard and stream and film stuff as well, you click our link. We get discount.
Yeah, well, you get like a free broadcast. They give you a free broadcast, but then if you sign up, you get $10 off the default plan, which is like $20. So for most people, Discord and Zoom are better because they're like,
Right?
Yeah.
Zoom sucks though. Zoom is awful.
Yeah,
It really is the worst thing I've ever used. It's really bad.
But most people are getting into like streaming.
Yeah.
The way we are like this. It's really other people who already stream, who are their clientele, that need to be pulled in.
Yeah.
Either way, if you want a discount.
But it is good for like recording stuff as well.
If you go click it, it gives us good metrics with StreamYard and makes them pay attention to us.
Yeah, and maybe they'll listen to us and give us audio monitoring shit that we can use that'll actually make our recordings better and have less editing required and make John's life easier.
I don't edit them anymore. I just trust that they're good.
Oh, I mean the LTEX and shit. The stuff we actually edit.
Yeah.
Major cities on Tuesday to discuss their
Next long
grievances
version
against the
is almost
government.
done.
Across the country, patients in various hospitals waited in vain, like Jane Acott, whose daughter was diagnosed with cancer last year. Her daughter was meant to have an operation on Tuesday, but was turned away from the hospital.
We were meant to see the doctor today because she cannot swallow any food. The doctor was supposed to perform a procedure on her so that she can be able to eat, but we got sent back and asked to come tomorrow at midday because there were no doctors available today. We shall try again tomorrow and see if we shall find any.
Striking public hospital doctors are demanding the payment of their salary arrears and the immediate hiring of trainee doctors. The Kenyan Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentist Union, which represents over 7,000 members, went on strike on March 15 and says the arrear arose from a 2017 collective bargaining agreement. The Kenyan health sector, which doctors say is underfunded and understaffed, is routinely beset by strikes. Health Minister Susan Nakumicha says the government cannot afford to hire trainee doctors because of financial pressures. Talks between the two sides aimed at ending the ongoing strike have so far been unsuccessful.
Interesting.
Fucking stink bug on my headphone.
Once a jailed opposition candidate, Bassirou Diomaye Faye, was sworn in on Tuesday as Senegal's 5th and youngest ever president. The 44-year-old
I do like the
tax inspector
chain.
defeated Amadou Ba,
Yeah,
the
most of these countries
candidate
have
for president
most of
back in
these countries are 5 to 7 presidents.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Post-colonial, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
ruling coalition by a landslide in the first round of voting.
Je suis conscient que les résultats sortis des urnes expriment un profond désir de changement.
I am aware that the results of the ballot box express a profound
I
desire
do
for
like the whole
systematic change. Through my election,
you know,
the Senegalese people
the not just the South American style sash, but
chain.
the gold chain.
Yeah. It was a good look. It's better than just the sash.
And it's also better than like royalty stuff with crowns and scepters and stuff.
Yeah. I will say though, the royals have their colors down.
I do think the South
gold,
American sashes look really good for like an official president
I like
thing.
the
It's like a symbol. It's like a hat you put on to become president, you know?
Yeah. But they're always in the pattern of the country's flag, where this one's just green. I like it. It's like a specific color for that position. I think that's a little bit
maybe
better
a
than
cane.
just the flag.
Well, there's that one guy who was a cane who kept putting it up in the State of the Union. Instead of clapping, he was just raising his cane.
committed themselves to building a fair Senegal, a prosperous Senegal, a progressing Africa.
Dans une Afrique en progrès.
The new president has vowed to tackle corruption and introduce a series of economic reforms to prioritize national interests, including the renegotiation of oil, gas, and mineral contracts with foreign operators.
It's not like the last guy was terrible.
Realistically,
Macky Sall wasn't exactly awful.
Yeah, like realistically, if Senegal became a fairly strong player on that side of the country or that side of the continent, and the rest of it goes to shit,
I think in
like that's.
I think in the specific region that they're in, really the closest competitors are like Morocco and Algeria, which are also in their own demographic away from them. So like they're in there with like Ivory Coast is also pretty good and they're pretty close to them. But just like Mauritania, right? Like I'm sure Senegal is probably, that might be a scepter behind them right there too. I'm sure Mauritania is like, Senegal's better than Mauritania too.
Oh yeah. But Senegal, if they also have stability as well, they can also not necessarily take a position on the ECOWAS and the Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger pact thing, and that he could probably offer. Because he could probably offer them a way to get to a coast as well and take some of that for the country too.
Oh, they are a coastal country. That's why they have a huge advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They also, off their coast is the like the Canary Islands.
Ah, really?
Yeah. So there is like a that is the only issue. It's like people are like, oh, it's that close to get to Europe and get a better life. So,
but like economically, they're in a pretty good position with.
They're pretty low on the Human Development Index.
Yeah, but yeah, better government, more development, tackle corruption, put money into infrastructure. There's potential. A younger guy as well. Positive. He might actually listen to people this time instead of just old cunts just being assholes.
Macky Sall has been president since 2012. So this was going to be a pretty big change. I mean, that's like Obama still being president and going out at this point.
Le Sénégal, sous mon magistère, sera un pays d'espérance.
Under my leadership, Senegal will be a country of hope, a country at peace, with an independent justice system and a strengthened democracy.
Démocratie renforcée, avec une justice indépendante et une démocratie renforcée.
This is my promise, based on the oath I have just taken before God and the nation, in your presence.
Devant Dieu et devant la nation, en votre présence.
Over a dozen heads of state and regional representatives attended the inauguration, including Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu, Ghana's President Nana Akufo-Addo, and African Union Commission Chair Moussa Faki Mahamat. The military juntas of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger also sent representatives.
Okay, Senegal is well integrated with the main bodies of the international community, including ECOWAS, the African Union, and the Community of Sahel-Saharan States.
Okay. So yeah, they're in a pretty good position to become a pretty strong player.
There's an acronym here that I just saw. Oh my god, bro. This acronym, it's you'll never guess. It's yeah.
That's awesome. What an awesome fucking acronym.
For the country, 3 years of political turmoil in Senegal.
No way. This
democratic
organization they're in is headquartered in Tripoli. This trade bloc they're in.
GATT.
Well, that's just the thing. It's like it qualifies under the enabling cause of the global agreement on tariffs and trade.
Mm.
It aims to create a free trade area within a region of Africa. And this is a lot of, you'll see this a lot with Africa, is that they do trade a lot of internal things, you know, like fabrics and stuff, and like that type of stuff is that type of trade is necessary because they don't export like a lot of domestic made products.
Prone region of West Africa, where juntas have seized power and cut ties with traditional Western allies in favor of Russia.
Par la promotion.
At least 29
We're not at Turkey yet. Actually, fuck it. Let's go to Turkey.
people are dead after a fire
It's
broke out
got
at
a
a nightclub
67 on the
under
democracy index.
Senegal.
Mm-hmm. That's really high.
The club, called The Masquerade, is reportedly in the basement of a luxury high-rise building, taking up 2 floors below ground level. The fire reportedly broke out in the middle of the day, and all of the victims are believed to be people involved with the renovation. The city's mayor told reports that there was no application filed for construction at the location.
Lol.
He offered condolences for the lives lost and wished the injured a speedy recovery. Reports say 3 people were detained in connection with the fire, and there were warrants issued for 2 others, including the manager of the club. An investigation into the cause of the fire is ongoing. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara.
Thanks. I was
Someone's
going
in
to go
trouble.
to Finland, but we'll stay on Turkey.
Bro, this chinchilla is going to town on something, like trying to dig through a box or something I got going over there. Hey, stupid! What are you digging into? Like he's just going ham, spazoiding. Yes, this is a great video on Turkey.
I forgot to do the Instagram post. I just did it. Why you no play?
This video was brought to you by Ground News. The main opposition party, the CHP, beat Erdogan's AKP, winning nearly 40% of the popular vote and dominating in Turkey's big cities, most notably Ankara and Istanbul. So in this video, we're going to take a look at these results, why the CHP did so well, and whether this could spell the end for Erdogan. Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start with a bit of context. The last time Turkey held local elections was way back in 2019. At these elections, Erdogan's AKP came out on top at the national level, winning 43% of the popular vote. The CHP then came second with 30% of the vote, and a new right-wing Turkish nationalist party called the Good Party came third with 8% of the vote. Anyway, while the CHP didn't do that well at the national level, this was in part because they didn't perform all that well in rural areas. but they did do much better in Turkey's big cities. Most notably, the CHP's candidate Ekrem İmamoğlu won the mayoral race in Istanbul, and the CHP candidate Mansur Yavaş won the mayoral race in Ankara. Now, the CHP's success in Ankara and Istanbul didn't go down too well with Erdogan, presumably because the mayors of Istanbul and Ankara are really the most...
Is what?
Purple. On the map, Kurdistan was purple. All their districts.
Democrats.
No,
What
it's
is-
just
what's the
DEM.
DEM?
It's just the party DEM.
visible politicians in Turkey, except for the president
Right.
himself.
So
In a market
Erdogan
desperation,
basically
this didn't go together. Ekrem İmamoğlu won.
they're basically overturning the elections in these councils and stuff. They're doing a lot of shady shit in these regions where they want this party.
Which one is Erdogan's party? Is it CHP or AKP?
I'm not sure.
Won the mayoral race in Istanbul, and the CHP candidate Mansur Yavaş ordered Istanbul's election to be rerun, only to be beaten again a month later by an even larger margin. At the time, there was a lot of commentary about how the opposition could build off this success in Ankara and Istanbul to challenge Erdogan for the presidency.
Okay, so he must be AKP.
Erdogan is
if
AKP.
they're the opposition.
Yeah.
If they're if the CHP is opposition and AKP,
they're
must
like
be
something.
Erdogan.
Something I don't know.
But them winning in the cities is kind of interesting.
Istanbul, and then Erdogan tried to be like, do it, run it again, and still lost. Like, what did you think was going to happen?
See. Unfortunately for the opposition, though, at the presidential election last year, their candidate, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, was unable to beat Erdogan, losing by a 52-48 margin. Anyway, while the AKP performed worse than they have done in the past at the parliamentary elections, which were held at the same time, they were still able to form a majority with their coalition partner, the MHP. This was basically a win for Erdogan, who was gifted another 5-year term as president with a functioning majority in parliament. Anyway, this is why there wasn't much optimism for the opposition going into last weekend's elections. But as the results started coming in on Sunday evening, it became clear that they massively outperformed expectations, winning 37.8% of the popular vote.
The green one right there.
35.5%.
That
like
one,
in 2019, the CHP performed especially well in Turkey's urban areas.
That's the one that I see like all the my Kurdish friends voting for and stuff. Because most of the Kurdish people I know are going to be from the Turkish region, even though they don't live there now.
Yeah.
And then I think
they also performed better than expected in Turkey's
we have to check.
rural areas, especially in the west. On top of this, İmamoğlu and Yavaş both won again in Istanbul and Ankara, this time with even larger majorities. And they both won majorities in the relevant councils, which means that they have way more power. This is the CHP's best result since 1977, and the first time that Erdogan's AKP have lost a national election since their establishment in 2001. So what explains the opposition's success here, especially considering how badly they fared in 2023? Well, as we see it, there are 3 big reasons. The first is the economy. Now, we've done a whole load of videos on this topic elsewhere, so if you want to go and watch those, then you can find out more. But the TLDR is that Turkey has been suffering through a long-running economic crisis, which was basically caused by Erdogan insisting that the Turkish central bank cut rather than raise interest rates in the face of rising inflation. As expected, this policy stoked inflation and weakened the lira, which went from 5 to the dollar in 2019 to about 20 in May of last year. However, a month after last year's presidential election, Erdogan quietly U-turned on this policy. He installed an orthodox finance minister and central bank governor who promptly raised interest rates. Erdogan was clearly hoping that even if it meant a quick recession, rate hikes will be able to get the economy back on track before the local elections. But this hasn't happened. Despite raising Turkey's benchmark interest rate as high as 50%, the lira has continued to decline against the dollar, and inflation is still running above 60% year on year, with the central bank warning that it could get as high as 80% this summer. All in all, raising interest rates was obviously a politically embarrassing U-turn for Erdogan, and so far it's failed to bring down inflation, with ordinary Turkish citizens now struggling with both rising prices and rising borrowing costs. The second reason is that in retrospect, it was clearly a mistake for the opposition to run as a coalition in 2023. While it made some sense in terms of electoral arithmetic, opposition coalitions who are united by their dislike of the incumbent rarely actually do well at the ballot box. This is largely because they're just too ideologically diverse, and this diversity usually leads to infighting and confused messaging. Something similar happened in Hungary in 2022, when incumbent Viktor Orban trounced an 8-party anti-Orban coalition, and it looks like it might be happening in India too, where a 26-party anti-Modi coalition has been beset by infighting. The third reason for the success, though, is candidates. In short, Kılıçdaroğlu was not a popular candidate for the presidential election, and polling at the time suggested as much, but Kılıçdaroğlu refused to let anyone else have the job, arguing that he was the only one who could manage such an ideologically diverse coalition. Even after losing the election, he refused to resign as the leader of the CHP, only to be ousted at the annual party congress in November. Kılıçdaroğlu was then replaced by deputy leader of the CHP's parliamentary group, Özgür Özel, who was supported by İmamoğlu. Anyway, last weekend's results suggest that Özel was more popular than his predecessor, and that the CHP can do better when the limelight is on Yavaş and İmamoğlu. So what does this mean for Erdogan and Turkey going forwards? Well, it'll certainly put a spanner in Erdogan's proposed constitutional reforms. For context, after last year's presidential elections, Erdogan promised to introduce a new, quote, civilian and liberal constitution after the local elections. Now, nothing's been confirmed, but many commentators assumed that, like in 2017, it would allow Erdogan to run for office again in 2028. However, the AKP's poor showing means that Erdogan doesn't have the political momentum for a constitutional reform, which would require a 3/5 majority in parliament to be put forward to a referendum and a 2/3 majority to be ratified directly. Another reason that Erdogan might be wary of doing this is that their re-election means that İmamoğlu and Yavaş now look like strong contenders for the presidency. Polling suggests that both of them would have probably beaten Erdogan last term around were it not for Kılıçdaroğlu's stubbornness, and their re-election suggests that their popularity is enduring. After another term in office, both İmamoğlu and Yavaş will have a bigger public profile by 2028 and be well placed to capitalize on Erdogan's waning popularity. Anyway, when researching this election, we found that it was really important to balance the different opinions on this topic. And fortunately, we were able to easily compare opinions thanks to our sponsor, Ground News, a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And as such, every story...
It says two things.
Can you take over for the Finland stuff?
Hang on, I'm just reading. Okay, so the party that won is not the one that's more PKK related. It is technically like a green left party, the Kurdish party that won those regions.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay.
The first
I have a lot of tabs open, so I need a second to like get shit together.
Yeah, that's fine. This minute's 5 minutes long, so do what you need to do.
Is that Erdogan and the AKP's dominance of Turkish politics is over. As you well know, that people used to call him Teflon Erdogan, right? Nothing bad stuck to him ever, including very bad economic circumstances. But going forward, Erdogan and the AKP will have to fight tooth and nail for every vote. They're down to 35% now, which is roughly where they started when they first founded the party in 2001. The second point that I'd like to highlight is that despite more than a decade of political polarization, values, social issues, etc., at the end of the day, people are still voting with their pockets. And this was Turkey's version of the economy stupid.
What does he do with his new central bank team, with his, I'll call it Chancellor of the Exchequer? I mean, what does he do to stop, Paul, what did you say, 80% inflation, something like that? What does he do, Emre, to turn the ship around other than a lira devaluation?
I think it sticks to the game plan in the short term, right? Treasury and Finance Minister Mehmet Şimşek has been administrating.
Isn't economics so interesting?
Slow, but increasingly harsher doses since June of last year, when he came back to government, took over the reins as economy czar. The central bank,
go away.
Şimşek. We don't anticipate that to change, especially in the short term. Erdogan's comments last night also said,
teach everyone about the unknown but important people in the Middle East who have enormous political power. Because there's probably not.
Yes, that he's read it.
Like the Finland thing is probably only like 3 to 5 minutes, and you want me to talk about guns while you walk away?
Okay, do something else. Pick something else.
No, I did.
Gaza convoy.
No, I got something else.
Okay.
To this economic policy rebalancing normalization effort, but he will want to see results. So
I have a 5-minute
done
video.
better
That's how long you
yesterday,
have.
Şimşek would have a much greater maneuvering room.
My chinchilla's still out too.
Erdogan will want to see results from summer
Just do animal
onwards
videos.
once we've hit peak inflation anticipated around
This is the end of the
75%
Turkey
in
one.
May. If Şimşek doesn't deliver, then I think we're in a bit of a tight spot from fall onwards. And in terms of what he will do, we anticipate him to continue quashing consumer demand. So it's very bad for the households, and then selective lending to export-oriented businesses. But a lot of SMEs are going to be hurting from this.
So, Emre, just give us a little history lesson here. How did we get to this point with the Turkish economy?
Let's see. 2011, Erdogan secures re-election as prime minister, calls it my master period, and starts banging on about the interest rate lobby and says high rates cause high inflation. I want low rates. A succession of central bank governors play with magical realism, create these interest rate corridors, do backdoor tightening while loosening at the front. The banking authority undermines what they're doing. Fiscal and monetary policy don't speak to each other. And in the end, Erdogan puts all the burden on very loose credit to keep consumer demand going. You have that, especially on the back of the global financial crisis and the period that followed with all the quantitative easing, extra loose monetary policies, negative real rates.
I agree.
He got away with it for years and years and years until he couldn't.
Economics
and it
is
really accelerated
overrated.
under the first executive presidency term starting in 2018 when he got rid of all the capable policymakers in his cabinet, appointed his son-in-law to run the economy, who proceeded to sell more than $125 billion in reserves.
My brother, this is haram. Someone like you, and that would be Soner Kagapte in his wonderful book, Erdogan's Empire, was my book of the summer.
Not the best source.
And his new book is A Sultan in Autumn. Is Erdogan in his...
Economics is shit.
Oh.
Pain.
Okay.
Awful. Fuck you, Bloomberg.
Okay, it's 6. I got a 6-minute video. That's how much time you have.
Can't guarantee it.
Okay, we're going to learn about one of the most important politicians in the Middle East. Are you two already fighting for real? I can't have a moment of fucking peace. Hey! Stop. Knock it off. Go to your perch. Ridiculous, these two.
One of Iraq's most influential social, political, and military figures. The cleric rose to prominence in the aftermath of the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, when he led a popular militia against US-led forces. Since then, he has played a number of roles in the war-ravaged country, from scholar to opposition leader, from self-styled reformist
a guy. Watch. A guy. What the fuck? Why did it work like this? Middle East Eye doesn't claim, right? I'll be so mad if they claim this informative video about Mukhtar al-Sadr. Why did it go away?
Leader, from self-styled reformist to political kingmaker. So who is Muqtada al-Sadr?
The chinchillas can't survive outside of here. It's too wet. And the only thing keeping them alive is them being separated from each other right now. Biden is providing jets to Vichy despite his war crimes. True.
بعونه تعالى وأنتم معي إلى تأسيس أكبر مقومات الدولة وهو تأسيس جيش إسلامي مطيع لمراجعه وقواته وإن شاء الله يكون هذا الجيش تحت اسم جيش الإمام المهدي
Jail them.
عجل الله
Look,
فرجه.
jail them. Jail them. They're running around. They could extend their runaround time too if they just didn't kill each other. You know, you have to keep violent individuals apart from each other.
He was born in 1974 to a prominent clerical
two
family.
jail solution.
His father, the Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr, and father-in-law, Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr, formed the Sadrist movement, a religious Shia movement that focused on helping Iraq's poor communities. Both figures
And
were
boy,
murdered
have they. This is an important thing, especially when you get into Iraqi politics. There's some narratives. So the fact is, He's a whack job. He's like a chaotic evil in a way. But when the Battle of Fallujah was going on, he was providing assistance to the IAI. He specifically tried to stay out of and not escalate the civil war between the Sunnis and the Shia. But besides that, literal crimes that were committed by the IRGC-backed Shia are still attributed to him. Things like drill torture, where they would execute people by using a drill in their head, right? So they would talk about Sadr doing drills and stuff, even though that wasn't the case. He was very effective at killing Americans, though. So he also, because America is stupid and played into Al Qaeda's hands, effectively the Shia run the country. Drill, not beheadings. He's there's only one like political assassination he's implicated in, and the evidence isn't strong. That said, maybe his forces have committed crimes, but not like the PMF has. Like the one guy, Iraqi Rambo, like the things that he's done to people is horrific. But the beheadings was really Zarqawi thing. Zarqawi really made that popular. He could literally he could cut somebody's head off in a single second. It took him that, like, he was definitely had been dismembering bodies for criminal organizations for a long time before he started doing beheading videos and stuff. But because the Shia effectively rule the parliament, Sadr is like the only legitimate parliamentary figure for Iraqi interests at this point, because the other Shia party that's behind Nur Maliki, who was the president of Iraq, who's when George Bush gets the shoes thrown at him, Maliki's next to him. Maliki is also responsible for ISIS, because the moment America leaves, he parks tanks outside the Sunni government, and the Sunnis were basically the vice president in this situation. And he exiled them all from government, just like the de-Baathification, which was one of the biggest mistakes of the Iraq War. And so ISIS became a legitimate force for the Sunni in many cases, because the propaganda was played up that they were resisting the Shia. They also were playing off the civil war that had just gone on and just ended. So at the end of the day, is Sadr a good politician? No, he can't make up his mind whether to do this or that. He's very indecisive. He's got like bipolar diplomacy, and because he's a cleric, he doesn't actually run anything. It's candidates that his party backs, basically, that go into parliament. But because of this, he is an essential figure in keeping Iranian grip completely from taking Iraq. He's the only thing that basically stands in the way electorally from the Iranians taking the country. That said, there's other obvious things that are going on in Iraq that have a power imbalance outside of the body of politics.
Under the Ba'ath regime, but that didn't stop the spread of popularity for the Sadrist movement, which attracted devoted followers through its social
and that's
welfare
another
programs.
thing too. Like the lifting up the poor. That is a very documented thing. The city that he's in, it used to be called Saddam City. Saddam renamed it that. But then after the invasion, they renamed it Sadr City. And this is actually where the final battle between Americans and insurgents take place in the Iraq War, is in this city.
During the collapse of Iraq's economy under the weight of international sanctions in the 1980s and 90s, when his father was assassinated while leaving a mosque in 1999, Muqtada inherited the reins of the Sadrist movement. 4 years later, when a US invasion toppled the Ba'ath Party, he saw US occupation as the new threat to Iraq, and called on his followers to take up arms and rebel. They formed the Mahdi Army, a militia.
One of the funniest things about the Sadrist forces is that the US early on to have strategies on, and he's also one of the first militias that comes up and starts resisting the Americans as well. Before some of the Sunni militias are formed. There's like I think the 1920 brigades I think they were very quickly to form. They might have been one of the first ones. And also Al-Qaeda in Iraq was already there, but they were in Kurdistan and like Mosul in the north, and weren't really that much of a thing yet. But they would do gun buyback programs. They thought it would be a good idea to get guns off the street so that way an insurgency wouldn't get worse. So they would they would bring the Americans basically their broken guns that were like old and poorly maintained, and the Americans would pay them for those guns, and then they'd just go buy new ones because the guns are like so cheap, which is just one of the funniest parts of like the US like mishandling of the situation to me.
Militia that began staging attacks on coalition forces. On the 5th of August 2004, the US administrator of Iraq declared al-Sadr an outlaw, and in response, Sadr called for a religious uprising against US forces. His militias concentrated their attacks on US troops in Najaf, a holy city for Shia Muslims. For 3 weeks, the Mahdi army engaged in fierce street fighting in the city's
And this is a classic thing right here, this type of tactic. This is a classic thing that really defined the early insurgency, is you have this one guy who comes around the corner with his machine gun, and then he's got a belt carrier that's running with him. You'll see a lot of this. You'll see these guys basically run out in the middle of the street and start opening fire on Americans and just get taken out. But like this guy's like a polo shirt, you know?
Fighting in the city's suburbs. A ceasefire was eventually negotiated, with the bulk of the Mahdi army fighters surrendering their weapons to US forces in exchange for amnesty from detention. But the Sadr family didn't fight only the US. They've been widely accused of mass kidnappings and the murder of thousands of civilians during Iraq's ensuing sectarian civil war. In 2007,
and that's the part, like murdering civilians definitely happened. I mean, it's like these are militias, right? It's how much do you want to put that on the leader of those militias for each of them? Like I think people like Zarqawi a little bit more guilty of inciting the situation than some of the more legitimate military factions. Like I see this more comparable to like Azov Battalion. Even though obviously Azov Battalion isn't like slaughtering civilians like anyone in Iraq was.
The army took the port city of Basra after it lay siege to British army bases in the city and held it for more.
Were their tactics just trials and error? Did they have manuals? They developed over time. The stuff you'll really see from them in the Shia cities, it's very early on is where you'll see that type of stuff that you just saw. But like by the end of 2004, the insurgency had been completely advanced to a whole new thing. And you'll still see, so whenever there's political instability in Iraq and there'll be gunfights between militias in the capital and stuff like that, it'll be between these two Shia forces, the ones that are Iranian backed and the ones that are actually from the proletariat of the Shia community. Yeah, so they really were able to develop over time. Also, Sadr City was in mortar range of the Green Zone, so this was a huge struggle for the United States. Is the Green Zone constantly being mortared from this region, and they still have like they'll use the rocket trucks a lot. You'll see the last big stir up. It was over elections. Because basically he won parliament, and they basically weren't going to let him have the seats and were fucking around with him and jerking around and stuff like that. Everything turned out fine in the end, but
more than 6 months, eventually forcing British troops
the
to
big
withdraw.
issue is that this is Maliki right here. The big issue is that the opposition Shia, who are backed by Iran, they have the southern oil field, which is like one of Iraq's main oil fields. So they have a lot more economy backing them and a lot more money backing them.
This year, Nouri al-Maliki, then prime minister and Sadr rival, ordered the Iraqi army to retake Basra from the Mahdi army. After the city fell, Sadr fled to Iran, abandoning political life for a few years until he returned in 2011 to ally with Maliki's second government.
And when the Battle of Sadr City, the way they did it is, Task and Purpose is a great video on this, but they basically bring out concrete barriers, 6 foot high barriers, and just cut the city in half with a wall. And that wall on the other side, it's out of range of the green zone. So it accomplished their goals of taking pressure off the green zone. Because that type of pressure was able to leverage negotiations in a lot of ceasefires and stuff. With that's more in the interest of Sadr than it was in the coalition forces. So extremely effective throughout the entire Iraq War against the American occupation.
Dispute would break out between the two again, and Sadr withdrew his support from government.
Then this is what Sadr does, a hot and cold thing,
Sadr attempted
very
to rename his
indecisive.
image and portray himself as a non-sectarian figure, forming links with Sunni leaders. In 2014, he rebranded the Mahdi Army, renaming it the Peace Companies. It then joined several other Shia militias as part of the Hashd al-Shabi,
That's
or
the
the Popular
PMF,
Mobilization
the Shabi
Forces.
militias. You'll hear a lot of people say Shabi militias. That's the PMF. They suck.
A paramilitary force formed in response to the upsurge of Islamic State in Iraq. While Hashd was essential in assisting the Iraqi forces in retaking cities from IS, human rights groups accused the paramilitaries of torture,
And
rape,
this also comes back to associating Sadr with the PMF, but his peace companies, the only thing they really were interested in doing is basically protecting places of worship, because the first civil war is sparked by Zarqawi car bombing a grand Shia mosque. That really what sparks the civil war. So Sadr establishes the peace companies and says that the main goal is to protect these holy sites. They basically, yes, they are Iranian-backed Shia militias, but even a PKK faction is in the PMF. The Yazidi faction of the PKK that's in Sinjar, the Sinjar resistance peoples, there in the PMF as well. And so there is some Sunni in there. It's just generally backed and created by the former president of Iraq, Maliki, basically is the father of the idea. But the leader of the PMF was killed with Qasem Soleimani in that drone strike.
and the extrajudicial killing of civilians in Sunni areas. Sadr would again withdraw his support from the government in 2016. He accused Prime Minister Haidar al-Abadi's government of corruption and of failing to deliver on reforms. In 2016, he led a million-strong demonstration in Baghdad's Tahrir Square.
Some of my favorite pictures of protests come out of this. It'll take me a minute to find it, but the Iraqi government killed a lot of people during these protests. And then basically Donald Trump kills Qasem Soleimani, and it unites both sides of the Shia government in these protests. Like, everyone was protesting something, but not necessarily the same thing.
Began a pitched sit-in outside the Green Zone. In 2018, Sadr created the Sa'irun, or Moving Forward Alliance, a coalition of his newly formed Istiqama Party and the Iraqi Communist Party, as well as smaller parties and civil groups.
This is what I'm talking
Bloc
about.
154
This is why I think communists are cringe. They're backing the people that the literal Communist Party of Iraq is, because they're a pro-Iran essentially, because they're all Assadists and shit. Like, fuck Hezbollah. Hezbollah's fucking cringe. Like, this guy is so much cooler than Hezbollah, and he's more effective.
No offense, but it sounds like that's some fucking commie gobbledygook.
The outbreak of the 2019 mass protest movement across Baghdad and the southern regions, Sadr once again withdrew his confidence from the government and called on his bloc to boycott parliament and urged the government to resign. After months of protests, Prime Minister Adel Abdel Mahdi
If you subscribe to our Patreon, maybe we could cover
were announced for 2021, along with a number of election reforms. Sadr now promises to crack down on corruption.
He's up there with somebody that I would really like to meet and conduct an actual interview with, because I don't think
that would be an in-person interview.
I don't think anyone really in the West, they're going to talk to him and do the generic questioning and things like that.
Yeah, they're not going to ask the right questions, or they're not going to phrase the questions correctly to get the answers that you should be getting from him.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny because
I don't think he's that unreasonable. Like from all the stuff that we've looked at, I don't think he's that unreasonable of a person.
for a
I
minute he
also
was like
don't
the
think he
big
wants
villain.
to lead.
Well, that's the thing is he does lead. He does lead, but it's how the Taliban should be doing it. How I say that it's like you don't fucking put sanctioned people in power. Like just rule
Mhm.
from the shadows. And that's basically what he does.
Yeah, he's the people's leader. He's almost like been thrust into that position and therefore
Mhm.
taken it.
And I think this is more legitimate than a lot of communist rule where they take the direct reins. I think like the
Mhm.
vanguard shouldn't be somebody who actually has like political power to wage. It should just be like a guiding hand.
Mm.
And to form a government free from
Also,
foreign.
I really like people might hate the indecisiveness about him and his cold feet, the in and out and stuff. But I really like how shaky he is on stuff where he's like, you cross him and he's out. The coalition is done. You know, like he'll work with you as long as you're not going to be a dick.
Foreign influence. Over the years, the cleric has
This is
managed many ambiguous.
This is the one Kurdish leader. This is the non-Iranian backed Kurdish leader. But this guy is also no good. This guy is the reason why Kurdistan is divided as well. Because it's basically two warlord families in Iraqi Kurdistan.
Is that Barzani or is it the other guy?
Yeah. So him and Barzani actually do a lot of coalitioning in the parliament. Their two parties will do a lot of coalitioning.
U.S. relationships. While a student of the Shia clergy in Iran,
he was also the first like Shia, like elite, like top Shia cleric to go to Saudi Arabia in like years. Because he has friendly relations with MBS as well, because he hates Iran, because they're taking over his country.
he is open in calling for an end to Iranian influence over Iraq. He is a vocal critic of corruption and political ineptitude in government with whom he has partnered. And while he has never completely distanced himself from Shia militias, Sadr calls for state regulation on them and limits on the arms they possess.
Gun control. This is one thing I think I told Jack, is that Sadr's pro gun control. When we were writing the article on it.
ولا إرهاب ولا ميليشيات تخطف وتروع وتنقص من هيبة الدولة.
But with his political influence growing, how will Sadr strike a balance between the many actors he's previously teamed up with, and how will Iraq fare with the cleric at its helm?
I think he's like very comparable to Jelani in Idlib. It's like not necessarily the ideal thing, but definitely I think is the best option. He seems like someone who doesn't entirely know what he is doing. Yeah. Basically, he's very unpredictable. He's a straight wild card, and I think he kind of just like follows his gut, and his gut is a very indecisive one. Where do you see Iraq in 5 to 10 years? I don't think it falls apart again, but for Iraq to really prosper, Kurdistan must gain more independence from them, and Iran must be pushed out. If Iran isn't pushed out, it's essentially a proxy state for Iran now. And that needs to change. The people associated with Hezbollah, PMF, all that stuff needs to change. Now, if that's happens through military force, that might be the case, but if it doesn't descend back into when we have international fighters coming in, because that's the issue, is like you'll hear this with a lot of Syrians as well. They'll say like the people in ISIS aren't from here. They aren't welcome. Like they're not really even considered Iraqis. It's sad even because like the orphans of ISIS are exiled from the communities. Like the kids, like their kids who survive, or their parents are dead, and they were members of ISIS. It's really sad.
That is. It'll just create more radicalization.
Yeah, I think it's the issue is, like I said, Iran having control of that southern oil field, and also the issue in Kirkuk in Kurdistan that we did a special on. They have a big oil field there, and it would mean that Iran controls the two largest oil fields in Iraq, and having that kind of monetary and infrastructure power, especially considering they're exporting this oil to China and it's cutting in with the Iran's deal to China. They're like even siphoning water. If you go to listen to our very first episodes, they talk about how Iran is even stealing the fucking water from Kurdistan. Iran just sucks. That's what I want to see is I want to see Ukraine win the war, and then all the militias who went to fight there to help out end up going and liberating Iran. Because I know that Ukraine isn't cowardly enough to hold people back from regime change that needs to happen. And it does need to happen.
It's an interesting thought. That's
yeah, so instead of them partnering with Saudi, Barzani partners with Turkey. And Turkey is also more friendly with the government in Iraq, so it ties them also into Iran in that side as well. But the other side, the southern side of Kurdistan, is their Iran. It's just bullshit. It's all bullshit. That's why both those parties are kind of being phased out for this third party that's kind of rising up.
Cool.
Is this more economy?
Student in Finland killed one classmate and wounded two others in a shooting at the school this morning. A young person there, the 12-year-old, has been arrested now, and armed police responded to the school just outside the capital of Helsinki.
12-year-old.
After getting reports of a shooting just after 9 a.m. their time. Police say the people who were shot, their classmates, also 12 years old. The country's prime minister expressed shock over that shooting. Finland witnessed two previous deadly school shootings in 2007 and 2008. This morning, Wake County bus drivers will compete in a school.
This was just recommended to me.
It was.
What'd you do?
Oh.
This was just recommended to me.
I guess it ended.
Make a mark for all that education and Mukhtar Sadr.
I have.
Just checking. This. I just got recommended a Turkey video because even though we just finished it.
Okay. No, that's fine. Well, I'll mark it and mark it again.
Yeah, just leave a note that I have to cut this end piece back onto the.
I'll cut the Barzani and Turkey stuff together, and then you can pull out the Barzani thing out of it. Also, the.
Yeah. Just as long as there's a note there. When you.
Yeah. I'll put it in the title. I'll say, Turkey, Sada.
Oh, here's a Hassan video on it too, but it's 30 minutes.
Nope. I do not care what he has to say.
Start this out in Turkey, and some historic results for the opposition in local elections there. The party of President Erdogan has suffered its largest ever defeat in municipal elections. Correspondents say voters appear to be punishing his AK party for the spiraling cost of living. The main opposition, CHP, achieved its largest victory in 45 years. It secured wins in 6 of Turkey's 8 largest urban centres, including the country's
YouTube loading.
biggest city, Istanbul. And for the first time in 25 years, they won more municipalities than the ruling AK party. President Erdogan described his party's worst ever defeat as not an end, but a turning point.
We will not disrespect our nation's decision in any way.
Man, he looks like shit, huh?
Anyway.
Is it just me, or does he look much more like shit recently? Like,
we will avoid being stubborn, acting against the national will, and questioning the judgment of our nation, as we have done so far. We will take the necessary steps by analyzing the messages.
He's also old as shit. He's 70. He's like a decade younger than Biden.
Given by the nation at the ballot box, most accurately and objectively within the reason and in our inner conscience.
Opposition supporters say although these are local elections, victories in big cities are a significant show of force against President Erdogan's ruling party. This was the scene in Istanbul where thousands took to the streets to celebrate the opposition party's win. The city's incumbent mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, declared victory after securing over 50% of the vote, well ahead of his nearest rival. He became Istanbul's first opposition mayor in 2019. He's now seen as the best placed opposition candidate ahead of Turkey's next presidential vote.
He's going to get arrested. This guy's on ice. Okay, it's over.
I just found this
he's going to be accused of corruption.
Okay, make it more confusing on the edit later.
What is it?
Just a 2-minute thing on Iraq and the Arab state relations and how they're investing on something.
Nope. And yoinked. How honest are Turkish elections? I think that the main issue with Turkey's elections aren't the literal vote counting. It's that Erdogan will politically bully and influence the elections beforehand. Like the actual vote counting, I believe, is relatively above board. It's that he uses his power to like break the election beforehand, basically. In Kurdish areas, they're literally just rigged. Okay, yeah, well, maybe for the Kurds.
In 2028, he told supporters the result signaled a very important message to the world.
In this world, unfortunately, democracies were weakening. While these democracies were weakening,
a lot of Turkish people permanently living in Germany vote for Erdogan. Yeah, diasporas are almost always Hitler. It's like that with Cuba.
I've talked about this before, right? The Grey Wolves, the nationalists living outside of Turkey, they're helping expand Turkey's power.
Right.
They want to expand Turkey's power. They're still supremacists. They're still nationalists, right? And they see this neo-Ottoman ideology as what they're exporting. They essentially are in Turkey wherever they go.
There's a bunch of like Iranian expats who like worship the Shah over in America. Yeah, the diasporas are always Hitler. That's why when you go online, you see
that's different. That's way different. Because those people normally are like that because of like actual things that happen to them, right? Like families being killed. Those types of things often come from like communist background and things like that, but also just there is like a diasporoid type thing with the like the Iranian diaspora have a bad rap with the Middle Eastern community because they already hate them because they come from like a different Persian Shia background. It's just more labelizing and racism and stereotypes.
A bunch of people who are like, glory to Turkey, Erdogan, kill all you degenerates, and then wolf posting, and then it's like, they live in London, There are so many people like that. Seriously, you're on Twitter and you see, anytime you see some like crazy right-wing, they could be like an Islamist, they could be like a
Germany, Brussels region and stuff. Not so much London, that's more Pakistan.
Hungary or Russia or whatever. London, UK. What is it with London, dude? What is it about London that attracts so much crazy diaspora nonsense, okay? If you like those countries so much, go and live in them. If you like Serbia so much, go and live there. Oh, you don't want to because it's a shithole? Too bad. Go.
Terran regimes came to power. Many articles around the world asked if we were coming at the end of democratic regimes. 31st of March 2024 is the day when democratic erosion in Turkey ended and democracy is rising again.
Well, Anna Erim from the BBC's Turkish service says this is an unprecedented win for the opposition.
People were expecting opposition to win in the largest cities of Turkey, but actually getting more votes than the government party in general in Turkey and winning in some cities which they haven't won.
Okay. Nothing against this guy's appearance or anything, but he's scary. He's scaring me. Your eyes are so open. You look so unkempt. Are you going to eat me? You look
racist.
In last 40, 50 years is a very big success for the main opposition party, CHP.
Cihan Tugul is professor of sociology at the University of California, Berkeley. He gave us his assessment of Turkish politics following on from these election results.
Voting was...
Oh, I thought they were saying the other guy. Okay, yeah.
Mired with irregularities in Kurdish cities. And despite that, the Kurds took back most of their municipalities from the appointees that had been imposed by Erdogan undemocratically.
Jesus Christ! I guess this fits, right? Yeah, anyone in the Middle East or the Arab North Africa, anything in that ballpark, because they know, It's like, you know, how Hitler are you, and what kind of Hitler are you relative to the kind of Hitler that Erdogan is? And the reason France is different, of course, is because they have so many like of the Islamist Hitler varieties. But in this case, their Hitlerism is countering the Hitlerism of Erdogan. Whatever. Good lord. Good lord.
Erdogan might try to do this again, actually. So the game is not over there. The scuffles will continue. And
Sweden. Okay, think of it this way: a lot of the people in those countries have been. Never mind. It's too complicated.
The other dimension is the growth of the far right. So this has not stopped. So that Erdogan has lost doesn't mean his vision.
In 2015, when the now banned Kurdish HDP party won in every Kurdish area, all their mayors were just arrested and replaced with Erdogan party mayors. It's insane how bad it is there. Are you ready for this sweeping Kurdish victory to incite Rojava to start pushing back on the northern front of Syria? It's time. Rojava, the conquest lays before you. You will march north, and you will liberate your Kurdish brothers and sisters.
Bro, they're about to be invaded.
Total Kurdish victory.
They're prepping for an invasion.
Yeah.
Let's go. Got to turn southern Turkey into northern Rojava.
That's one of the reasons why the international community also won't help them with the fucking camps, right? Is so if they have to keep those camps under control, it prevents them from exporting forces elsewhere and putting pressure elsewhere.
Yeah.
Also, they just foiled a escape attempt. There was a fucking another plot where they
really
were about to like bust a bunch of Islamists out that they foiled.
Damn.
Votes have gone to a far-right Islamist party, which had been criticizing Erdogan because of his free market policies, his socially unjust policies that target poor people and small shopkeepers and small tradespeople, and also his dealings with Israel. Turkey has serious trade with Israel, and Islamists are pretty unhappy about this. So actually all of that is good.
To be honest with you, I don't even understand why Erdogan supporters like Erdogan. Like, let me clarify. I understand why Erdogan supporters would like him more than other people on offer, but I don't know what Erdogan supporters would like Erdogan for, like on his own, like liking him, you know? Because it seems like he up in so many of the ways. Like, I know the weird nationalist bit, but he doesn't even really do a good job with that. I don't know. He's not particularly charismatic. He's not much of a strong man. The economy is wretched under him. He has like a tenuous, like, you know, handful of alliances that kind of contradict each other. He's tall? Must be that.
Well,
I mean, he makes a pretty good point. Like, Erdogan is kind of shit. Like, how has he been in power for so long? Is it just the corruption, or is it like
he cheated? He cheated.
Yeah.
He cheats.
I
That's
figured
why
that's
he
what it
wins.
is. Yeah. I figured that's what it was.
He sucks.
All of those could be
Still almost
really
lost.
bases
Too big to
for a
race.
strong democratic opposition. But the catch in all of this is that this party I'm talking about, this far-right Islamist party, is also very anti-woman and anti-LGBT. So it's taking these democratic demands.
Anyway, I'm not sure. There's no Turkish influence in America whatsoever. Besides food, a lot of Turkish chefs will come over here to train in our restaurants before going back to like a European country or something. Like, because we have our high-end stuff, like chef places.
Yeah.
Well, the bigger risk is this party was already in a coalition with the governing party, AK party, with Erdogan's party, and they broke off because of Israel and Erdogan's free market policies. But if Erdogan makes some concessions, this party might, recombine its forces.
You really don't want Islamic rule in Turkey? I disagree. Okay, it's time to reestablish the Ottoman Empire. It's time. Turkey is bloated and weak. We need to return to our roots. Okay? No, you mean the Byzantine Empire? We could go farther back. Actually, Islamists tend not to like the Ottoman Empire. Well, yeah, the Ottoman Empire wasn't as Hitlerite as many like Islamists are today. The grand unified scale of Hitlerism as like the only determiner politically of what you believe in. No empire can ever be as radical as its adherents want it to be, because
he's just talking shit.
I don't even know where to start or stop with that one.
I don't know. I just marked it. I'm just gonna go to Finland.
Three 12-year-old children were shot at a school in a suburb of Finland's capital on Tuesday. Police
I heard they deserved
said one of the victims later died and two were seriously wounded. A fellow pupil suspected of the attack, a boy also
Bro,
aged 12, was taken
that was a
into
joke.
custody.
You're supposed to laugh at it because
In
they're
the
12.
aftermath of the shooting, police cordoned off a building at the Viatola school. The arrest was made without further violence in another suburb, just over 2 miles away from the school. Some parents had to wait for 3 hours before they were able to collect their children.
Fucking kid went for a jog after gunning kids down.
Samuela Ano's son was in the school when the shooting happened.
I got a call from a friend that he just read the news that there have been some shootings in my son's school. So I just rushed here and I came to and I found out there was a lot of people there and the police were there too. So later on, we write our name and I pick up my son.
Police said both the suspect and the weapon were in police custody and that there were no other suspects for now. The suspect had admitted the attack in a preliminary interview, according to the police. They said the 12-year-old will be put in the care of social services because a child cannot be remanded in custody. Police said the motive was not clear and the permit of the handgun belonged to a relative of the suspect. The suspect and victims were pupils at the school. The Interior Ministry said a national day of mourning will be observed on Wednesday, with government buildings flying flags at half-mast. Finland tightened its gun legislation in 2010, introducing an aptitude test for all firearms license applicants. The age limit for applicants was also changed to 20 from 18. There are more than 1.5 million licensed firearms and about 430,000 license holders in the nation of
Finland doesn't just
Dude, that's
have
a lot.
Yeah, they don't just have shootings, they have grenade attacks as well. I think one of the stories in here is about how their mass casualty incidents have increased. One of the stories I put in there. Finland has them too.
Yeah. Oh, do they?
Mm-hmm.
Finland's population is 5.5 million, and 500,000 people have gun licenses. That's pretty good. That's a good.
Yeah, this
ratio.
whole narrative that Europe doesn't have guns.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent ratio.
And it's not just because there's more guns in America. There's something systemically wrong with our culture.
Yeah, it's literally the culture. It's the mimetic nature of it. It's the gamification of it through the media. It's the scare tactics of the politicians. It's the capitalist motivations of the gun industry.
Normal people.
It's all
normal people being just down with literal just like going out and killing massive people. Who does that?
Yeah,
like people aren't. There's not that much derangement in other societies where people have these fascinations, and it's just because they can't get a gun that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it's horseshit. Like most of the major mass shootings of last year were in Europe. Like that's the craziest part.
The 12-year-old boy who shot and killed a fellow 6th grader and severely injured 2 others in Finland has explained his motive was being bullied. Police said on Wednesday the boy had transferred to Viatola school near Helsinki at the start of 2024 and on Tuesday brought a relative's revolver to school, shooting 3 and threatening several others. Police say it was not clear how the child obtained the weapon. Hundreds of candles have been lit and flowers laid on the ground outside the school grounds on Wednesday as people mourned. One mother told Reuters her son had also been bullied at the school.
I would probably want teachers and adults to react faster to those signs of bullying. Their system, and I don't know if this is how it works in all schools or just here, is that they take a really long time to discuss things and set up meetings. There's a lack of resources, and I would want more resources so that such incidents could be resolved.
So like that's one of the things with the Nordic democracies is that they are more democratic, so it takes a while. That's one of the things that you'll see, like where there's more democratic involvement with people, the government is more indecisive and they take a while for things to get done. But with a country with a small population that they have, it's perfectly workable. Unlike ours, who gets nothing done for no fucking reason.
Yeah, just because. Because right now I'm annoyed, so I'm gonna fuck over everybody. Yeah,
literally
cool.
just to
also
get
notice
points on polling.
Notice how in
election.
response to exactly. Also notice how in response to gun violence, school shooting incident, the Finnish weren't screeching and being like more gun control. They're like, yeah, maybe the school should have done
well,
more
they
about
already
bullying.
they think they've already had the policies in place to prevent it. The kid, like, it was just like a handgun that the kid was able to obtain from a relative. So like, what are you going to do? Have more like, this is the things that I talk about to prevent actual like gun deaths, not mass shootings, right? To have your pistol stolen and used in a mass shooting is very unlikely. To have somebody use your gun to kill themselves, way more likely.
Dressed immediately.
Finland has seen.
But I would almost say it's a difference in even the way people think in Scandinavian countries, not even European, Scandinavian specifically to the West.
The bombing, the grenades are a specific thing to that region as well.
Yeah. It's just very interesting to see how they respond to this in comparison to other countries in Europe and
look
the
at
global
the Serbia gun.
Yeah. Instant gun control was their response, not why did it happen.
Well, I think
they didn't even ask the
realistically,
question.
what more gun control could they want in this situation? More regulation on and locking it at your home?
Like, yeah, what more could have happened? It was just one of those events. It's the same with the New Zealand one, right? The New Zealand one. Yeah, and like the New Zealand one, I've spoken to so many Kiwis who I had to ask about this. I'm like, what is like gun culture actually like in New Zealand? Like, nobody gives a shit, right? You could pretty much buy essentially what Americans could buy, and this happened, and now everybody loses their rights because one dude decided to go and shoot up a mosque, a couple of mosques, and kill 50 people, and now all Kiwis get fucked over. Like, it's just such an interesting mindset to be like, yeah, gun control, instead of actually figuring out why and how the guy was radicalized to that point, not the actual act itself, and then fixing or altering or warning or setting up safeguards against the route that guy specifically took to reach that point. And all of these ones like this are all mimetic.
I think
so there's a deeper
specifically as
problem.
well, the amount of like them thumbing their noses at America and like how violent and like everyone's like, people from Europe are literally scared when they come here.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Right? So like the amount of rhetoric that is used to look at America through this negative light of mass shootings that the world does, it makes it much more dramatic when it happens in their countries as well.
Yes. Yes.
I think without, especially considering Donald Trump was around at the time and it was like a woman-led government, you know, and like, I have nothing against her like Jack does, but you know, like, I think she was competent enough.
What, Jacinda Ardern?
Yeah. Like,
no, I just, my biggest issue with her is the way that she dealt with that. Because what she could have done, instead of going and calling for global censorship, was going to the countries that have had these events happen, actually analyzing the memetics behind it, and doing a multi-country coalition to figure out what the fuck the problem is. Instead, she goes, let's censor the internet for the globe. Fuck yourself. Like, get fucked.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Exactly. That's my biggest problem with it. It's just, it was such an irrational way to fucking go about it. Like, I understand the response internally with the guns. I get it. Emotional responses, emotional legislation, we get it. It happens all the time. Every country does emotional legislations to mass casualty events. You're not going to stop it because people are going to be like, do it now. And then you get policies like Australia where you get shotguns in 5 different categories of your gun policies because it's written by people who are fucking morons. But in countries like Finland, they actually look at what the government's doing and maybe they can do something a little bit better to prevent stuff like this even coming to a head, even not even occurring, just coming to the point where they can actually occur. So I don't know. It's just very interesting to see the mentality differences. So fuck Jacinda Ardern.
In a rising level of bullying in schools, with 8.6%.
Talk about a country with a better female leader, Finland.
Of pupils around 12 years old saying they had been targeted at least once a week, up from 7.2% in 2019, according to a 2023 study by Public Health Institute, THL. Flags were flown at half-mast on public buildings for a national day of mourning. The 2 other injured pupils remain in hospital. After deadly school shootings in 2007 and 2008, Finland tightened its gun laws. There has been no immediate calls for the country to change it further.
Here we go. We'll do this.
The White House described Tuesday's phone call between President Joe Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping, which follows their in-person meeting last year, as candid and constructive. This time, the two covered a range of issues they had previously discussed in November, including joint counter-narcotics efforts, military communication, and the risks
because she's probably in a hotel.
We believe that there is no substitute for regular communication at the leader level to effectively manage this complex and often tense bilateral relationship. And both presidents agreed to pick up the phone and speak when needed.
Xi, in a statement, said both leaders found the phone call to be candid and constructive. But he stressed that disagreements remain, notably about the status of Taiwan, which China claims. In his statement, Xi said the China-U.S. relationship is beginning to stabilize, and this is welcomed by both societies and the international community. On the other hand, the negative factors of the relationship have also been growing, and this requires attention from both sides. The White House said Biden reiterated, but did not advance, previous concerns about Chinese interference in the upcoming U.S. election. Xi did not mention the topic in his account of the call.
I would just say that we've been clear consistently, even going back to the November meeting in California, about our concerns over our own election security and efforts by certain actors, including some from the PRC, to affect that.
Just last month, the British Parliament voted to impose sanctions over Beijing-linked hacks of its Electoral Commission and Parliament. U.S. intelligence officials have also warned lawmakers that Chinese hackers are preparing to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to the U.S. China's government last month showcased how it uses digital tools to bolster, not hamper, democracy. But analysts point to a state-sponsored Chinese influence campaign known as spamiflage that does the opposite and encourage Biden to push back.
There needs to be a very clear and
I love that. That's such a good
about
name for it. Because the smoke screens, right, that I talk about, how you can do information. Like the classic example is that the Pakistani Air Force used a drone to help the Taliban fight against the last remnants in the Panjshir Valley, right, in the hills there. And so Pakistan, knowing that India would report on this, put out stories that show like a crashed plane and say that you two got to calm down. Put out a crashed plane and say, oh, they downed an airplane, right? They'll say they downed an airplane, the rebels, and it was the Pakistan Air Force working with them, right? And then they can later fact check those stories, right? And declare them as false. And then the narrative becomes, did the Pakistan Air Force help the Taliban? No, because they put out the bad information ahead of time while they were doing this operation using a drone to help the Taliban take over the country.
Interference. And I don't just mean hacking into voting systems, which in itself is obviously one of the most heavy-handed forms of election interference, but even the ones that involve manipulating public opinion in deceptive ways, or even just trying to discourage people from voting, which we have seen from operations that have been linked to China in the past.
The White House did not say when the two leaders would next speak, but Xi, in his statement, said he welcomed this week's visit to China by U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Anita Powell, VOA News, Washington.
Cool.
Then Yahoo is doing an April Fool's. Oh boy. I don't know if this one's an April Fool's. Israeli airstrike destroys Iranian consulate in Syria. Okay. Man, I love our great ally in the Middle East who definitely helps project regional stability. Rogue state. Seriously. A senior Revolutionary Guards commander, Brigadier General Mohammad Reza Zahedi, was among the dead. That's great. Isn't that like an attack on Iran directly? Yeah, it might as well be. This is, yeah. We're never having Middle Eastern stability, dog. Holy shit. I've been hearing about this. Bibi wants to escalate. Netanyahu understands that the moment the war ends, he's out. He's insanely unpopular. The only reason he's still in power is because of October 7th and the war cabinet. So if the war never ends, he never leaves. Forever war. Hell yeah. Hezbollah, hell yeah. Houthis, sure, we'll find a way.
Because I
Iran,
started listening to it, and I got a certain amount of time in and heard the typical bad takes of Soleimani shouldn't have been killed. He's a good person type stuff that Vosh always does. And I was like, oh my God, we have to look at this on stream.
Holy shit. I've been hearing about this. Bibi wants to escalate. Netanyahu these operations. Several diplomats were among the dead. Would Biden back Bibi in a full-scale war in Syria Part 2? Well, the war wouldn't be with Syria, really. The Syria is just like a festering corpse of a failed state occupied by 50 different terrorist and paramilitary groups.
No.
It's Iran here that's the issue. And Iran is a real country with a real military. Iran says the response would be harsh. Rogue
Is Iran a real
man.
country?
Anyway, if
with
you're
a real
asking if Biden
military?
would support Netanyahu in a war with Iran,
I don't think
you
it is
have
a
to
real
forgive me for my
military.
naivete, but I must. Okay, I have to say this. I feel like that might actually be a real red line. Like, there are limits, and dragging the entire Middle East into the largest regional war in decades might actually be one. I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe Maybe Biden would go Iran axis of
today,
terror. We got to support our. But who knows? Who knows?
Sneako posted, "I stand with Iran," and it was very funny.
Didn't he also say he wanted to go to the Taliban?
Yeah, but who cares about that? The whole thing of standing with Iran because there was a bomb hitting there, and of course, all the Salafi fucking hate Iran, right?
Yeah.
So it was very funny on the more extremist side of the internet, especially in the Syrian networks. And somebody said, my take on it was bro, literally the Taliban are a better choice to back than Iran. I have more positive things to say about the Taliban, honestly.
Yeah.
But somebody asked, they're like, why is Iran worse to the Taliban? I think I know where you're coming from, but I just want to hear your reasoning. And I was like, they're both exporting terrorism. They're both as far as all the terrorism stuff, they're aligned, right? They're both on October 7th. But at the end of the day, the Taliban are only interested in Pashtun nationalism and the Durand line, right? That ideology might evolve with more, if James is correct, with more Haqqani power. But Haqqani is more diplomatic with the Pakistani government anyway, so it's kind of not in the interest with the rest of the Taliban. But Iran itself is now that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are wiped out, is now the main force in the region that's deteriorating the region.
Okay.
So now that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are gone, the IRGC is worse. It is the worst terrorist group for regional stability right now. So any action that diminishes the IRGC is default good. They're basically the new ISIS in charge.
Zionist John. Supporting Israel strike.
Of course I support them bombing the fucking IRGC.
Yes.
But who knows?
Look at his
Why the hell would
wiggle
Israel do
Who
that? They're
knows?
warmongering ethno-nationalist fascists. And Netanyahu wants to keep the war going. Because they're evil. Netanyahu's government, I should say, not the Israeli people. Only about half of the Israeli people are evil. Are they trying to goad Hezbollah into actually attacking? That's Lebanon, different country. But this isn't going to help. Vosh, the Israeli population is pretty uniquely Hitlerite. Yeah, think of them kind of like the Russian population. Civilians are civilians, but they're subjected to a nonstop barrage of propaganda convincing them that being Hitler is the only way to be, Biden absolutely would support Israel in a regional war against Iran. Look, I'm not going to argue. I'm not arguing this point. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think anyone here, including myself, can fully appreciate just how destabilizing that would be. We're talking about an incomprehensible escalation that would be a net negative for literally ever. Actually, there is exactly one entity that would benefit from this, and it would be the Ayatollah. That is it. Iran would never lose such a war. Maybe they wouldn't make any gains, but they wouldn't lose Iran. And it would legitimize.
I would say that there already
Islamic
is a war
rule.
throughout the Middle East that's led by Iran.
Okay. Justify it.
I think there is a certain, and unlike the rhetoric with Israel, where it's Israel has the right to self-defense. No. Iraq has the right to self-defense. Syria does too. Like Assad has every right to self-defense. He just is committing war crimes like Israel does. But like Jordan is there. They're hurting Jordan. They're hurting OPEC. They're hurting the economy in the region. They're hurting Kurds in the region. Look at Lebanon. Lebanon's fucked. Lebanon could be one of the best economies in the region. A fucking all coastal country in the center. Could be an export powerhouse in the Middle East.
Yep.
And import powerhouse. Instead, their ports blow up from government incompetence. Thanks to people like Iran who are tied to it because it's the nitrates. I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but this is a little investigative thing that I did when I was sick that I never published or anything. But the nitrates that were used in the Beirut blast, the accidental blast, right? They were brought there on a Russian ship that was barely seaworthy, right? That was backed by a Russian oligarch. It's literally smuggling nitrates to Assad. And the same time that this boat was seized by port authorities who basically made them pay a ransom fine, right? And then they held the boat because it wasn't seaworthy. The amount that's there is there's it's not a full load, right? As in they stopped somewhere and somebody skimmed what they were delivering.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, you can go back and this is before they were Bellingcat, but Brown Moses, they have an article on Assad's barrel bombs and their evolution, right? The same time that this article is dated, showing the change in composition when they stop using cigarettes as fuses and actually start being able to modify pressure plates and advance the barrel bomb. It's switched to nitrate based. So before it wasn't, and then all of a sudden it was nitrate based. The same time that this smuggler was caught in Lebanon, that later led to the city being destroyed. It's literally associated with the IRGC. This disaster
of Iran for another 50 years. How far are Iranian nukes? Nobody knows. We don't think they have them yet, but we're not exactly operating on the best intel. Netanyahu's government's also trying to draft Haredis, which is causing instability in the government. Yeah, the ultra-Orthodox. Man, this guy really doesn't want to go to war.
Iran had a nuclear program when the Shah was around. The fact that they haven't been able to obtain nukes is saying something. If they didn't do it in the fucking 80s, they're never gonna fucking do it. They just it's sanctions work.
Is uniquely vulnerable to nuclear retaliation because their nation is so small. Whatever nukes Iran will develop in the future will be small nukes, but Israel is small enough that you have a proportionally devastating target for nuclear reprisal either way. Iran, comparably, is a difficult target to nuke because a lot of it is just empty mountain ranges that are,
almost like there's better weapons.
What are the odds that BD goes
than
nuclear?
Nukes.
Like literally, I don't know. They're not zero. Would Iran give a shit about hitting neighboring countries? Yes, absolutely, 100% yes. Iran isn't just like North Korea or whatever. Iran has ties to a bunch of local countries, both to their governments and to ethnic and martial groups.
They're occupying and infiltrating the region. They're more like China than North Korea. Getting their fucking web, sticky fingers and everything. They're not building nukes, dog.
Gung ho with their nukes. Anyway,
Besides,
I don't think things are going to.
If you're going to build a WMD, why would they not pursue chemicals?
You're making the mistake of assuming they would give a shit.
Yeah.
Also, not necessarily. Also, if there was nuclear war, I think Israel would be the one to start it. I think that Israel is a
I think Iran is. Yeah. Well, that's something that we've said for a long time, and I'll come back to that. But I think Iran knows how worthless nukes actually are for them.
Yeah.
Now, that said, nuclear energy would benefit Iran. And that's why they were interested in the deal with Obama to begin with. That said, Israel nuking people, it is a belief among nuclear strategists that Israel almost did use them. Basically, if Assad Sr. didn't fuck up so royally in the war, but when Sadat crossed the river and took back the Sinai, he left himself strategically open for a tactical nuke to take out his entire forces. It was one of the
Yes.
few points in history where basically like they say like there had to have been a conversation. Somebody who's a nuclear strategist in the government had to have said, hey, they're wide open for a nuclear attack at the very least. Had to have happened.
You would think so.
It had to have happened. It's just
By far at this point. I think
implausible
the
that it
Ayatollah
didn't.
and the
That's what the person's job is.
revolutionary government of Iran are more rational actors. They've acted consistently in their own best interest, or at least pretty close to it for a while. Israel has literally just been like shitting the bed and tearing up the cushions for a while. It's insane. They're not even acting in their own best interest, really. It's just Netanyahu trying to cling on to power. How much support would Israel actually lose if they nuked someone? This is, again, I speak to my naivete here, but I think if Israel even tried to actually use their nuclear weapons, I'm thinking media blackout, 24 hours of silence. Shmeten Shmahu is in charge of Israel after the lights come back on.
Israel wouldn't use nukes is the potential for it to trigger an arms race after breaking the nuclear taboo. When Israel uses a nuke and people realize that, oh, Israel did way more damage with just the regular bombs so far, and that thought becomes international, it then becomes all of Israel's neighbors saying, hey, they have those type of weapons, why don't we? It's a potential to trigger an arms race, which puts Israel more at threat because they're small enough to actually be taken out with nukes, you know?
Yes, yeah.
They're like, whoa, Netanyahu, he fell down the stairs. We're really sorry. Hey, sorry, man, we're going to take the government in a whole new direction. That's my hope. This might be like a pseudo-conspiratorial belief that I have in that it's a desire for there to be some control and order in the world. But I would like to believe with the immense power of the United States that we do have some kind of contingency for this behavior that isn't like, just let them nuke the Middle East.
Bro,
that's
we
like a
stood
hope.
by Saddam.
Assad is insane, but not suicidal. They could do it themselves. Oh, who knows? So if that happened, would we even know what
We
happened?
helped.
I don't know. We're
literally
really far into speculation territory.
When Saddam went to commit the Kurdish genocide, the Anfal campaign, the United States was like, "Oh, here's a map of where the Iranian-backed ones are." That's facilitating genocide.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it is.
For Saddam Hussein, of all people. Come on. This idealism and these fucking liberal cucks, man.
Yeah.
Right here. I can't really say. I gotta say though, man, striking the goddamn consulate. Jesus Christ. This is the expression of a man who has to open a State Department.
You see who it is? You see who it is? This is the AP guy who's an Assadist that they always let in the White House. Bad guy to cut to. Bad guy to cut to. There's about basically I'd rather hear from the China person in there, the one who said not saying a Chinaman, the guy or girl who's there to be a foreign reporter for China. This guy, this fucking moron.
Press briefing.
This is our
Let's start with Gaza. This is the perfect expression to enter into that, that realm with.
In terms of Secretary,
come on, Vosh, it's April Fools. Go easy. Fine. Mods on bad Michael Sarah.
Modern technology.
Involvement for this virtual meeting today. Can you tell us with the Israelis about Rafah?
So the secretary is at the White House right now, participating in the meeting with representatives of the Israeli government to
Boo!
lay out an alternative approach to.
Is a consulate a reasonable military target? No, it is like the least reasonable military target. It is like the most instigatory but militarily ineffective target possible. It is like it's remarkably so. Yeah, it's a civilian building, and it's not just a civilian building. It's like a
well. Then why were the IRGC in it? I think Israel's got a solid case on this one. If we bombed the building and fucking Osama bin Laden was in there, what'd you say?
I could get a Stream Deck.
Who wants to buy Jack a copy of Helldivers 2?
No, get me a Stream Deck instead. Then I can hit buttons and have sound bites.
Oh, I
That'd
thought
be
you meant
great.
Steam Deck.
No, Stream Deck. No,
Okay.
no. The thing that you can preload sound bites on.
Didn't this guy's wife
That
die
way
while he was doing a press conference? I don't know. But seriously, imagine if we bombed a consulate and fucking bin Laden was inside, or Julian Assange. No, but seriously, if we killed bin Laden in a consulate, how far is hey, do it the consulate? How far is that argument gonna go for real?
Yeah.
Hey, where a consulate was attacked that totally wasn't a consulate? Benghazi. Same thing. Why was the CIA there?
Rafa.
Shouldn't have been there.
When I walked out, the meeting had not yet broken, or at least I'm not aware of it yet having broken, and expect a statement from the White House upon its conclusion.
Okay. Well, was there anything specifically that the State Department wanted to convey to get across to the Israelis in this?
Does anybody have a timestamp for when they mentioned the attack on the consulate?
So I don't want to speak too specifically about the meeting that is.
See, even he doesn't want to listen to
it would be great if Hamas would stop hiding behind civilians and stop hiding inside civilian infrastructure, including hospitals. But two,
it would be great if you stopped hiding behind Israel.
Yeah.
Very mean of them to hide there.
Points out what we have been saying all along, which is the need for Israel to have a sustainable long-term strategy when it comes to Gaza. That it's not enough to just clear certain neighborhoods or hospitals or any other geographic areas or buildings of Hamas. They need to have a long-term sustainable strategy that is not just a security strategy, but also a political.
Why do all American spokesmen look like greasy used car salesmen? I'm not joking when I say this, and I know chat's going to groan, but a lot of it is the poor fits.
Strategy if they really want to secure the future of Israel against the terrorist threat that has to date emanated from Gaza.
Right. So you don't have any comment on what you've seen from the aftermath of the 2-week operation?
I want to see a mention of the
and then when itself against those opponents.
4415-ish is when it first gets attacked. Okay, 4415.
Plan that Israel is supposed to present to you.
Why don't we just wait? Let's. I think I've probably talked enough about these ongoing talks. Let's wait for what we'll have to say about them at the conclusion. Go ahead. Yeah.
Lebanon. You've been saying you are trying to resolve the issue on the northern borders diplomatically. You've been successful so far, but are you concerned that now it's been escalating for the last 2 weeks?
Reflecting what we're going to continue to for Gaza and the West Bank and the how to rebuild Gaza.
The U.S. ambassador met the KDP leader twice. So do you have any concern that the election, the carry?
No.
Come back to you about.
Because remember, fashion talk is literally what got him into that lolly folder to begin with. It's directly tied to it.
We'll move on for now and then come back if there's more time. Go ahead. I promise.
Per the CBS 60 Minutes reporting that aired on Sunday, a first incident of Havana syndrome took place in Frankfurt with an employee of the US consulate. This happened 2 years before the already known cases that occurred in Havana in 2016. Can you confirm there was an incident
like the way like goblins get drawn in porn? They're all like thick, short
stacks.
So we
have made it practice to not confirm or comment on specific reports.
Decision taken like recently.
So I think it would be helpful to step back and put this in a little context. And the context is that the United States has a decades-long commitment to Israel's security. Israel is surrounded by entities that are sworn to its destruction, not just Hamas, but Iran and proxy groups that Iran sponsors, Hezbollah among them, who have repeatedly talked about their desire for the destruction of Israel. We believe Israel has every right to defend itself against those opponents. And we, to that end, have a long-standing security relationship with them where we provide them more than $3 billion annually in security assistance. Now, the way that works...
Israel made peace with almost all of its immediate neighbors. So, yeah, that's the funny thing, you know? People talk about Israel being under constant threat, but honestly, like, up until Netanyahu's government, things had been kind of like turning down. You know, there had been improvements diplomatically. Even under Netanyahu's government, like there had been improvements diplomatically because, you know, other countries in the Middle East also kind of don't want constant permanent war. Like there are radical Islamist groups, a lot of them funded by Iran, but also like, you know, things have mellowed out at least to some extent, but this is elevating everything. It's making it way more dangerous for Israelis.
I know you prefaced this in your question, but just for the benefit of everyone else, the way that works is we provide them with $3.3 billion a year.
I don't think I'm going to find the part with the
they don't always
consulate
draw
strike,
all of that
guys.
down in any given year, but they come to the United States, request certain defense articles. We make assessments about whether those are appropriate or not. We notify them to Congress in the regular course of business. And oftentimes what happens, let's say, just as an example, this is a fictional example, let's say they requested 100 planes. We make a decision, we notify Congress. That doesn't mean that they take 100 planes tomorrow once that notification has been given and once the approval has been given. They draw those down over time, and sometimes it takes years to fulfill those requests. And so those are the types of things that I see.
Is it me or is he nervous? To an extent, yeah. Nobody in the State Department is happy right now. A bunch of people literally resign over what's happening right now in Gaza. They're not happy. You know, they have to toe the line. They're government employees,
Maybe
after
they
all, not
should do
ideologues,
something.
politicians. Their job is to represent the interests and will of the executive branch. They don't have like they're not fully autonomous, you know? So they're kind of in a position where they have to constantly defend like lunatic shit, and there's not really anything they can do, you know?
Wanting to go, bear with me. I know this is long, and then you'll have the opportunity for follow-up. Those are the types of things that often take years to fulfill, and they were happening before October 7th, and they have continued after October 7th. So what these are about, in many cases, are about self-defense, but also deterrence and replenishment. And so we make these in the regular course of business. And what I can tell you about them is that we follow the same procedures with respect to everyone that we do for every other country in the world, which is that we notify Congress. And in fact, since October 7th, we have gone above and beyond to notify Congress about these transfers. There is a statutory threshold where we are required to notify them of transfers. We have been regularly briefing the committees to make them aware of every transfer that we are making.
So I'm going to have to combine my questions now that you've taken up so much time for that answer. I understand.
I apologize, but you believe
no,
it.
I'm just joking. First, take your time. I understand the fulfillment can take years, but are you basically saying that the authorization of the transfer coming in these recent weeks was a coincidence?
So I'm not saying it's a coincidence that Israel has been engaged in a military conflict. And of course, when you are engaged in a military conflict, you deplete your military stocks.
So there was a request in recent weeks for the additional fulfillment of these particular weapons.
As is always the case, I'm not getting into the timings of exact requests from here. I'll be quick. But this is a process that we keep Congress.
That's a yes.
Our relevant committees. But when you see these types of requests, when they get publicly reported, you have to remember that Israel is in an armed conflict and is expending a great deal of defense material, and some of that needs to be.
Yeah, those civilians don't kill themselves.
Right. And my final thing on this is, like, Secretary and a lot of senior officials from this administration basically said far too many Palestinian civilians killed. But when you go,
is this not the lady that mentions the goddamn consulate attack? Are we never going to find that mentioned?
And we know that the administration's policy hasn't changed. It is not conditioning weapons to Israel. But when you go and make such an authorization of the transfer in recent weeks, even if the actual weapons transfer has been approved years ago, don't you think that is going to damage the weight of your word, your credibility, and basically your sincerity in saying that far too many Palestinians?
So I do not agree with that at all. We have been very clear that we want to see Israel do everything it can to minimize civilian casualties. We have made clear that they need to do everything, that they need to operate.
Banning the use of the word ceasefire from the State Department. It's the beginning of her questions. Neptune, you're really throwing me for a loop here.
To offer today.
Okay, two final things. This is about from last week about these authorizations of these bombs to Israel. They have been approved a long time ago by Congress, but looks like the department has.
What a terrible Vosh video.
On how many civilians around that operation have been killed?
We do not.
It's him clicking around going, where did they say it in the State Department thing? And all he's going to say is that no, the other guy said the shack shit about how they have never committed a crime and done anything wrong.
Yep, I'm moving on.
This morning, the twisted remains of World Central Kitchen armored vehicles destroyed by an Israeli strike. The U.S. charity says 7 of its staff were killed in the attack, and now it's halting its aid operations in Gaza. The victims include a dual U.S.-Canadian citizen, as well as people with British, Australian, Polish, and Palestinian citizenship.
A lot of people very, very happy to see us.
Chef Jose Andres, who founded World Central Kitchen, calling them angels, and adding, the Israeli government needs to stop this indiscriminate killing, stop using food as a weapon.
Let me just say something about
Andres's organization.
That guy, Jose Andres, right? That man is probably one of the best people on planet Earth. The amount of harm reduction he's done, and the fact that he's not tied to like a UN organization, like obviously like the defunding of the UN aid, right? Israel just accusing them of being linked to terrorist, right? And when if they show a map of this, especially, you can tell how blatant and strategic it is. Have you seen the photos of the roofs of these cars? You're telling you're telling me an airline pilot or an airplane pilot won't be able to see that the fucking banner for this kitchen is on the roof of the car. And not only that, they were just approved to do the mission.
Yeah.
And now they're banned, right? Oh, you're going to tell me this wasn't deliberate, Israel? Okay.
Was the first to bring desperately needed food into Gaza by sea. He spoke about his mission to get food to northern Gaza on Today.
We need to do everyday shipments to the north. We can solve the hunger problem in the north. Everybody working together, we can be successful.
The Israeli military calling the killings a tragic incident and says it's launched a thorough review at the highest levels.
I hate
its
Israel
spokesman saying he
so
talked
much.
to Chef Andres.
We are committed to examining our operations thoroughly and transparently.
But
Fuck off.
Says its staff were traveling
Least transparent country. Least transparent country.
And
all
that
right?
it coordinated
Let me
their
tell
movements
you.
with the Israeli military ahead of time. The White House urging Israel
We know
to
more
swiftly
about what's
investigate
going
what
on
happened.
inside fucking China as a population, right? Most of the disinformation is still stronger, right? Most people believe bad stuff, but the fact is the actual truth that is known about China is way more than the truth that is known about Israel to the mass public.
Yep.
One victim, Australian Zomi Frankom, an experienced aid worker. Damien Sobel from Poland was also killed, according to his local mayor. Israel facing questions about the accuracy of its strikes in Gaza. As elsewhere, rising fears of a wider war. This fiery explosion destroying an Iranian diplomatic building in Syria yesterday. Iran says the blast killed 7 officers
Look
from
at
the
there's
Revolutionary
Soleimani.
Guard.
You
Now
see him
it's
hanging
blaming
on.
Israel and saying that as an ally, the U.S. must answer.
There he
for
is
the
again.
attack.
There he is
Now,
again.
Israel neither
Two
confirming nor
Soleimanis.
denying it was
One
behind that strike in Syria,
hand.
but
Epic.
its forces are on high alert for potential Iranian retaliation. Last night, the Israeli military says an Iranian-made drone
Nice
hit
road.
one of its naval bases. There were no casualties, but Israel calling it a very serious incident.
Good congestion, and you have the the little special
Hey,
lane
thanks
for
for
the
watching.
bikes.
Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
This is a much better
China
sign
concerns
out
over
than
military
the
escalation.
thanks for watching.
Yeah.
In the Middle East after an airstrike that killed several senior
Bro,
Iranian commanders.
like
Israel for the
there's
attack.
a
Former
company
correspondent
that
Rick Brickland has
has
tried-
all these flag graphics where they're like 2 flags together, right? And they like charge for packages on all these fucking media like packages. You
Shit.
buy like basically stock sound, stock graphics and stuff. And so this
Okay.
company makes a killing just by doing that.
It's quite funny.
Tracking the latest from Tel Aviv. Good morning, Brett.
Good morning, George. Yeah, as Iran vows to retaliate for an attack on its consulate in Syria, Israel has expressed its
Why are they
sincere
putting
sorrow.
this picture up like these
7
now?
were killed delivering food.
And this
to
is
Gaza.
what's funny about them talking about like who they build an idol to, SpongeBob or Spider-Man or something. And I was just like, what? Like, why are you idolizing things? Like, that's weird, bro. Like, stop.
This morning, 7 aid workers, including a dual US-Canadian citizen, killed while delivering desperately needed aid in northern Gaza. In the aftermath of the Israeli airstrike on their vehicle, gruesome
I would
video
say
showing the bodies of some of
definitely
the
Hezbollah is more of a concern, because even I at one point I thought when the U.S. applied a little bit of pressure, it seemed like they were going to, in response to this U.S. pressure, pull more into southern Lebanon in response to the pressure. So I could see that happening, and we have to say that Rafah has been delayed this long because of countries like Egypt. Like, so it's now de-escalated enough that I think if Israel went into Rafah, nothing would happen. But a few weeks ago, that was not the case. It was pretty tense for a minute. If Biden starts withholding support, or even just actually wags a finger at, this could happen. I think they should I think they've already kind of backed the opposition and made it very clear that that's what they're doing. But the standing by on this aid strike, it's just, I mean, you have to answer the questions. It's not like you can avoid this type of questioning going on.
victims, which include Polish, British, Australian, and Palestinian citizens. The World Central Kitchen now saying it is pausing Gaza operations following the attack on its workers. This as regional tensions escalate. Iran vowing revenge after an airstrike in Syria killed 2 of its top commanders and 5
It just
officers.
pisses me off because
Iran
the
and
U.S.
Syria
is
blaming
very
Israel for the
transparent,
attack, though Israel
and then
has
it
yet.
comes to shit like this, and they can't be transparent at all. Like, fuck off, bro. The U.S. should launch an investigation, a transparent investigation, open how they do in other things. Instead, this is how they cover for war criminals in like Iraq and Afghanistan. Not serious ones that like did the rape of that girl and like broke her family's arms and shit, and then ate hot wings after. But like more minimal executions, stuff like that, they'll cover for them just like this. No transparency there either. Until Julian Assange came.
Yet to comment. The strike reportedly 6 missiles from
Yeah,
Israeli
Soleimani.
warplanes leveling a multi-story building just next to the Iranian embassy in Damascus.
People have been
The Iranian
posting.
ambassador in Syria saying such crimes and violations.
They've been posting this thing. Gotta find it.
International law will have its response in an appropriate time. The attack comes as Israel has intensified strikes on Iranian military targets and Iran's allies in the region since the start of Israel's war with Hamas.
Can we get a
Meanwhile,
part 2 of this in response to this? They're posting that video of that guy crying over it.
Talks with the US over Israel's planned invasion of Gaza's southernmost
For what,
city
girl
of
and
Rafah.
chicken wings?
Israel
Okay,
agreeing to take into account
this is
US
side
concerns
tangent.
over
But I'll pull it up. I'll just show you where to find more information.
for civilian casualties.
And on that aid worker attack, we've just learned that a second NGO has paused operations.
Well, President Biden says that he is outraged and heartbroken by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza that killed 7 aid workers. In a statement yesterday, the president criticized Israel, saying that it hasn't done enough to protect aid workers and civilians.
We've impressed upon the Israelis the absolute imperative of doing more to protect innocent civilian lives, be they Palestinian children, women, and men, or be they aid workers.
This is the
World Central
name
Kitchen.
of the victim, right? Who they murder her after.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look this, I'll send it in chat. If you look that up to copy it, you will be able to read more about it. The wiki has enough of the information here. One guy got sentenced to life in prison. They had been like planning this crime for weeks, and like just specifically looking at this little girl. And this is probably one of the more serious crimes that people actually care about. Like Abu Ghraib is like more media attention than this one, but this one is especially heinous, the details that are known about it. And this is one of the few times where they were transparent and like took these guys right, because nobody would accept something like this. This is not just like an execution of a prisoner or something. People turn the other cheek, or turn the blind eye to executions and things like that. But it's a long story that I don't really feel like getting into. I already did an Iraq war tangent today, but if you want to read more, there it is. I recommend not reading about it, honestly.
Game streaming incoming, because I just bought a capture card.
Yeah, who wants to buy Jack Helldivers too?
Polish and
Do you
Australian
know
nationals,
YouTube
a dual
demonetized
U.S.
us?
Canadian national.
They did indeed. They hate news. YouTube
Yeah.
hates news unless you're established already on the mainstream press.
So
And
if
then you
you
get a pass
want to
because
see
it's
more
apparently
in-depth
not
stories,
YouTube anymore.
if you want to see more in-depth stories like I just did analyzing Iraq and this political situation to further your understanding of countries that I actually can follow and know about, like Turkey, I don't remember what the parties are called, but you know, we're raising money to start an NGO that's going to help journalists in these countries, you know, actually, you know, fund the free press. You can just go to the Patreon link. You can just give us $1. You can cancel it right after. You know, anything helps. Here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker, because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
I got no monies. Go steal your mom's credit card. That's a joke. That's technically why I just committed a crime, telling people to do that. That's a joke. Don't do that.
And a Palestinian. The charity's founder, renowned chef
Look at that
Jose
strike.
Andres, suspended the group's
Yeah.
operations in Gaza. Our Holly Williams is following the very latest on all of this from Tel Aviv.
There's no way it wasn't intentional.
Good morning. World Central Kitchen has named Jacob Flickinger, a 33-year-old dual U.S.-Canadian citizen, as one of 7 of its team members who were killed by the Israeli military in Gaza. The others were British, Polish, Australian, and Palestinian.
Very funny
It appears
joke.
a
I'm
convoy
laughing
of
at the obvious joke. And like I've said in the
cars
past,
with
even if you donate once, I'll keep your name at the bottom until it fills up.
Mm-hmm. Formagen.
with strikes multiple times, even though the non-profit says it was coordinating its movements with Israel's
Fucking
military.
now.
The chief of staff of Israel's military has called the incident a grave mistake, saying, quote, "It was a mistake that followed a misidentification at night during a war in very complex conditions." The US government says it's outraged by the deaths and is calling on Israel to carry out a swift and impartial investigation. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called the incident tragic and unintentional, also saying, quote, "This happens in war." Relations between the US and Israel appear increasingly strained, even though America is Israel's most important ally. Under a deal signed by the Obama administration, the US agreed to give Israel $3.8 billion a year in military assistance. Nowhere is the tension more evident than over Israel's planned offensive in Rafah in southern Gaza, where around 1.5 million Palestinians are sheltering, many of them in tents. Israel says it needs to destroy Hamas's remaining battalions, but the US is warning against an assault without a credible plan to protect civilians. Anne-Marie.
All right, Holly, thank you.
Israel is apologizing for the airstrike that killed 7 aid workers yesterday.
The IDF says the strike was a mistake that followed a misidentification, and it's thoroughly investigating the incident.
Meanwhile, Iran continues to threaten
great
retaliation
framing,
against
though.
Israelis for an attack that killed 2 of its generals.
Where
Israel's
is it?
defense chief
You
warns that
famously
any
said that the name Fredo was like the N word for
It's kind of
Italian.
mistake.
Yes, that was a mistake.
Was it that kind of mistake, Israel?
one who hits Israel will pay a heavy price. Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem.
This morning, the IDF Chief of Staff addressed the tragedy that took the lives of a team of international workers from World Central Kitchen as they returned from an aid delivery in Gaza.
I want to be very clear. The strike was not carried out with the intention of harming WCK aid workers. This incident was a grave mistake. Israel is at a war with Hamas, not with the people of Gaza.
This guy literally
the
looks like
unintentional harm.
The fucking German guy saying that the Nazis didn't mean to do something. Like, come on, you could not look more Hitler coded.
The strap across the chest too.
To the members of WCK.
Epic.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu personally
It
spoke
is
with some of
better
the
than
leaders of the
nothing.
countries the victims were from.
Like it's only a matter of time. I mean, like basically every stream that we do, it's like slightly better every time, especially on Fridays, which end up being like the best ones. And I think just people are so fed up with mainstream news, just seeing people rip it apart and criticize everything is like kind of a relief.
Yeah.
And it's not like how like everyone is kind of doing it, like Sam Cedar does it. They just show clips. It's like, okay, let's like look at everything in context.
Yeah.
Because it's like if it's news broadcasting, it's free use. They can still like, I mean, that rapist at Channel 5, he just got his documentary taken down by a Las Vegas affiliate.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, because like he used footage from them, and they like basically like Big Boy claimed him, where it turns the video red permanently. You can't re-upload it or anything.
Yeah, very cool.
Checking this thoroughly. We're in touch with the governments, and we will do everything for this not to happen again.
In the U.S., the White House is expressing outrage over how dangerous it is for aid workers in Gaza.
More than 200 aid workers have been killed in this conflict, making it one of the worst for aid workers in recent history. This incident is emblematic of a larger problem and evidence of why distribution of aid in Gaza has been so challenging.
Meanwhile, the Israeli military continues to prepare.
I hate them so much, bro. It's been challenging because Israel's stopping the trucks. Israel is what makes it challenging. Fuck these people, man.
Stronghold, but also temporary home to more than 1 million Gazan refugees. While the Biden administration opposes the invasion, former Vice President Mike Pence says it's a necessity.
Israel has no choice but to invade Rafah and hunt down and destroy Hamas once and for all.
Rather than criticize Israel, Pence said Americans should fully support its war efforts against enemies sworn to wipe it off the map.
If Palestinians laid down their weapons right now and released all hostages, we'd have peace.
Oh my God, yeah,
If
bro.
Israelis laid down their weapons, we'd have no Israel.
On another front, Israel is bracing for
Oh
Iran
my God,
retaliating
bro.
after a top Iranian general and his aide were killed by a missile strike in Syria. That's being blamed on Israelis. But Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant warns whoever
Wasn't a
hits
missile.
Israel will pay a heavy price.
We operate everywhere, every day, in order to prevent our
This guy
enemies
is
from
a
gaining strength and in order
psychopath,
to make
too.
it clear to anyone who acts against us, all over the Middle East, that the price for action against Israel will be a heavy one.
Chris Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Oppose our genocide.
Anthony Blinken,
Uh,
Secretary of State, meeting with his NATO counterparts in Brussels. An Israeli airstrike that killed aid workers in Gaza, one of them an American, is going to be a major topic. Trey Yinks has the follow-up. He's live in Tel Aviv today for us. Hello, Trey.
Hey, Bill, good morning. An independent investigation is being conducted into those Israeli strikes this week that killed 7 aid workers
This
from the
guy
World
is
Central Kitchen.
legitimately good.
Israeli
The
officials
Fox
have
News
been
correspondent that they have in Israel. He's legitimately good, and I think he will have a pretty good career going after this.
outspoken about this incident, saying it was a result of misidentification. You can see in that video a hole in the top of an armored vehicle belonging to the World Central Kitchen. Initial reports indicate Israeli drones struck the SUV.
Yeah, no
along with 2
shit.
other
Like,
cars. The
yeah,
convoy was
like it's like if it's it, like, but they do this with like Cuba. Like, oh, like I like Cuba, the sanctions. I joked about it. You could say that the government, if the government just dissolved itself, then there would be no sanctions and crisis. you know, the government's blaming the sanctions. Well, why are the sanctions there? Like that type of shit. Like, it's just stupid. It's just so unrealistic. That's not how power works, you know? Like, the Hamas doesn't care about the civilians dying. So, like, why are we using, and also, aside from that, why are we using civilian lives as a bargaining chip with terrorists, if that's the case? Like, but yes, hypothetically, if they did that, yes, hypothetically, actually, who knows with Israel? like, sure, but the thing is that the hostages need to be released at this point. It's getting ridiculous. Like, whoever is blocking the settlement, they need to just move, just take them and push them somewhere else, like Bikini Bottom.
Traveling on the Al Rashid Road along the Mediterranean Sea when the incident took place. Overnight, Israel's chief of staff released a rare apology in English.
This incident was
Oh,
a
you
grave
actually did
mistake.
make a former gen thing.
Israel is
I
at
just
war
realized.
with Hamas.
Yeah, I did.
Not with the people of Gaza. We are sorry for the unintentional harm to the members of WCK.
The incident will directly impact the ability for aid to get to Palestinian civilians. The World Central Kitchen has temporarily suspended operations in Gaza following the tragedy. President Biden released a statement Tuesday saying he was outraged by the deaths of these aid workers, adding that Israel is not doing enough to protect humanitarians in Gaza. We do understand that President Biden spoke over the phone with the World Central Kitchen founder, Jose Andres, to express his condolences.
Dinkelberg.
We'll follow it. Trey Yinks there in Tel Aviv reporting today. Thank you.
New this morning, President Joe Biden says he is, quote, outraged and heartbroken over the deaths of 7 aid workers in Gaza. In a statement Tuesday, Biden sharply criticized Israel for the deadly strike, saying, quote, Israel has not done enough to protect civilians. The 7 who lost their lives worked for World Central Kitchen, the organization founded by famed chef Jose Andres. The group says a convoy was hit leaving a warehouse where the team had unloaded more than 100 tons of humanitarian aid. The Israeli military says the deadly airstrike was a mistake that followed a misidentification at night. Biden says Israel's investigation must be swift and its findings must be made public. Coming up on Good Morning Hawaii in the next half hour, the latest from the Middle East as the bodies of those killed are transported out of Gaza.
And breaking right now, protesters reportedly heading for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's private home in Jerusalem, as Iran says that Israel will be punished after a deadly attack on an Iranian consulate in Syria that took out one of the leaders of these militia groups, an Iranian leader. So Israel has not confirmed that strike came on their behalf. Correspondent Trey Yinks joins us now on all of this breaking news in Israel. Good afternoon. Hi, Trey.
Hey, Martha, good afternoon. I do want to start with this breaking news out of Jerusalem. I just spoke with someone on the phone who is in the city indicating that there are police outside of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's private residence, and they are currently clashing with demonstrators. These protesters took to the streets over the past 72 hours to demonstrate against the government, call for new elections, and for a ceasefire agreement to get the hostages out of Gaza. According to the person I spoke with on the phone, police are using water cannons and horses to disperse the crowd that is currently gathered in Jerusalem. We'll continue to follow that story. It comes as Israel is facing new threats and pressure from the Islamic Republic following a strike yesterday in Damascus, Syria, that we understand killed 7 members of Iran's IRGC, including 2 top generals. Overnight in Tehran, protesters gathered in the streets, burning both American and Israeli flags. They chanted death to America and called on their own government to respond. Iranian officials echoed these calls today with the country's supreme leader posting to X saying, quote, we will make the Zionists regret this crime of attacking the Iranian consulate in Syria and other crimes like this by God's power and strength. Iranian
how
President
funny
Ibrahim
is
Raisi-
that? How funny is it that Fox News is pulling up Ayatollah tweets as sources for this? The fact that dude still has an account is so funny. It's so funny that he's on Twitter. I know, Twitter's not a real place, Jack.
Also said the attack would not
I
go
wasn't gonna
unanswered.
do it.
In the past, Iran has threatened harsh responses and then done nothing. But given the current state of affairs, Israeli forces are currently on high alert. We're also following one final developing story out of the Middle East today. Overnight, a series of Israeli strikes in Gaza killed 7 members of the World Central Kitchen. Among the dead are numerous foreign citizens, including 1 American. Graphic video circulated online of bodies at a local hospital inside Gaza. Some of these individuals still wearing protective gear. They were inside of an armored car when the explosions occurred. The Israelis say they are taking credit for the strikes, calling them tragic and unintentional. Israel says they will conduct a thorough investigation into what happened last night and make those findings public. Martha.
It's a real tragedy indeed. Trey, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for
Shut up.
What I know is that we were targeted deliberately, non-stop, until everybody was dead in this convoy. this happened over more than 1.5, 1.8 kilometers. So this was not just a bad luck situation where, oops, we dropped the bomb in the wrong place, or no, this was over 1.5, 1.8 kilometers with a very defined humanitarian convoy that had signs in the top, in the roof. That cannot be the role of an army. That cannot be the role of an army that has hundreds of drones above Gaza in any single moment. Humanitarians and civilians should never be paying the consequences of war. This is a basic principle of humanity. At the time, this looks like it's not a war against terrorism anymore.
Like, these people
seems this is a war against humanity.
Are like essential. You know, like these workers are veterans with this company. It's not like you can replace this type of stuff.
Itself.
The United States, the
Sissy
UN,
Vaya,
and
that's
other
you.
world powers on Tuesday condemned an Israeli airstrike that mistakenly killed 7 aid workers in Gaza. Video obtained by Reuters showed a large hole in the roof of a four-wheel drive vehicle belonging to the World Central Kitchen, a charity founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres. Paramedics were seen moving bodies into a hospital and displaying the passports of 3 of those killed. U.S. National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications John Kirby said the White House was outraged by the attack.
I
We
think
don't
by saying
the
we're
amount of
outraged, I
like
think
we
you can
at this
fairly
point, who cares what
characterize
the
that
White
as condemning the strike itself.
We get it. They were
Who wants to see
outraged and they're going to
this kind
do
of violence happen
nothing.
to humanitarian aid workers who, as was noted earlier, were doing all the right things.
The airstrike killed citizens of
They're
Australia.
doing all the right things. He means that
well
they
as
were
Palestinians,
identifying
and dual
themselves
citizen of the
as workers and coming out of a facility. Not that they were doing all the right things, that these are like genuinely irreplaceable human beings who have done nothing but good for the planet.
United States and Canada. Jessica Olney was a friend of Australian aid worker Zomi Francom, who was killed in the airstrike.
There's no words. You know, these are some of the best people out there doing the most important work. And
Exactly,
people like
she's
Zomi
right.
are so selfless and only doing what they do because of their love for humanity. There's no other reason. It makes me feel like humanity has reached a new low to see something like this happen.
I agree.
Israel's military expressed, quote, sincere sorrow over the incident. Here's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
See, I got theory for a second, but then I'm instantly back to being so fucking mad because they immediately had to bring this fucking ghoul up.
Today, there was a tragic case of our forces unintentionally hitting innocent people in the
Shut
Gaza
up.
Strip. This happens in wartime.
I hate you.
We are thoroughly looking into it.
Oopsie,
Contact with
it
the
happens
government
in
and will
war.
do everything to ensure it does not happen again.
The incident ratcheted up international pressure for steps to ease the disastrous humanitarian situation in Gaza, nearly 6 months into Israel's siege and invasion of the Palestinian enclave, including from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
This is
Yeah, well, that
unconscionable,
doesn't matter.
but it is an inevitable result of the way the war is being conducted. It demonstrates yet again the urgent need for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire.
I would like
unconditional release of all
the
hostages,
White House
and
to
the
adopt this
expansion
kind of rhetoric while still being equally as worthless, though.
humanitarian aid into Gaza, as the Security Council demanded in its resolution last week. The resolution must be implemented without delay.
The Israeli military pledged an investigation into the deaths of the aid workers by an independent, professional, and expert body.
This draft resolution deals with the most pressing matters. It calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza without a time limitation. It also demands the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. It condemns the terrorist attacks by Hamas that took place on October 7, and it demands an immediate and full humanitarian access. We are just starting. It's an ambitious project. It will take time. We
Stop
need to
beating the
consult everyone. As you know, the situation in the Gaza Strip is catastrophic. We call for the full and immediate implementation of Resolution 2728. Against this background, France is convinced that the Security Council should live up to its responsibilities. The 2 humanitarian resolutions tabled by Malta and the United Arab Emirates paved the way. The elected member, the E10 resolution, was a turning point a week ago. This council needs to do more. It cannot wait any longer.
The shock and anger against the latest wave of Israeli attacks in Gaza, this time on the streets of London.
Medics in solidarity with Palestinians blockaded the headquarters of Palantir, the software company supplying technology to Israel's military, calling for an immediate end to its activities there. The killing of humanitarian aid workers received international condemnation. Israel's allies, including the UK, demanded answers.
The situation is increasingly intolerable, and what we urgently need to see is a thorough, transparent investigation into what has happened, but also a dramatic increase in the amount of
someone other than Biden. Even though it's the same thing, I'm less pissed hearing from him, and I'm like, oh, good. Fucking Rishi's fucking saying something good. I'm actually happy now that somebody's saying something, and it's the same things that I've already heard, and I'm acknowledging that it's just as much as bullshit as when Biden says it, but it still makes me feel a little bit better.
aid getting into Gaza.
The aid workers killed James Henderson, who'd served for 6 years in the Royal Marines, John Chapman, a former member of the British Special Forces, and Army veteran Paul Kirby, who was 47 years old. All were providing security support. Kirby's cousins described him as completely selfless.
He just wanted to help people. He knew that if he didn't go, then someone else would go, and that would probably play on his mind. So James was one of those people that would just sit back.
Just imagine,
After more than 5 months of conflict,
all the like post-military military contractor work you can do, and the jobs you're signing up with is to actually deliver humanitarian aid to war zones. You know, the composure. You know, it's just like how so many people who fought in the Iraq War went to fight with the Kurds in Syria.
Yeah,
because it was like a repentance for what they had done.
Public opinion on the soaring casualties is piling pressure on politicians to act. Opinion polls have consistently shown that more people are in favor of a ceasefire than not, and the killing of aid workers in an Israeli airstrike is now prompting outrage, even in traditionally right-wing papers of the British press. Some are seeing this moment as a tipping point in the UK's previously rock-solid support for Israel. The UK government has called for Israel to follow international law, continues to maintain what Prime Minister...
Huh?
I said she should have said rock hard. It's funnier.
Mr. Sunak calls a very careful arms licensing arrangement. Human rights groups say that has to end.
We've been calling on the UK government for months to be suspending all of those licenses as part of our international calls for a full-scale arms embargo on all sides to the current conflict.
As the bodies of the victims are repatriated, the shadow of this strike weighs heavily on organizations working to help a region devastated by this conflict. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from outside.
And today, a U.S. official confirms that President Biden will speak with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow. For more on this, we get two views. Retired Master Sergeant Wes Bryant had a 20-year career in the Air Force and deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. As a Joint Terminal Attack Controller, he called in airstrikes and led air targeting cells. He's also the co-author of Hunting the Caliphate, America's War on ISIS, and Dawn of the Strike Cell. And retired Israeli Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus had a 24-year
They're going to hit their
career
main
in the
points
Israeli
in the
Defense
beginning.
Forces. He commanded combat forces in Lebanon and Gaza and was most recently an IDF international spokesperson. He's now a senior fellow at the Washington-based think tank, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thanks very much. Welcome, both of you.
The Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Let's Google that and see what that organization is about, huh?
This incident a, quote, misidentification. Can you explain how that's possible when, as the World Central Kitchen says,
I would love to hear it from the IDF spokesperson.
What I understand from the IDF's after-action review, which has not yet been completed, what the IDF has said so far, we are responsible, we are accountable, and this is not Hamas's doing, we did it. That's number one. What they had, that they have been able to establish that. What they have not yet been able to establish is how did this misidentification happen, and how was an aid convoy mistaken for a vehicle carrying terrorists, and who made a wrong decision, who misunderstood a very complex and dynamic battlefield, and who got it wrong. I personally know that they are investigating it now, waiting for the outcomes for a transparent and honest after-action review.
Wes Bryant, what's your response to those two words? One, misidentification that we heard from the Chief of the General Staff, and as Jonathan Conricus
one of the
said,
most
some kind
asked
of
questions about them is the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies legit? They've written some good articles and published some good stuff like on drone strikes and stuff. But no, they're not. They suck. I just want to see like It says that they were founded after 9/11. So I was trying to see if there's any like who's the actual people behind them, because they're notorious.
Next battlefield.
Yes, I appreciate those remarks. Misidentification does, of course, happen in combat, but to me, this strike is just an effect or a demonstration of a broader problem.
Oh, that's
targeting
where I
negligence.
know them from. This guy I have blocked. This guy's such a douchebag.
Uh-huh.
I literally have this dude blocked here.
That's funny.
This is where I see him a lot. This guy's one of them. This guy is like one of the most annoying Zionists on Twitter. And the way he dehumanizes people is just so gross. He was one of the first people to push the narrative that the Palestinians shot that journalist.
Oh, really?
Yeah. This is like
Epic.
big information warfare pusher.
Pattern of indifference towards civilian harm and a pattern of disregard toward international humanitarian law that the IDF has, unfortunately, though being our allies and though having a clear precedent to go after Hamas, which is a dangerous and brutal terrorist organization, that the IDF has unfortunately demonstrated throughout their operation in Gaza.
Jonathan Karikas, can you respond to that? Targeting negligence and a disregard for civilian casualties.
Yeah, I think those are very unfortunate and incorrect comments or an assessment of IDF practices. I myself have been in the targeting rooms or the cells where we do those processes. I have seen the process, I've seen the legal overview, and I've seen the intelligence vetting that is done, which is part of protocol before we strike. We operate in an extremely complex environment, unlike expeditionary missions, which I think is the benchmark that you will bring up and give me examples of. But that benchmark is not really relevant because we are talking about defending our homeland here. We do not have the same leisure and time to be super extra careful when it comes to taking out live military targets because our civilians are at risk here. Israel is committed to the international law of armed warfare. Israel takes precaution. Israel uses distinction and proportionality, but that does not mean, sadly, that Palestinian civilians do not get wounded or killed on the battlefield. But the responsibility for that is...
Is this that same guy?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Recent articles.
2 points. One, there is a difference, as Jonathan Karikas put it, between fighting, as you did, in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, and fighting
what do you think
in Israel itself.
So his latest articles that he's written for other media outlets. Okay, there's 5 in front of me for the latest that's being featured here. Go ahead and pick one. What do you think? What do you think he wrote for? Throw a name out there.
Gray Zone?
No, that's Assadist shit, bro. This is Israeli fucking propaganda, right-wing propaganda.
Definitely Fox.
Yep, you nailed it. It is Fox News. That is the one to guess. Nope, it was Fox News. 3 different Fox Newses out of his last 5 articles. And the other one is fucking Daily Wire, I think. No. Whatever this is. The other guy had a Daily Wire article in Fox News. The guy said he was a douchebag.
Yeah.
Fuck these people. Although the Long War Journal was pretty fucking good for the Taliban and stuff. That's me being impartial.
But also,
I fucking despise
humanitarian
these
law,
people.
specifically distinction and proportionality. Do you believe the IDF is following those 2 tenets?
Well, on the second point, I absolutely don't, for the most part.
Love this guy.
I think an over 30,000 casualty ratio, whether or
What's
not
his name?
9 or 10,000 of those are Hamas operatives.
We
It's a
should,
huge ratio between civilian
hit 'em up.
casualties and combatants. With comparing past
I'll
wars with
look
this,
at
yes,
it.
every war has its differences, but urban combat is urban combat, and war. Misidentification does, of course.
Master Sergeant Wes Bryant.
Yeah, I'm gonna
North
look it up.
Carolina.
I'm gonna look it up
Or
on mine.
more
so I can
importantly, international
question.
humanitarian law is just that. And what I see the IDF doing is taking the principles of military necessity and proportionality and saying that basically any civilian loss that happens is justified because of the military necessity of this target. It's just not the way the U.S. Conducts warfare. Even with the civilian harm that the U.S. has caused, which it has caused civilian harm, and we know that, the U.S. itself would absolutely not be conducting a targeting campaign in the way that IDF has in the last few months. And that's something that I think the whole world is paying attention to, and I think both Israeli and U.S. government need to pay closer attention to.
Jonathan Karikas, you're shaking your head.
Yes, I can personally tell of hundreds of strikes that have been aborted in real time in this war in Gaza because of the presence of children, civilians, women, elderly, and people who we assessed were not enemy combatants, and airstrikes were called off because the proportionality between the military necessity and the
Found him,
importance
bro.
of
He's got under 400 followers. This guy's definitely
warrant or
followable.
justify
Oh, really?
the killing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's not
send it to
many.
you so you can follow him on the main account to send a probe to him later.
Or the probable wounding of civilians. The Gaza battlefield is an area which is virtually impossible to fight in without having non-combatant casualties. That is how Hamas has rigged the battlefield. That is what we are fighting. And that is the sad reality that we, by trying to move civilians out of the battlefield, have tried to negate. That's what the Israeli Defense Forces did in the beginning. We called on civilians to evacuate because we know that fighting high-intensity warfare in urban terrain is a horrible endeavor that leads to casualties.
Wes Bryant, Hamas has rigged the battlefield. How much does that matter, in your opinion, as you assess the IDF campaign?
Well, Hamas's known use of human shields does not negate the other combatant, IDF in this case, the responsibility to protect civilian and non-combatant
That's
lives.
what's up.
So
Just
the IDF is
acknowledging the use of human
Netanyahu
shields and then telling him
himself
it
that,
doesn't fucking matter. Love that. Classic John move right there.
strikes have
And we should
unwitting or
take this
involuntary
man at
human
his word.
shields that
No,
Hamas is using, and therefore
This guy's
it's
cool.
justified
The
that
other
we
guy
enter,
is
this targeting.
FDD. They suck. They suck. They suck. They did do a good the Long War Journal was good during the Afghan war, but that's different, They published they actually did some transparency about war crimes and stuff, but no, fuck that guy. He's a fucking spokesperson for Israel. This guy's just an honest guy who wrote a book called Hunting the Caliphate.
Avoid in some of these cases killing the civilians. Well, unfortunately, through that, IDF has also acknowledged that they are still striking when civilians or involuntary human shields are actually known in the target area. And that's obvious even just from the reporting and the other corroboration that we see. And so that's a problem under U.S. Law of war. That would be a violation of our law of war and international humanitarian law. And under all common interpretations, it would be as well. I don't doubt that the IDF is calling off strikes, is aborting in some cases. They're just not doing it enough.
I know there's a lot more to discuss. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I want to thank you both, Wes Bryant, Jonathan Karikas. Thanks very much for both your time.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we're done
That
with
was great. I'm glad we sat through that whole thing. I thought it was just going to be a debate. Who cares? Because normally they're terrible.
Yeah.
Especially Al Jazeera. It's like they're so stretched.
Yeah. All right, we're done with Gaza. Marked.
There's some silly U.S. stuff, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through the U.S. now.
Because they're very good at that. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history, and you see that up there. We ended catch and release. We built 571 miles of border wall very successfully. We're all ready to add another 200. That's far more than I said I was going to build, but it worked so well. We got Mexico to send 28,000 soldiers. For those people to say Mexico, they didn't give the wall. They didn't give the wall. They gave more. They gave us 28,000 soldiers for years. That's why my numbers were so good. 28,000 soldiers. I said, you have to give them. They said, we wouldn't do that. Why would we do that? By the way, did you see Mexico's now asking for $20 billion a year to even sit down and talk to these people? They wouldn't ask me for that. $20 billion a year. Have you seen that? I don't know, Mike Rogers. I think we're going to have to stop that. But $20 billion a year they want just to sit down and talk. Think of it. How crazy
giving
is
them
it
the
all?
money that's going
Where have we
specifically
come?
to
But
them.
they said,
policing
no,
migrants.
we won't give you soldiers.
So
Why
they
would we
don't
do
reach
that?
the
He said,
border.
yes.
I hope you do, bro. I hope you do.
Just more things Trump
That way,
is doing
everyone
to
can say,
destroy the
look
border.
at Trump causing the border crisis.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You voted. The number one thing that they're supporting him on is fixing the border crisis.
His border, yeah, and he's going to make it worse.
He already
Cool.
is. It's wild how stupid these people are. Like, anyone who supports this whole thing narrative about the border is an idiot now. I have no respect for you. As
I generally agree at this point.
You know, that's what you'd say. That's what I'd say. You will do it 100%. I will do anything you ask, including I will make a really major bet. You will do it. The 28,000. Nope, we won't do it. I said, here's the story. If you don't have this approved, it was Friday evening. Immediately, I'm going to sign a bill where we're going to tariff your cars and all of the other things you send in to hurt Michigan and to hurt other. But regardless of that, because the new threat is China is now building factories. Not with me, they weren't. In Mexico, they're going to build cars in Mexico and sell them, and they think they're going to sell them over our border with no tax. Okay,
Bro.
It's not going to happen with me. With Biden, it's going to happen. And
Bro,
Michigan and
you're
the
gonna go
United Auto
after
Workers
the
will be totally
Mexican
out of
car
business.
export industry. You're going to kill your own auto manufacturing industry. That's the whole point of why Mexico is set up in the condition it is. Actually, the reason why we have migrant farmers is because we put auto industry in Mexico and destroyed the farming industry, so they had to be exported to the United States. Idiot.
He's talking about China setting up factories in Mexico,
Yes,
though.
but that's the thing is that they're still owned and going to the Mexican GDP. We trade with China too. We help China's GDP, but you know who's our number one trade partner? Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Overtook China recently, didn't it?
No, they've always been there.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
I thought China was number one and Mexico overtook it
No,
recently.
we have like a bigger like share amount.
Okay.
But the total GDP cost by dollar, more from Mexico. The thing is, China is it's so cheap that while it is a huge percentage of imports, it's less than Mexico's imports. And Mexico is still like, and we're not even paying tax on that stuff. But Mexico too. So that's why it also gets so much money.
Yeah.
They're the biggest car plants anywhere in the world. And they're building them in Mexico. A friend of mine builds plants. That's all he can do. He can't walk across the street, but he's the greatest builder of car plants. If you ask this guy, who won the game last night? I don't know. I couldn't care less. All he can do is build plants. He's unbelievable. I said, I want to take a look at some of the plants. He said, okay, well, are you ready to go to Mexico? So that was bad enough. Then he said, because China's building the largest plants anywhere in Mexico, right along the border, and they're going to make cars. They're not doing it with me. With me, they're going to be tariffed to a level that those cars will not happen. They can't do this to us. They've already done. And whoever heads the auto workers, United Auto Workers, should be ashamed of themselves approving the electric vehicles, all electric. It's the craziest thing. They don't go far.
Yes, go against the auto union too, bro.
People in the back. I was going to use.
Yeah, that'll go so well for you.
Speech. Hello, folks. You know, it's like a nervous habit with him. Hello, folks.
Bro,
thank you, folks. Folks.
The car industry is fucked if Trump comes in. Bro, you want wait until you think of, like wait until the price tag on cars and gas skyrocket because of these policies. China engaging in global
so
commerce.
what I'm telling the people behind me, it would have been a nice time to use that term too. But I said that you know, when you look at all of the horrible decisions that have been made, but this decision with the electric vehicle, I mean, outside of allowing prisoners and mental institution people and terrorists into our country with no checks, no nothing, no checks, no nothing, by the millions and millions.
Sure, bro.
The electric vehicle one is one of the dumbest I've ever heard too, because I was in a beautiful place called Iowa, and we had the Iowa primary, which I won by the highest number in history, by the way, which we're very happy about that. By double the highest, actually. We had double the highest, the best margin doubled. Anyway, really so I love it, but it happened to be a little cold that night. It was 40 degrees below zero. And there were more electric cars. I said, what are all those cars doing all over the streets? They're electric cars, sir. They don't work in the cold. So they're going to have to do a little business first. And I want people to buy an electric car if you want one, but I want them to be able to buy every other form of transportation, I want you to use gasoline a lot because we have more gasoline than any country anywhere in the world. So we're playing into China because they're going to make that's what they have. They have that. We have gas. We have gasoline. We have oil and gas. We have gasoline. And I said, isn't it a shame? We play away from our strength and we play right into their strength by doing this. And the first day, I promise you, I will sign with the electric vehicle mandate is gone. If you want an electric car, you can buy it, but you're going to be able to buy every other form of push, every other form of car and engine
Of
and motor
push.
that you want, and you're going to have it, and the car companies are going to have to go back. I
Every
don't know
other
if you know, the
form
reason
of
the car companies,
push.
the massive subsidy that this country is paying to try and get these cars sold. We have hundreds of thousands of cars electric. They can't sell them. People don't want them. And you got to go with the market. We've sold about 5% of our cars are electric, and that's fine. I think they're fine if you like to go short distances. If you want to take a trip, I don't think you want to do that. I don't recommend electric. Maybe someday they'll be able to do it, but right now they're not even close. So we're going to end that immediately. We're going to end
Genius
it day
electric
one.
car
But we had
engine
remain
right
in
there.
Mexico. Think of this. We had the 28,000 soldiers. And when I said I want them now, we had them the following week. We had that's why our numbers are so good. But we have remain in Mexico, safe third country agreements, asylum bans, Title 42. When people were sick, we don't want them coming into our country with contagious diseases, and they have it. And all of a sudden, you see these contagious
Oh, so now COVID
diseases
is real.
spreading, and everyone's saying, "I wonder
Listen,
where they came from." I can tell you where
he's
they
saying
came from.
Title 42,
And we had what's
contagious
called a
diseases.
rapid
We don't want them in our
removal
country. He's
policy,
talking
very
about
rapid
COVID.
removal. Like, how
Acknowledging
about the
COVID was
following
a
day
problem.
and even that evening, and all of that's been ended.
Well,
by
he
crooked
made
Joe
the
Biden.
vaccine, so of
It's just
course
so
he
sad, and that's why you
acknowledges
see
it.
the numbers on the chart where they look like the rocket ship.
Apprehensions of migrants at
rocket
the
ship.
U.S. southern border reached a record high at the end of last year. But before crossing into the U.S., many in this increasingly global group travel more than 1,500 miles through Mexico. With producer Sam Weber and Christine Romo, we recently went to Mexico's southern border with Guatemala to report on this desperate journey. When we met them on this Chiapas, Mexico roadside, these families,
Chiapas!
originally from Venezuela, had already been walking for 15 days. Where are they heading now?
We are going to the United States, God permitting.
Why did you leave? My country, my country. The
Venezuela
government is horrible.
sucks!
Under a blazing sun in near 90-degree heat, they share that they're heading to the U.S. to seek asylum.
They're
We
so
ask what they
tired.
need.
Go back and listen to the translation
Water,
from what the mom
water.
says.
10-year-old Brittany.
How exhausted she is.
We are going to the United States, God permitting.
Why did you leave? My country, my country. The government is horrible. Under a blazing sun in near
Right?
90-degree
She's like,
heat.
my country,
heading to
my
the US to seek
country.
asylum.
Like trying
We
to
ask
think
what
of
they
even the
need.
words.
Water,
Yeah.
water.
Food for the children.
10-year-old Brittany has already witnessed and lived what no child should.
We had to pass through the jungle and cross rivers. They stole our money and lied to us.
When's the last time she had any food or water?
I don't know.
But she's fueled by a simple dream.
I want to study.
Study. What do you want to study?
Doctor.
Little brother
They always
Jason.
want to be doctors, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to the Disney Castle.
You're going to the Disney Castle. And with that, they press on.
I
Each
hope
step,
I hope they
bringing
go.
them closer to
I
a better
support.
life.
That's
As
you know what I support. Sending all the migrants
Getting
coming over the
migrants to
border,
Disney
send them to
Castle.
Disneyland.
I agree as well.
Worldwide erupts to record levels, this part of southern Mexico has become a global crossroads, with thousands of asylum seekers passing through each day, most on their way to the United States.
We are here right now, and here is mainly where the people enter to Mexico.
Eli Cruz leads the Tapachula sub-office for the United Nations International
I had to
Organization
check
for
this was
Migration.
PBS. I was like, is this
It's
Voice
not
of
just
America?
that women or men are traveling by themselves. They're traveling with their families. There are a lot of children. We are seeing a lot of different profiles with a lot of vulnerabilities.
For years, migrants crossing through Mexico were largely from Central America. 2023 marked the first year that people from South America outpaced them, with record numbers from
That's a
Venezuela
great
and Ecuador,
introduction.
according to
is
Mexican government
Disney
data.
owns everything. Well, also that they go there and they can't afford the food either, because they go there and they're starving and thirsty, and it's like it's $12 for a glass of water.
But the patterns continue to shift. What about people from even further away? For example, at the U.S. southern border, some of the biggest jumps we've been seeing over the last 3 years have been for people from Russia, from India, from China. Have you been seeing that here as well?
Yes, in the last years, we have been seeing a lot of these nationalities.
You see that?
Also, people from Afghanistan.
The sign.
Yeah, it was just
I
the
didn't see what
border
it said.
patrol sign.
What did it say?
You tell me.
I have no idea.
China. Have you been seeing that here as well?
Yes, in the last
Just,
years, we have been seeing a lot of these
poorly
nationalities.
written
Also,
characters.
people from Afghanistan or from Bangladesh.
Over the past decade, Mexico
Bangladesh
has
is
become an
bad right
increasingly popular and accessible route to the U.S. for Asian and African migrants. In fact, out of the 195 recognized countries in the world, Mexican officials say 120 nationalities have come across their southern
Damn.
border. The majority of those crossings happen here. This shallow stretch of the Suchiate River is all that separates Guatemala from Mexico at this point, and rafts regularly ferry people across. But in some ways, the most difficult part of the journey is still ahead, some 1,500 miles and many more obstacles before the U.S. southern border. But those who can afford it skip all those obstacles and gain swift passage to the northern border. Smugglers like Mario handle all the details.
My clients all want to arrive safe and sound in the United States.
We're using a different name to protect him from cartel retribution. He charges up to $21,000 per person for longer journeys and says his network has moved 50,000 people into the U.S. since 2021. What do you tell them when they approach you? Do you guarantee them that they will be able to make it?
It's my word and my reputation on the line. Out of all the clients that I've had, only 2 or 3 have been detained. The rest are in the United States.
NewsHour has no way to verify.
I mean, I
that
respect
claim.
that.
I ask him about migrant
Right?
stories.
I mean,
of
that's
abuse
real.
and
That's
assault
real capitalism. Your word and your reputation is actually on the line. You know.
Mm-hmm.
On their journeys.
Yes, it's true. The people that happens to don't have the money to pay for my services. The overland trip across Mexico can take around 15 days, but I can move any nationality into the United States via plane in a matter of hours. There is always a way to get in.
With scarce resources, 24-year-old Rosa and her family are making their own way to the U.S. They left Venezuela in September of 2023, traversing the deadly and dangerous Darien Gap into Central America.
We saw horrible things, dead women, children, and we worried constantly about what could happen to our children, if the river would take them, if they would dehydrate, if they would suffer from malnutrition because we didn't have enough food, or if they would need medication.
32-year-old Merlin, a former government official, says she fled political persecution. She and the other mothers banded together to get their families to the United States.
Some brought tents, some brought medicine. We organized everything. We are a total of 16 people, 5 mothers, all traveling together with our children, and we share everything, and we help each other along the way.
Sometimes we would run out of everything and have to go without food and water. If all we had was a piece of bread, then we made sure all of the children ate so they could survive because they are not as strong as we are.
In Mexico, they've entered a so-called containment zone set up by Mexican officials under U.S. pressure. Checkpoints pepper the roads. Migrants without paperwork can be detained. Even those who make it to Mexico's north can be bused or flown back to the south, an effort to alleviate pressure at the U.S.-Mexico border.
And that's the policy.
Near the
that we're
riverbank,
funding.
families wait to board a bus provided by Mexican immigration. There's no shared schedule, timing, or final destination. U.S. officials tell NewsHour this unpredictable effort aims to move migrants from dense cities into less populated areas and keeps them in southern Mexico. But that hasn't stopped the flow of migrants. There are no official government numbers, but some officials and NGOs estimate between 4,000 and 6,000 migrants.
It's because it's like it gets to a point where you see like the trash on the background and like all this stuff that your mind is conditioned to see this as like, you know, something that's like very bad instead of like ideally like what is like the best thing to happen. Like the American identity is in this type of migration where people had nothing left but America.
Migrants arrive daily. Roughly half are processed by Mexico's refugee agency known as COMAR. The other half are entering
Also,
under the radar.
it's one thing if your family has poisoned their brains against it, and then it's another thing if they're still believing that Donald Trump is better on the border after everything that he's done, and like how stupid his border policies are. Because ultimately, talking within the American interest, including the Democrats, the best border policy, which is not one that I would support because it's still racist and dehumanizing, is the Biden one.
NewsHour's repeated requests for an interview with a COMAR official were denied, citing election season restrictions. Medellin says they know Mexico would be the toughest part of the journey, but they're not deterred.
We are heading out now. We have high hopes, and we're excited to move ahead in our journey. We don't know where they're taking us, but we're going to stay positive.
After several days walking and busing through Mexico, Rosa, Merlin, and family arrive in Mexico City, more than 6 months after they first left Venezuela. From here, they plan to try and get an appointment with U.S. immigration through the CBP One app, a legal route for
Hey, there's that app I told you all about. See, this is in theory when people say the proper way to do it. This is the exact thing that they're doing. Would be the proper way to do it. Obviously, more people are desperate, and the more desperate you are, the greater risk you are.
Or asylum seekers.
But
before continuing on to the border.
Hopefully, your
It's
kids
at
go to
this point in the
Disneyland.
journey that countless families get close,
Hopefully.
only to get stuck. You haven't been able to get an appointment yet. How long have you been trying?
No, we've been trying for an appointment every single day.
Juan and Rocio have spent nearly 2 months at this shelter along the U.S.-Mexico border with their 5 kids.
And this is what's going to happen.
Cartel
Is that
violence
even
in their
though
home
there's an
state
app and
has
things like that,
paralyzed
you're going to be
against
backlined for months. So it's like at one point you have to be like, fuck it, and just decide to cross as well. Maybe if things get too violent and where you're taking shelter and stuff like that. But in theory, the bill would
When you think
streamline
about
it.
your life ahead, if you make it into the United States, what do you want for your children? What does that better life look like?
I want my children to do well, to go to school and be someone in life. I don't want them to live in fear.
Susana Hurtado Rochin is a program coordinator for Save the Children in the state of Sonora on the border with Arizona. For many of the children who come through here, the journeys that they have made are just unimaginable. What's the impact of that kind of journey on a child? What does it do to them?
It'd be great to
Both adults and children
produce
arrive
stories on this level. This is a really good, well done story.
with emotions. They arrive with an idea of getting to the border and crossing right away into the United States, and then they get here and they're stuck, and they're conflicted about being so close, but yet so far away at the same time.
Save the Children works directly in shelters across the U.S.-Mexico border, setting up child-friendly, safe spaces.
The goal is to give them a sensation of taking back control of their lives and not living in standby mode, so that they can continue with their lives, meet people, make
Here,
friends,
pause.
and do it all in a place where they feel safe to express their feelings and speak about their
Pause.
emotions.
Tell me if you can actually.
7-year-old
No. Kind of shit.
He's got the wiggliest spot right now.
Areli and her sister, 11-year-old Citlali, are already preparing for life in the U.S.
I just know one thing in English. You're my baby.
You're my baby? They tell us they prefer life in the shelter to life back home. What do you like about being here? What's it like staying here?
I like the games.
What the games?
What I like best is being with my family.
Their parents, Juan and Rocio, say they'll wait as long as it takes to get an appointment and enter the U.S. legally. The border crossing is just a few miles away, but for this family, close enough is good enough for now. We'll have a second report tomorrow from the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona.
Right now, we're going to begin with the powerful spring storm that is on the move.
As we said, at least 48 hours, at least 20 tornadoes, we should say, over the last 48 hours have been reported in 9 states. So let's go to Trevor Ault, who is in Prospect,
9
Kentucky,
states.
with a glimpse of the damage after a possible tornado. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Robin. This is one of many homes that are damaged here in the suburbs of Louisville. It's not just the front entryway. I mean, you can see the roof.
One of these videos, I may not have put it in,
Look at this.
but it's a guy literally, he's at his front door filming a tornado coming towards him.
That's awesome.
Giant tree in the front yard snapped in half. And these were widespread storms, all those reported tornadoes. And we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people losing power from here in Kentucky all the way down to Georgia.
Overnight, a powerful spring storm tearing into the central U.S. In Jeffersonville, Indiana, winds flipping tractor trailers and cars, this semi thrown over a barrier wall. A student at the University of Kentucky knocked off their feet by severe winds of at least 60 miles an hour. Storms causing massive amounts of damage in just a few seconds.
The gust of wind lasted probably 15 seconds through here.
My question is, why the fuck were you outside?
That was the loudest thing I've ever heard.
One person capturing video of a tornado forming in Mooresville, Kentucky.
The roof from one house went across the street and ended up into another home. Within a matter of what seemed like minutes, it went from about 70, 75 degrees and sunny to suddenly pitch black and debris flying.
Dude, that is a tornado. This car crushed after a giant billboard came crashing down as the storm tore through Dunbar, West Virginia.
It's a 10-10. No repair can fix that. It's total gone.
Drone footage capturing the magnitude of the damage they suffered in Williamson County, Illinois. Roofs ripped right off, some buildings gutted, and in Ohio, floodwaters sinking vehicles.
And teams from the National Weather Service will certainly be on the ground here today, surveying all this damage, trying to figure out just how long this suspected tornado was on the ground. course, now these storms are moving east.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more...
Shut up, George.
So a few years ago, Oregon became the first state in the country to approve a measure decriminalizing the possession of small amounts of illicit drugs, hard drugs. Now the state is recriminalizing them. The measure made drug possession punishable by a ticket and a maximum fine of $100. But opioid deaths in Oregon tripled between 2019 and 2022, with many of the deaths attributed to the rise in fentanyl use, leaving state officials and authorities scrambling to find a solution. So joining me now to talk a little bit more about this situation
Yeah, this will solve
in
it.
Oregon is Mara Gable. She's a
Can't hear it. We got the headline. That's fine.
Yeah.
Medical marijuana is already legal here in the state of Florida, but voters will have the chance to decide if places like this one right here, cannabis dispensaries, can sell marijuana to anyone 21 and up. The Florida Supreme Court has given the go-ahead to put legalizing marijuana on the November ballot. If passed, anyone 21 and older can buy and use up to 3 ounces of it.
I don't think this is something that Florida wants to have. More drug use, more addiction.
Okay.
It's exciting. It's big news.
Gotta comment.
Addiction, it's weed, you fucking moron.
Man, I gotta comment on a few things. Who's this story from? What network?
ABC.
A local affiliate?
Action News, yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. So that is very, very template, textbook, well done thing. Opening with the stand-up there. It did not match the loudness, even if it was the same decibel as the next voiceover. But other than that, like, who really gives a shit about that? Nobody's gonna notice that, right? And going with the stand-up, cutting in, great B-roll, really well, like properly leveled, loud voiceover, and then cutting to the soundbite of the guy for no more than 3 seconds, going back to the VO. Very well done.
Americans live in a state with legal adult use. So I think the tide is turning.
We'll see this similar disagreement play out come election day.
Again,
60% of voters have to say yes. If passed, medical marijuana and other state licensed centers can grow, process, and sell marijuana. No
Nice.
medical card required. Luke Neferatos has seen what can come from legalizing it. He's from Colorado.
I'm concerned about the impact on kids. I'm also concerned about the impact on our roads.
Potency of marijuana is the root of his concern.
Gummy bears, candies, concentrates, waxes, all targeting our kids with a potency now that's up to 99% potency of THC. That's the ingredient that gets you high. 99% versus 3% in the Woodstock days. So we're not talking about hippies anymore.
But Martha Rosenthal feels legalizing it could be safer.
If you don't have your medical card here in Florida and you want cannabis, you're getting it from a dealer. And you do not know what you're getting anytime you're getting an illegal drug from an illegal source. And we do see fentanyl showing up.
To her, a big step towards safety starts with education.
Fucked. Fentanyl in weed.
Oh no, yeah, no. Yeah.
Get
No. It's totally a thing. But the thing is that this is more of a thing when you get into pills, fake fentanyl pills, stuff like that. The fentanyl is increasingly being like put into other things and things like that. But I think the argument alone is that it's like safe drugs is part of it, is like having clean drug utensils, but also drug testing kits, as well as the Narcan. Like that's like the nuclear triad of drug safety.
Yes. Also, it's weed. Grow it yourself or buy it from a dispensary or somebody that you trust.
I think there's no reason weed shouldn't be legal in Florida.
Yeah.
It's
There's
just
no
one
reason
of
it
those
shouldn't be
states.
legal everywhere.
Yes.
If
but,
alcohol
like,
is legal,
look,
it should
if
be
the
legal
Bible Belt
everywhere.
states want to fucking have weed illegal, I don't care. Like, whatever, dude. But Florida,
my argument
Florida
is
just
on
weird for me.
alcohol. My argument is on
No,
alcohol.
I understand.
Alcohol, which is significantly worse than most drugs, is legal. Weed should be.
The fact is that at the end of the day, these are independent states within the union. A federal regulation could be passed. I just don't think that's a good idea. I think in general, it's better to do the states' rights.
Yeah, so federalize it legally and let the states decide.
Yeah, well, that's the problem as well. So early on, when Colorado first legalized and stuff, the feds would still raid them, right? You know, Cheech and Chong, right? You know why Chong went to jail?
They raided something, and I think he had a bong or something like that.
Yes, it was
They got
over a
into
bong.
that.
It's very funny. So specifically, they like called from a specific state where it was super federally illegal to export this stuff. And if you look, he does a stand-up special where he tells the story, and
Yeah.
like they're like, "Oh, you mean the water pipe?" And he's like, "No, it's a bong." You know, like him just like it's very, very funny if you look it up how
They're
he
just
got
trying to
arrested.
entrap him.
Oh
They're just
yeah,
trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
entrap him.
He tells the story great on stage though.
Yeah. I think I've seen it actually.
Yeah, I would show it, but
Yeah.
it's definitely not news and within fair use.
There's a lot of misinformation. Some people believe there's no risk factors at all. There's no side effects. You can't get addicted to it. They're wrong. There's some people believe there's no safe use. It's terrible. It causes schizophrenia. They're wrong.
They're wrong.
So I would
Yeah.
really support, as part of
I
this,
like this lady.
some education.
If the voters do end up approving this ballot initiative, Florida will become the 25th state in the country to.
This is what I always say about
the-
Australia is
oh.
Australia needs to legalize shit so we can study it and actually get effective testing so their revenue raising isn't just to raise revenue, it's actually based on something. Instead, now at the moment it's just all revenue raising to get more money for the cops.
Anyway,
That's all it is.
I'm more interested in how well the editing and composure is. Like the beginning where she points to the sign to throw it to the story, right? And now bookending it where she's actually walking up to the camera to like after she threw it back, she's now bringing it back forward to close it, right? Very smart, planning the story in your head ahead of time to know that you're going to do this as your stand-up and your outro. This is probably the hardest part of like when you go to school for journalism is nailing how to do the stand-ups, but they always require it because it's textbook for news. So it definitely takes a while to get a hang of. It's very awkward talking to the camera by yourself.
Make
in public
marijuana
on a road.
legal, but how it's regulated here in the Sunshine
Yeah.
State is all up.
It's even worse when you're doing it by yourself.
Yeah, and you know how my issue is they'll always cut to them live and they're just at a gas station and it's like it doesn't need to be live. Like come on, just film a package and edit it. They're so much better. Like actually do something when you're fucking stand up instead of just cutting to them live in the location where the thing happened 6 hours ago.
BC Action News.
Hell
We
yeah.
got some news.
Mike Tyson. No, this is him just promoting his
legendary
fake fight,
boxer
but I figured it would be funny.
I don't know. I feel like Mike Tyson is going to hit him properly once, at least once.
Well,
And Jake is not going to like it.
I want to point out that Mike doesn't need to go all the way. Mike is a businessman, right? He's a very smart businessman. He's making like, oh my god, the Adult Swim show he did. That was kind of his like redemption arc to come back in, doing weird Chinese and Indian movies, where he'll be in those. Like he is like becoming a Shaquille O'Neal of sorts, except he's selling shit like weed. So it's like Gangster Shaq, right?
Tyson is getting back in the ring. He's 58 years old. He's facing off against YouTuber turned boxer, 27-year-old Jake Paul.
Who has never had a real fight in his entire fight.
Yeah. But Tyson, the thing is, Tyson being 60 is like definitely a factor. It's not like if Tyson.
Have you
Tyson
seen his training videos?
I'm saying Tyson would steamroll him if he went full ham anyway. But like I'm saying, it's not as easy as like just anyone, right? Like he still is like has some gas on him, being that old.
Yeah.
His
I have a
videos
feeling
are
there's
insane,
people
though.
in the background. I have a feeling there's people in the background like you need to knock him the fuck out. He needs to be put in his place. I genuinely feel like
the fight that he did with Holyfield, right? So like they were all like he creamed Holyfield, right? And he then was like they're like, wow, what is it like stepping in the ring with a monster? They get to Tyson, and Tyson is so classy about it, and it's like, what about me? This guy hits hard, so, like really giving the guy all the props for coming out and like making a good show. He was very nice and professional about it.
His sportsmanship in the ring was like, it was fine. It was I think the outside of the ring performance that was questionable.
What do you mean? No,
With Mike Tyson.
No, it was the fight that he did with Ryan Kavanaugh. That wasn't that he
When?
did.
What are you talking about?
He did a rematch. His first professional fight back was a scrimmage match where he fought Holyfield.
Ah, okay. Sure.
You're thinking about back in the day when he ate his ear.
Mm.
No. This was like 2-3 years ago. It's the fight.
Okay.
Jake Paul was also on that ticket. He fought the basketball player and knocked him out.
Okay. Sure.
Who also wasn't a real fighter. One of the two fights that are fake that he has. I know. I'm just saying it was the same ticket.
Okay. Well, that's probably how this came to be then.
Oh yeah. That's.
I just really want to see Mike Tyson knock him the fuck out. That's all I want to see.
And Tyson fought. That was back in 2020. That marked his first professional fight in over 15 years. Tyson recently released a pretty intimidating training video that shows you don't want to be punched by Mike Tyson. Take a look.
Footage is sped up, by the way. It is at 1.25. Doesn't make much difference.
Yeah, Tyson's always been like that. He's a sprinter.
Yeah. He's so fast.
You still want with me?
All right, the fight's going to take place July 20th. It's going to be in Arlington, Texas, streamed on Netflix. Here now with more. Former heavyweight champion, the one and only Mike Tyson. Good to see you, my friend.
What's up, Sean?
Listen, will you please promise me you're going to kick this guy's ass and shut him up, please?
Hey, I will do just that for you.
So you're going out, you're going to do it for me. All right. I watched your training video.
So awkward.
I know you're in super shape.
I mean, have you seen Tyson do fight interviews in the past? Have you seen the I broke my back spinal video?
No, I haven't.
I'm sure it will get claimed, but I can send it to you to look on in the background. Everyone should know I broke my back.
Twice as old as this guy. Is that an advantage for him? Younger, faster? Although you look, you look like you're on your A game in the video. I mean, do you feel? Yeah.
I don't think he's faster than me.
Right. How hard are you training?
Correct.
I train every day.
Okay. How many hours a day
Hey,
you
I
training?
take it serious. Listen. Well, listen, it's the whole day. The process goes through the whole day. I get up in the morning, do the road work. Then I go to the gym at 1. Then I go to the strength and conditioning guy. Then it starts all over again.
Yeah. So Jake Paul is saying he wants to be a world champion. He says you're the greatest heavyweight champion ever, the baddest man on the planet, and the most dangerous boxer of all time. This will be the fight of a lifetime. You've had a chance to assess Jake Paul. What do you think of his boxing ability?
I think he's came a long way from YouTubing. And listen, I've seen a YouTube of him at 16 doing weird dances. That's not the guy I'm going to be fighting. This guy's going to come. He's going to try to hurt me, which I'm accustomed to. And he's going to
which I'm accustomed to.
Let's talk about, there's been a lot of rumors out there about the fight that maybe you're going to have 18-ounce gloves. You're going to be wearing headgear. Any truth to any of that?
Not true at all. Not true. Not
It's
true.
funny
No
because you
true.
could tell.
Listen,
Mike's ear, the guy who's like probably the guy who like helps him, is like promoter is like, Mike, you gotta give him a little bit more with these answers, pal. And then he was like, listen, this is my whole training regimen.
This is called
this is fake news that you're going on, Mike.
But
They
if you look
can't
up
actually
YouTube,
do real journalism. You have to
you
play
will
into
not see
everything
any
they
of the
say.
laws that we're fighting under. This is a fight.
You're going in, this is a real fight, and you're going in to win this fight. What is bringing you back? What is luring you back in? Is it kind of like the last Rocky movie?
This is a really
and you got
bad
stuff in the
interview.
basement,
That's
you
why I
need to
put it
get
on
out?
here. It's so good.
Jesus.
Sean, I have a weird personality. I don't think it's weird, though. Whatever I'm afraid to do, I do it. And that's how it is. I was afraid for the Roy fight. I was scared to fight again. I was 100 pounds overweight. I was, however old, 54, 53. And I said, let's do it. Anything I'm afraid of, I confront it. And that's my personality. Like right now, I'm scared to death. But as the fight gets closer, the less nervous I become because it's reality. And in reality, I'm invincible.
I think the people hearing that Mike Tyson is scared to death, it's kind of reminiscent of the last Rocky movie, right? He goes, I'm scared to death. Champ, aren't you afraid? I'm afraid of nothing. Yeah, well, okay, that didn't work out. Did you
Mike
feel
Tyson has
that
no idea
fear
what
or
he's
that
talking
maybe
about.
it's
He
a
doesn't
sense of
remember that in
failure or
Rocky.
potential failure all your career?
No, it's a sign of victory.
And that helped drive you through all of those matches, all those wins you had?
I always believe that adversity. I always believe that adversity or nervousness, it like pretty much catapulted me into success. If I didn't have these feelings, I wouldn't go into this fight. I have to have these feelings to fight. Without them, I would never go in the ring.
Yeah, I hope you don't have those feelings of fear about me one day, because I don't really feel like getting in the ring with you. One of those Mike Tyson left hooks is gonna, knock me right back
either,
to.
Sean. I don't want to fight you
Thank
either.
you. Well, Jim Gray, our mutual friend, actually started our friendship, and what a great guy he is. And this is what he says about you. He says, you are the nicest
ever.
guy on earth. Nicest guy, one of the nicest people he ever met. And I read something. I know I'll talk a little bit about your business. You've gotten into the weed edible business, and you actually
Mike
have,
Bites.
you call it Mike's Bites. It's shaped like an ear, obviously referring to Evander Holyfield in the fight you had back then.
Yeah.
Then this is what you said that really interested me. You said that it makes you a different person, and you want to offer this medicinal help to others looking for emotional and physical relief. This is medicinal for you, correct?
Absolutely. Not only myself, for many, many millions and millions and hundreds of million people on the planet.
Yeah. You actually said if I don't use it for a week or 3 days, you're a totally different person. And this is what you said about yourself. You're not a likable person. What happens if you don't have the medication?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with my tripolar tendencies or something. But I don't think I'll be smoking for this fight. And I think I'm going to be really, really irritable and nasty.
Yeah, he literally
I don't know
smokes.
if irritable and
There's
nasty,
video
man.
of him literally smoking weed right before the Holyfield fight.
Oh, really? That's so funny.
The U.S. Navy's 3D sonar
No, Mike
images
has a
provide the
podcast.
first few
Oh, this is so
Yeah,
cool.
he does.
The 3D imaging. Look at how much
of the
mud is
Francis
stuck in
Scott
that
Key
ditch.
Bridge now resting on the muddy bottom of the Patapsco River.
What we're seeing in the water is that the wreckage has been completely collapsed. Some people use the term pancaked.
3D provides the best
Hey,
visuals
Army.
of the razor-sharp
Navy.
metal that dive teams will face as they start
Navy and
cutting
Army.
the bridge into smaller pieces to be lifted out of the water. The water itself so cloudy and dark,
I don't know, I say
divers can
leave it.
only see a foot or two in front of them. Shining an underwater
I don't
light
think they
only
can.
reflects back like a snowstorm, making photos or video nearly impossible.
That's making it very difficult to even determine where to cut, how to cut. It's very dangerous for our divers to be able to go into this area.
Above water salvage teams have been using torches to cut and remove massive chunks of the bridge, some weighing 200 tons, as the Coast Guard has now opened 2 small channels, mostly for tugs and barges involved in salvage operations. The massive scale of the cleanup
Did you see
coming
a
into clear
boat hit a
focus.
bridge
2
again?
SBA
Yes, and it was,
It was
like,
like-
nothing. And
it was
people
like
were
a
like,
little
oh my god,
barge.
it's mimetic, it's happening.
It
They're
was a
hitting the
little
bridge.
barge.
Terrorists are coming. Hamas is coming to get you.
They closed the road for like an hour and then said it's fine.
Yeah. It like hit it was moving very slowly and hit the gravel rock trap before the bridge, I think. Like nothing happened.
disaster offices now open for local businesses
It was also a
threatened
smaller
by the
bridge.
disaster. as the governor presses corporate America
just a
not to
concrete
give up on this region's
structure.
critical economic artery.
And so making sure these businesses know that we need them,
Please don't take your money from Baltimore. We need it.
They do. Talk about the auto industry.
want them, and they have to stay here in the port of Baltimore.
4 workers remain missing in the water. Inclement weather and dangerous conditions have made it unsafe for divers to return, with those families in an agonizing wait.
There's currently a
Thanks for
big
watching.
storm.
Stay up.
Thanks for watching.
All right.
Is the Philadelphia mask ban racist? There is a
final video.
Hang on, I wanted to check just if you look at the Mexico list, is there anything in there that you wanted to look at?
I think I went through
I only
this
have a few videos left in there.
Yeah, no, I think I went through this one.
Okay.
Nah, that's fine.
Boom! Lego logos? Cool ass bassline. The computerized percussion arrives and you realize this soundtrack has some really exciting stuff. In fact, the music in this movie happens to absolutely bang. It's well produced, it accompanies the film perfectly, and it's both adorably retro and genuinely cool modern sci-fi. The music and visuals are both deeply adventurous but still principled. Speaking of the visuals, the whole thing looks absolutely bonkers. The attention to detail at hand is almost maniacal. So much knowledge of the intricacies of Lego was poured
So
into
much
this film. The
copyright
result
footage
is
makes
an
me
absolute
nervous.
Yeah.
Joy to watch. This one can hold my attention much better than the other Lego movies because they use every opportunity at hand to tell a joke or otherwise show something visually entertaining. Unlike more recent big budget toy movies, the money was clearly spent almost entirely on making the film good. The script and story and jokes are all just so amazingly well groomed.
It's the communist
skills
propaganda
alone
part.
deserve serious credit. Despite being a blatant advertisement, the movie pulls an equally blatant fuck you to the studio and the corporatism thereof with immense style and self-awareness. Throughout the movie, corporations...
You mean the Lego movie is an ad?
President Business, the whole theme is that the dad is too busy to play Legos with his son.
Yeah, like
doing
it's
business stuff.
So funny.
Are treated like the unspeakably evil entities that they are. Still, the experience fills you with an incurable sense of childlike wonder, not to mention the absolutely
because
stacked
it's
cast, whose
pro-family,
performance-
not communist.
Yeah, it's more conservative.
Performances, by the way, all slap. Thankfully, it's also damn stupid. Perfect tone for a kids movie. Traditionally, the genre calls for preachy, morally grandstanding tosh, which the Lego movie conspicuously and graciously ignores. While I think the first half of the movie is more philosophically interesting because of its critique of modernity, it's never boring. The second half just feels like a perfectly orchestrated adventure. The film spends its runtime wonderfully. Dillying, dalliance, and claptrap is kept to an absolute minimum. They smartly spend no time on more business getting the craggle at the beginning because it wouldn't be interesting. Speaking of that setup, it's absolutely amazing. Not only does it introduce the fantastic door opening people are just NPCs in your story.
He's still talking about the movie.
Don't worry about what the others are doing.
Propaganda.
You must embrace what is special about you.
Touching the piece represents gaining consciousness. With Emmett, this is both in a figurative and a literal sense. Firstly, there's the process of learning to think for yourself. Emmett is forced to learn how to become his own person when he's seemingly irrevocably craggled to a seemingly irreplaceable, unique object. Secondly, Emmett becomes enlightened, at least a little bit. The vision he has shows his eyes opening fully for the first time. Emmett, however briefly, experiences reality for what it actually is. That, of course, being the world around us humans. This is not just metaphysically materialistic, it's dialectically materialistic. Lastly, gaining consciousness is a meta-reference to one of the true intentions of...
He just did it.
This video sucks.
Realistic, it's dialectic.
Marxism. You can't see it.
Because I'm scared of copyright.
Marxism. Marxism. It's Marxist.
Dialectically materialistic. Lastly, gaining consciousness is a meta-reference to one of the true intentions of the film. Make children class conscious. In both the real and Lego world, we face the guarantee of total destruction if we do not take action, and the cataclysmic states at hand are communicated perfectly by the movie. Emmett has...
Bro. Lord Business. Could not be spelt out more clear for you. So clear a child could figure it out.
No people in his life, but he's content, right? Emmett smiles, but he's not happy. His enthusiasm is the replacement for deep emotional connections with people and a personality of his own. It seems that every person he meets has something special about them, but not him. This is the very thing that allows him to achieve greatness. He has no coats to cling onto. He has no choice but to accept his fate. The film presents a dichotomy.
This is mental gymnastics, everybody.
To me of whether or not being blissfully unaware is preferable to waking up and taking action. The film argues that true happiness comes from the latter. It will hurt, but it's preferable to the alternative. You must be willing to suffer in the pursuit of true happiness, which comes from responsibility, love, and community.
Oh my god, it's about individualism and family. Jesus Christ.
There's a painful sadness to the pre-peace place in Emmett's arc. Even though his loneliness is mostly played for laughs, it's still completely crushing. His double-decker couch, his one original idea, it only works with friends. Lord Business, acting in the capacity of President Business, reminds the people that he is president of both the Octan Corporation, the company that owns everything, and the entire world. Thankfully, he does it with a smile on his face and distracts people well enough with free tacos and saying the loud part out quiet.
Let's take extra care to follow the instructions or you'll be put to sleep.
And then, of course, a state-created comedy show to prevent people from having too much to think.
Tonight on Where Are My Pants?
Honey, where are my pants?
The logo, line delivery, and accompanying laugh track for Where Are My Pants are just impeccable. Also, she's dusting your pants, you fucking charlatan. The main restriction Lord Business puts on the citizens of Bricksburg is their creativity. They are disallowed from making something that shows too much personality and therefore non-conformity. Citizens are only allowed to build if they're instructed to build.
It's literally a
Instructions
criticism
are
of
the
late
urbanites'
stage
replacement for
capitalism.
religion. Everyone pays rent to the Octan Corporation.
Yeah, it's
not just
communist
for their money,
propaganda.
but with their souls. The I've Got My Eye on You billboard is a fairly explicit
It
reference
doesn't-
to 1984, being almost identical to the Big Brother is Watching You propaganda poster. Misery is not tolerated in Bricksburg. Smile, everyone else is.
Step 9. Eat a complete breakfast with all the special people in your life.
Barbie did it
Croissant
better.
And a waffle
Barbie did do it better. You're right.
is not a complete breakfast. You incoherent fool. Everything is awesome while being an
I don't own the
objective banger
railroads.
is a horrifying representation of how popular media can be used to enforce the
already
status
done
quo. The line, when you're living a dream, is an allusion to illusion. The people survive but do not live. They remain shrouded in darkness for their entire existence. The themes of the song are fairly cut and dry in my opinion. The lyrics are just hilarious.
Like, I can see where he's coming from, where he would get this idea, but also no. There are deeper themes. Not everything is political. Like, yes, obviously, corporation bad guy, but the themes are not political. Not inherently.
I think that it's a smart ability to do the backdrop and like what can everyone kind of like identify with. I hate my job, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it's a little
You lose your
basic
job.
in its acquisition
Yeah.
of this.
That's
I
why
think
Bobby
that
did it better.
I
Much more
think that it's not just because it's pointing out these epidemic things about like the meritocracy and the lie and middle class consciousness.
Mm.
That's not communism.
No.
It's not even anti-capitalism. It's just critiquing our
No.
current society.
Exactly. It's just a critique. That's all it is. It's nothing more. You're looking way too far into it.
That's your problem. Smile. It's also the only music that's allowed to exist. Variations of it are the only thing that play in Octan HQ and also everywhere else. I think the Lonely Island feature and general tone, as well as the incredibly hokey chord progression and lyrics, get across the ironic nature of the song. Parts of it remind me of socialist realism, where art was forced by the state to be awash with mindless positivity, meaningless jingoism, and propaganda. While the song is a criticism of conformity and capitalism, it mounts suspicion against any entity that claims all is well. Perfect music for a 16-lane highway. The driving scene features so many cool and telling posters and billboards. Not only is it clear that these are the rules kids hate,
Did you say
but
we've
they
already
also
watched that
represent social
communist propaganda thing?
Mm-hmm.
We did? How to make
We have a
communist
video on it.
propaganda?
We have a video on it, yes.
Epic. Okay, what about this?
This is the last video.
Bands that keep people trapped within their ways. One enforces coloring
Yeah,
inside
this
the
video
lines.
sucks,
One
though.
demands the
Right.
curfew be obeyed. One encourages people to accept defeat. Like living spaces go. This is something the US did and continually does to low-income black neighborhoods. After we see the aforementioned billboard, we immediately see a surveillance camera. Citizens are watched at all hours by the militarized robot police force, but I'm sure that's not a metaphor. Bricksburg is a dystopia with a very, very carefully
It's a corporate town, you clown. Holy shit. How have you not gotten this yet? See the symbols? The corporate symbols everywhere? It's a corporate town. Fucking hell.
crafted image of a utopia. Emmett, despite being told to ignore anything weird he hears, says,
I think I heard a whoosh.
He did indeed. Some poor sound designer probably spent months fine-tuning that because it sounds like the whooshiest whoosh ever. It's more important than that, though. This is when Emmett starts to trust his senses over the instructions. People are heavily encouraged to snitch on it.
Oh my god, it's... It's so basic that the Lego Movie is literally like it's as you said, it's 1984, right? It's just a reiteration of 1984. That's all Lego Movie is. It's just a slightly different retelling of 1984. Fight me.
Each other. All strange activity, non-conformity must be reported immediately to the super secret police. Thankfully, Emmett
What
and
does that
Wildstyle
sound
are
like?
prevented from being sent to Room 101 through the power of heterosexuality. Along
Oh,
with
look,
the
he gets
excellent
it.
visual comedy, the scene of Emmett falling through the construction site reminds me of the treacherous journey out of Plato's cave. It's painful being ejected from your comfortable ignorance, and
Yeah,
you
that's
will be
probably
tempted to run
why
back.
it's there.
However, there is no other way but forward, unreal though your journey may seem. The piece of resistance, which is an excellent pun, is arranged in a throne-like position.
What is that?
And then he says,
What do I do? I don't have my instructions.
this is the first time that Emmett has to make a decision for himself. Thinking and making decisions for yourself is a skill that's hard fought. The piece kind of...
You're right, this sucks. Fuck this guy.
I think the video I sent you that's 2 minutes long.
If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or criticisms about this program, you can call our voicemail number. The number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here is one that fits into that latter category, Lewis, of critiques.
Who's this nerd?
Yeah, free speech my ass. Let people call in and give their advice. Then it'd be free speech. You communist bastard.
Okay, well, by the way, I picked up on a slight Boston accent there, and it brought me back, Lewis, to going to Boston sports events.
Soundbite.
Yeah.
And hearing the same types of critiques yelled at Derek Jeter typically. And it is in fact someone from the Boston area who called in who's not happy with us. I mean, you just called in. We have a voicemail number. To call in and leave a voicemail critiquing that we don't have a call-in number is weird because you're leaving us that information on the call-in number, and your voicemail just went to air. So I guess, Lewis, now is that free
David,
speech?
you ignorant
Also, you are
slut.
free
He
to
was
start
talking about debating you on the phone. That was Johnny Jizzo. You understand, David. Johnny Jizzo wants to come on and crash your show and sidetrack it.
Yeah. That's it. Silly David. Anyway, here's the actual last one.
We didn't show anyone this yet. No.
No.
No.
Thanks, YouTube.
Her no.
Somebody
will be a
earlier-
good one.
Yeah.
No.
linked a something about Hassan meeting a fan. I didn't middle mouse click it though. Oh, here it is. I think I found it on Twitter from Willie Mac Show. So you know this is going to be good.
She literally sprinted up.
Wait, is it?
Listen, I want to hear the no.
Psycho.
Also, while
I'm
you're
gonna
paused,
go back to normal speed.
we can also, since it's at the end here, remember that weird cult shit I found?
Which weird cult stuff? You find a lot of weird cult shit.
Remember I was Google image searching and then I found some weird fucking...
Yes. Yeah, the Dominionist shit.
No, they're anti-Dominionist. That's why I found them. They had a weird cult website on why Dominionism was bad.
Yeah.
At least pretend. Do it off stream.
Does this ever happen to you? Nope. When people recognize me, it's just because they want to take photos with me. You know, it's or I guess if they see me at a bar that I'm attending, they like fantasize about killing me because I'm with a bunch of hotties at my table. You know, either or. But no, this doesn't happen. Man, there are TikTok videos that get hundreds of thousands of likes that perpetuate the idea that money that goes to Starbucks ends up like funding JDAMs that blow up Palestinian kids. It's like collective hallucination shit. It's so crazy, man.
Yeah, it's
so
unreality.
wild.
I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda. I didn't know it was like that. I'm trying to stop it.
Okay.
No.
It gets stupider. They tell him he can still drink it, just not on stream. No.
Yeah. Literally that dumb. But this is the level of Melbourne socialists. This is what they are. They're essentially just doing what they do online, but in real life. But they'll like mob you for it. They're crazy, psychos.
That's pretty funny. That wasn't as bad as I thought. That was pretty funny. Boycotting is just a virtue signal. Then everything is a virtue signal. If you're a streamer, you know anything you do.
Now the rest of it is just
it's made up. I feel bad given how clearly sincere she was. It's a shame. Yeah, it is. It's a shame that so much like political capital is being directed.
Well, why do you think that they just laughed at her? Because they don't actually give a shit. Like,
Yeah, running up on
like
him
that's
too,
that's a
with
that's
the pointing.
the first way. Yeah. Like that's the first way to be instantly disregarded with anything that you say is exactly what she did. And that is why their response was to laugh. Because it's absurd. The sheer idea that you would sprint up to someone to tell them this is absurd. It's the same idea as vegans, like this whole meme about vegans. How do you know someone's a vegan? They'll tell you. It's that. It's that energy.
Directed towards a mass hallucination. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. How do you feel about girl cots? Those are even worse. No purchases you make or don't make are going to like, especially for giant food chains, come on, are going to have any meaningful impact here. If you want to like do BDS shit with like targeted boycotts, like I think there's some room for maneuvering there. But what this is just nonsense. You know, this is something young people are doing to make themselves feel like they're making a difference when they're not. It's cope. It's cope is what it is. It's fully cope. It's something that they're doing to signal their virtue to others and to make themselves feel like they are contributing positively in some way.
He's right.
And they are not. They're not doing anything.
He's saying exactly what I
It
said.
is made up. Is it harmful though? Yes. It wastes time and energy and political capital.
Mhm,
The more
mhm.
time and energy you dedicate to meaningless non-issues like this, the more you think that you've satiated.
I didn't mean to take it just then. I
This
was just
this
getting it ready.
mindset is exactly the type of mindset that sort of made me realize how stupid libertarianism was. Is because I'm like, this is all meaningless. Because every argument that they would bring up, I was just like, why do I care? I think it started with probably the trans stuff. And they're just like, oh, trans people shouldn't exist. I'm like, I don't give a shit. It doesn't affect me. Why do I care? It's that kind of attitude is what sort of broke me out of it. Also, reading helps a lot, but you know, it's a good mindset. That mindset is to have.
Do or what you ought do with meaningless nothing. Do you have any idea how much time is wasted with leftists policing other leftists for getting a Starbucks or whatever? Worthless. I bet you this girl doesn't vote. Yeah, you do a billion times
She's
more to
Australian.
help.
She has to vote.
I bet you
I'm
she
not.
does because it's fucking mandatory.
You
dickhead.
fucking idiot, Chatter. You fucking dumbass, Chatter.
Palestinian people by voting Democrat than you do by boycotting all these companies, and that's not much because
she 100% she votes Greens, which means her vote means nothing.
Hey,
the Democrats aren't exactly
I think
doing
I
a lot,
made a pretty
okay?
good argument in that one video about why the Greens do matter. Okay.
Sure, being there, but their vote and their voice doesn't impact
Yes, but
federal law.
the
or
fucking
what the federal government does.
the party would be so much less they would just be they need concessions to go to both directions of the political aisle. If Australia is ruled by what I would say is a centrist government, if we're doing the left-right spectrum type thing, like even though in Australia it's even more minuscule than America because politics really don't matter there. Also, it's funny because Geordies thinks they're the bane of everything and the reason why they can't get anything done. Because Geordies is such a lib cuck that he's like, no, we should negotiate with the weirdos on the other side who want to fucking like not take care of poor people or build houses.
Oh no, he supports building houses. He just supports putting the fund into a money fund so that the Labour government can get rich off it.
But he's the other side doesn't fund any houses, right? So he rather
No,
negotiate
that's
with
true.
the people who build no houses than the Greens who want a security for houses.
That's true. That is very true. But
nobody has any
what are you
idea
gonna
what
do?
the fuck we're talking about. Go watch the video where we do the. It's probably
Australian
the
politics.
first. first
It's the
Geordie's
housing
video.
video with friendly Geordies. Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
housing
and like
one. It's
I
not
know
the
nothing
costume.
about the political landscape, and I'm still able to dissect everything he's saying.
It's a very good video, actually. It's long, but it's good. We
Yeah, well, it's
absolutely
an older one,
annihilate
that's
his
why.
video. Yeah, we absolutely decimate his video though.
Like that's
We tried to send it to him. Everybody who sees it, share it and tag him on Twitter. Make sure he sees it so he knows that he's an idiot.
how insignificant your boycott is. Absolutely meaningless. Would you say she's probably a tanky? Why would you ask me that? How would I know? It's just a random person I saw for 30 seconds. How would I guess that? Can you elaborate on your issue with boycotts? I feel like I just explained it pretty well. First of all, boycotts just don't, for the most part, they just don't work. Boycotts can work in very targeted, very deliberate situations, but for the most part, they literally have no outcome at all. The two things that they do are make you feel like you're doing something, which is dangerous if you're not. And two, in this case, they give you an opportunity to constantly morally police other people on your side. Do you have any idea how many times a day I'm
Okay,
scrolling
Vosh
through
is
Twitter and I
starting to
see
whine.
somebody say like,
Now,
Mm,
this is a
Yep, we're done.
kind of an ooh
Valid
event.
point. Why would you care about Australia?
No, the video is good.
No.
It's actually it's a good video that does look at politics in general, and it's like a brighter analysis than just Australia. It's a general political analysis. Anyway, enough of Vosh's whining about how he hates how other people complain about things. This is an ooh moment, right? Now, I haven't looked really at these people. I just saw the channel and I said, there's got to be some gold unhinged shit here. So, at the end here, we'll explore them. And this is our secret. All right. This is not going to be cut up to its own video. And we can see if we want to look at more of these people in the future. I think it's very funny, the title. So, Red Alert, I determined this is the name of their podcast, is Red Alert. I don't know if is it the commies that they're trying to alert? Weird name. How does champion Untold News combat Jew hatred? Jew hatred? What's wrong with the anti-Semitism now? What is Jew hatred, lady? This is the allow intro.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Jerusalem Connection Red Alert for September, 13 already, halfway through the month. We are happy to have Ann Etcher with us today. Ann is with an organization called Untold News, and I want to make sure that you all are told about it. And I had the privilege of meeting Ann at the gala to celebrate Israel in Washington, D.C., and at the event on Capitol Hill prior to that, back in May. And we just hit it off because we have so many aligned goals and outlooks. And Ann, welcome to our program. Tell us a little bit about yourself and Untold News and
if
how
you want to do
got
shows like
with,
like
the
Jerusalem
mission
Connection. Also,
Let's
oh my
see.
god.
Hi, everybody.
Hang
Pleasure
on.
to be here.
I just looked at how
I
badly
am
cut out the
speaking to
fucking
you
graphic
from
at the
New
top
York City.
is. What is going on up there? It's just like there's this show, everyone should be familiar with it, but Everyone Loves Raymond, right? And the Raymond goes to like the kindergarten and he's learning that one of his twins is being held back, and they show him the kid's cutting skills on how he had to like cut out a circle or something, and Ray Romano just goes, "What did he chew the paper?" That's how this fucking cutout looks up here. Who did this? Like the fact that like they got like some of the E, they got some of the E taken out, and they're just like, "Oh fuck this."
Dude, I did not even realize that is next level. I have no words.
I teach.
They've cut out the.
Only
There is
related
no
to Untold
the
News
there,
because
just
it
the T.
keeps my mind focused
Right,
and my sharp, and that's important in the cause. I was a publisher for 14 years.
Thrilling interview.
Sorry,
And buffer.
Riveting.
A perfectly timed buffer.
Years in England for Oxford University Press.
Wow.
And when I came, I'm a Jew. I was raised Orthodox. I'm no longer Orthodox, but I am plenty Jewish. love Israel and everything about it. And I got a phone call from somebody who was
reference
founding
the
an
protocols of
organization
Elder
called
Zion. I mean, I
Untold
wrote
News.
that book. That's a great book.
Look at the bro. You couldn't even Squarespace this site. What is this? This is like old school HTML. This is like when you find like a fucking what was the fire page that people used to have that got shut down? You know, fire something. It was a browser builder that people would host, like GeoCities.
I'm not sure.
GeoCities was like, I think it had a fire in the name. I forgot.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Was made to spread the word of Israeli innovation. Israel's medical, technological, science, agricultural innovation, also to talk about how Israel helps the world in all these areas, and also how
there's
Israel
a
is
fucking
first on the
monster
scene when it
behind
comes
her.
to disaster aid.
Right? This is totally a monster. It's got the eyeballs. You know, it's like the Looney Tunes guy who's hairy.
It's a golem.
So, this organization was small and nimble, based in New York City. It's a 501c3 nonprofit.
Hey,
it is distinctly
we're trying to do one of
that's what we're
those.
doing.
You know what's
See,
a
if they
better
can do it, we can.
nonprofit? Yeah.
Yes, Jen.
So let's see if we have anyone from the Jerusalem Connection talking about their Jerusalem connection. And I'm not sure if I fixed it yet, but for a while ours was pretty shitty up top too, just because I was like, nobody's gonna look at it. Like I'll reformat it at some point, but I'm just putting the thing up there. I think I have reformatted it. Go on go on our channel. Tell me if I've reformatted the header on any of your devices, because I haven't looked at it on like tablets and shit too. She's got a Bible show. Okay, here we go. 37 views. Let's check this one out. Header looks fine for me on my laptop, so I did fix it. What is the red alert, though? Bro.
Hello.
Epic blown out audio.
I'm Amy Zawi with the Jerusalem.
Epic blown out audio right away.
Very cool.
Come on. Can you get somebody to clean the... I should just do it for him.
Hello, I'm Amy Zawi with the Jerusalem Connection Red Alert Report for February 21, 2024. February 21 marks the 137th day since October 7, which means 137 days the hostages have remained.
Israel genocide.
What I love about this is that it's obviously boosted because you can fucking hear the gain like a fucking fan and whatever she's recording off of.
In captivity. This is 3.5 months. It's a full financial quarter plus some. It's a semester in many schools. It's a monumental amount of time for a child or an infant. It's an eternity for someone missing their medications. It is a hell with no bounds for a man or woman enduring sexual physical.
People missing their medications. The like 5 hostages that are left. What about the people missing their medications in fucking Rafah in the siege, lady?
Yeah. Notice the cutout is still garbage.
Oh yeah. That's what I love, is that it's gonna be there the whole time.
That's amazing. Nobody thought, hey, maybe we should put the back in.
Physical and psychological abuse by the hands of their evil captors. Bring them home now. Let's keep a few things in mind. Civilian hostage taking is a war crime. The Red Cross has not been able to visit with, check on, or get medication to the hostages, all while Hamas rejects proposed plans for a ceasefire, with the only condition being the hostages being returned, including the bodies of the dead. Keep in mind that recent footage shows Hamas operatives shooting children and other civilians for accessing the aid being trucked into Gaza, specifically for civilians. And the footage of Hamas shooting civilians trying to flee the areas that the IDF has warned by a text message.
The intro is not. The intro is just like an asset package that they probably found. Like like it might be a default asset package for whatever software they bought to edit.
Did you hear what she just said?
Yeah, the Flower Massacre denial. But that's
after
why I
that.
love Ulalau's intro, because like Ulalau's intro, well, specifically one part when Ulalau is like talking to the fireplace, it's so funny to me. But like
Yeah.
his intro is like really well done too. But like we looked at it and like none of the shit in the intro is like when it's shot. It's like all artificially done. Like we
yeah.
couldn't even find matchups for it, I think.
Leaflets and phone calls that it would soon be attacked in order to root out the terrorists and recapture their hostages. Keep in mind that Hamas is
Because she was like, oh, they didn't flee when text messages were sent out that Israel was going to bomb them. That's their fault. Fuck that bitch.
I want to go back like before October, you know, because I don't want to. Look at still. She's had this poorly cut out logo for this long, and nobody has said anything to her about it.
Check the comments. Maybe they are. Maybe she's doubling down and doesn't give a shit.
Check the comments. Maybe they are. RT, I looked at most like 8 years ago. This is when the old guy was doing it, and before they put her in there. This guy is now a corpse. He's the cult leader, I think. I'm pretty sure. If I remember the website, he's like the cult leader, and he's dead now. And now she took over the cult. Oh, this is a fucking cult leader video, right? When I look at cults, this is the type of thumbnails they be having right here.
Does she show her arms? Go back up.
Did she show her arms?
I don't see no arms. Maybe she's in the same cult as Chaya Raychek.
Well, I'm pretty sure it was either on a Dominionist website or an anti-Dominionist website. It was one or the other.
Yeah, I can't remember which one.
And it was her going over the Bible.
Dominionist.
It looks like ever since it looks like she's just not as popular as the former cult leader. You know, like just sorting by most popular. It's him for a while. You know. Looks like your cult fell off.
A little bit. There she is. Mentioned.
Yeah, she's mixed in some of these older ones. Like she's been. I mean, she's been around. It wasn't just a, random handover of the cult. Like she was definitely like groomed to.
All right. Dead air.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.
Hello, it's Jim Hutchins, the Jerusalem Connection Spot Report. One of the concerns that Jewish people worldwide are facing these days is the rise of anti-Semitism.
We have Jews.
The original logo before she cut it out, honestly, worst.
You reckon?
Putting the fucking crayon drawing of Spot in there.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has said it's 1938 and Iran is Germany. Especially are they concerned about it in Europe and its epidemic proportion, certainly in the
13
Muslim
years ago,
world.
how'd that work out?
But even in the United
They're Germany. Okay, so were the Nazis stopped or what?
States, political science departments, the humanities.
Listen to him, the S's. You know, just ear piercing. Amazing. No way! Look, bro, it's cut out correctly, but except there could be an outline. You know, so you can actually see this black font. It's a little thin. Oh, so, bro, is this just like a papyrus, Jay?
Mm.
There's a drop shadow on this. You couldn't manufacture an outline, but you got your drop shadow in.
Weird.
President Barack Obama last week condemned the
This isn't her. This is a completely different woman.
That's a different one. What the fuck?
American James Foley.
Bro, that's not a proper piece of etiquette! Bro, talk about coming full circle. I was just talking about how somebody was beheaded in a second. It wasn't James Foley, though. James Foley is beheaded by Jihadi John, I think.
With the strongest language he could muster.
Because it wasn't after, it was in Bush,
he said
not Obama.
There has to be a common effort to extract this cancer so it does not spread. There has to be a clear rejection of the nihilistic ideologies.
When you're doing a background as a cult, not this. This makes it too obvious that you're clearly a cult. The light, this is cult shit, all right?
Hello, my name is Amy Rothale, and I am with the Jerusalem Connection.
Great audio. Nailed it. You got a green screen. You green screened them. There's no report now. They got rid of report. Now it's just Jerusalem Connection. Now this is red alert. Okay. Green screen. You couldn't put a fucking bro. A wired lavalier is like $15 on B&H, which is a Jewish company, guys. They even close on Saturday. They don't. You can't have any. You can't place any orders on Saturday on the website.
That's hilarious.
Report, and this is the Friday Red Alert. Today, I want to update you on some BDS activities in both U.S. state houses as well as on college campus. Specifically, I want to inform you of some.
I don't care.
To remind you, BDS stands for divest and sanction the state of Israel, and by extension, this harms the
do it
as well. These groups often use the guise of human rights activism to maintain their position. The wealth of facts and history, contrary to their accusation, means that they are applying a double standard, and this is shocking among the academic community. These same groups fall short and fall silent in their dealings or with their attention paid to issues that are happening in Cuba, China, Iran, or many other places around the world.
Iran.
This is therefore a discriminatory movement. In 1990, Charles Krauthammer penned an article that was published in Time magazine where he explained that this double standard is not only holding Israel to a higher standard than other nations, it's actually discriminatory. It's discriminatory because the state of Israel is inaccurately held accountable for human rights abuses that other nations are not condemned for. This double standard, in his words, has a name, and that word is anti-Semitism.
Sure,
This is
of course
prevalent
it is.
in 1990, and it's as prevalent today. The intellectual debate on college
Bro, I do not
campuses
understand it.
remains,
It like
and it is moving
hurts
into the
my
state
brain.
We have some really good news in this regard.
No.
34 state
Let's check how
legislatures
many
are in the
videos
process
people
of
have.
reviewing and adopting anti-BDS resolutions.
Over
The
1,000.
states that have passed it include Tennessee, Pennsylvania, New York, and Indiana. Of the 34
Poggers!
states that are in the process of
That's wild.
adopting this,
That's a lot of videos, lady.
How good it is, and how pleasant.
Okay.
In unity.
Put a fucking outline on it, for God's sakes, people. I'm going to put it on the brightest, whitest part of the fucking... It's not hard.
Hi, this
Zach, you watch me make these shits all day, you know? Like...
This is Shelley Neese with Jerusalem Connection. In case I haven't
isn't
told
hard.
you already, I wrote a book. If I have told you already,
By the way,
I'm so sorry to keep her out.
She's the cult leader. The other girl is the vice cult leader.
Okay.
Okay. And the guy did die.
Yeah, what are we
Just that
doing
I've been-
anymore?
Well, this is just a bonus thing for everyone at the end about this weird cult that I found making
Yeah,
terrible
we
videos.
are done. We're
This
just
moment
fucking
for
around.
almost 10 years. I want to make sure that everyone I know can share my excitement. I first wrote.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that everyone I know can share my excitement.
Everyone is
The Jerusalem Connection Spot Report this week. I'm thinking of a quote from Henry Kissinger, who once said, when the
Hi,
pursuit
do you
of
want to know
peace
how to fix
becomes the
this?
entire objective of foreign policy, it becomes a weapon in the hands of the most ruthless. It
Henry
produces
Kissinger.
moral
That's
disarmament.
your choice.
And I thought of that in context of the peace
Not the
summit
best
that will be
source.
held here on Thursday, the 2nd of September.
Okay, this is the last one. I want to see stop the Obama heresy.
Hello, it's Jim Hutchins.
I just noticed something. All right, bro. They used a fucking wipe effect instead of a fucking fade. Watch this wipe.
Hello, it's Jim Hutchins for the Jerusalem Connection Spot Report.
Great. No second take. Okay.
For this second day of 2017, let me wish you Shana Tova, Happy New Year. I pray that the coming year will be filled with the unprecedented, unparalleled blessing of God for you and those you love. And I also pray that the heresy that the Obama administration has sought to perpetuate within the UN will be removed, will be stopped. That heresy is basically the heresy of replacement theology. Replacement theology goes back to the first century. It was really codified in AD 325 and Council of Nicaea, where it was
history
has been within the Catholic and other Eastern Christian denominations that the church, Christians, inherit the covenant promises made to God, including the land promises made to the Israel of God. That those promises are now null and void. They've been replaced initially by
book is man-made,
but now
doesn't matter. Books written by man.
Yeah,
means
the
nothing.
heresy
You
is
fucking
like
fool.
anti-settlement language.
Sure.
According to the Obama heresy and the UN heresy that's being perpetuating this, Islam, the Palestinians inherit the land. Avner Bosky is a Messianic Jewish believer, lives in Israel, has a ministry called Final Frontier Ministries.
You are garbage. Okay? You're garbage.
And he's very observant, very astute in his observations concerning current issues in Israel. He writes this in his December newsletter, part of it.
I'm fucking better than you.
He said the malignant effects of replacement theology are shaping current international political.
Is he talking about great replacement theology?
I have a feeling he's talking about dominionism.
No, he's like talking about how like it's a genocide. They're replacing the Palestinian population, right? So he's saying that this is like great replacement theology against Jews. This has a history of saying the Jews are replacing people.
Oh, is that what he's saying?
I think that's what he's getting at.
Political discourse. This comes from the merging of two different streams, Christian and Islamist. Christian replacement theology does not allow a physical restoration of the Jewish nation to their homeland, while the Islamist view of history says that since Israel has been conquered by the armies of Muhammad in 638 AD, the Jewish patrimony now belongs eternally and by divine right to the world of Islam. Israel
honestly
was conquered by
that's
Muhammad,
how it works.
by Muslims.
That's how conquest works.
So it eternally belongs to Islam. This denial of continuing Jewish right to their own.
You are 100% right. There is Jewish members in the cult too. But yes, that's what kind of cult this is for sure.
Homeland has been successfully marketed.
across the planet by the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, and the Arab League. Their efforts have met with a fair amount of success.
Okay, those two of those were the same thing. Muslim Brotherhood.
All of my elderly
And the PLO.
So long.
The PLO is not an Islamist organization.
The United Nations, European Union, the Quartet have all swallowed replacement theology, hook, line,
what is it,
and
though?
sinker.
James?
Two recent examples of this are the UN Resolution 2334 that vetoes, that would have vetoed, actually they abstained, but it claims that Israel, certainly Jerusalem, and much of Israel belongs to the Palestinians. Both dovetail with the Islamist replacement position, except its perspectives as indisputable fact. From their vantage point, Palestine is an Arab land and belongs exclusively to the Arabs.
Okay, let's check the comments on this one before we finish. Here, this is what you wanted, right? The comment section.
One
Here
comment.
it is.
What to say?
Many hope and pray will be better after Jan 20th until abominations continue.
Oh, no,
The comments here. Zero comments. Okay. Let's check the comments on this one. Here, this one's got comments. Traitor.
Hey. Traitor.
I say it loud and clear. They'll blow up that dam.
Got my book on Kindle. Shabbat Shalom. Look, and you can see these are actual authentic people commenting as well, unlike Ulalau. These people are more legit than Ulalau. God bless Brother Jim. Okay, there's one comment on that one. I mean, they're doing as well as we are. You know, we have this much comment engagement and views on our videos. 9 years though, that's pretty bad. We definitely get more than that in a year.
I didn't say
only
question, news.
I date you. Bizarre, bro. Bizarre, bro. Okay, and the last one comment, can't even see it. So must have said something like Jew.
Okay. Soundbite to end on.
Jews?
No.
Commie bastards. Well, actually, they're not communists anymore. They're a federation of independent, liberated states.
Don't make me hurt you, Mikey.